Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. Welcome on the College Genesis. Still dealing with this cold. Anyway, folks, we're gonna get through it tonight. I'm gonna do the best I can to our coffee here all night. But bear with me. I'm going through an illness. So bear with me tonight. Folks, we got an explosive show. Tonight as coming back off the show from 2 nights ago, which is very explosive, everything like that. And tonight's show is going to set the record straight on a bunch of stuff. After tonight's show, there's going to be no doubt what I'm talking about is the absolute 100% truth. The Afghanistan is the only way. Because anything else after that is both foolishness, nonsense, and tomfoolery, which we're going to talk about tonight, folks. But I want to be fair tonight. I'm going to examine some of the Black Nationalist movements, right? I'm going to give full detail about them, the good points, the bad points, and everything, and let you decide what I'm talking about. Am I telling the truth or not? I have faith in my audience that, they'll at least hear me out and understand where direction I'm coming from. I got that faith in my audience. I think I got a pretty intelligent audience. You got to be pretty intelligent so you can listen to me all night. This ain't the, the soundbite types, I don't stick my finger out the window in the morning and see which way the wind is blowing and see what everybody else is saying. And I go along with it. My views and my thoughts and opinions are mine, They don't necessarily reflect the views of the Black African Infrastructure Organization or the Afghanistan Concept Movement. These opinions are mine. My concept of what an Afghanistan is, and only mine. So I'm only responsible for what I say, my concept of nationhood, my concept of life, my concept of manhood, brotherhood, childhood, womanhood, marriage, relationships, Pan-Africanism. These are all mine. Nobody else's. I don't come under nobody's tutelage. Nobody can say, "Oh, you a follower of this person right here. You're a student." I'm not a student. I'm a master. So this is years and decades of studying, research, and also life experience that leads me to what I'm saying. I don't sit there and draw my conclusion on a few sound bites, memes, and videos I've heard. This is well thought out, well researched stuff I'm saying. So when I give you stuff, rest it's coming from a different place. Okay? So that being said, the other night we had a conversation about Trump. Do you regret voting with Trump? Absolutely fucking not. Trump's a racist, whatever like that, and he's a deplorable racist and whatnot. But given what could have been in the White House, whatever like that, especially in my movement, white nationalists, white racists are good for Black nationalist movements. That's when we're always the strongest. When there are these white people in power that are racist and don't seem to care. As Black people lose faith in this system, they're willing to give something else another chance. And that's where I come in. So why would I basically be upset if Donald Trump is president? I'd be a hypocrite. You can't be a Black nationalist and stuff like that, and you want the comforts of America. It don't work like that. Sooner or later, every Black man in this world has to make a choice. Sooner or later, you have to choose who you want to serve. You cannot serve two masters. Pretty soon, you guys say, do you want to be a people, a nation, and build your people up? Or do you want to submit forever to the white man and his rules, his laws, his subjugation? You see right now, most white people think it's perfectly okay for them to come up to you, call you the N-word, call you out your name in public and everything, and you can't do nothing about it. That's the America they dream about. And I came to the conclusion, right? The other day, and I haven't said this on the air yet, right? And I've always had the suspicion, And people always ask me, why don't you let white people on your show? I'm not going to do it. I don't believe the white man is anybody that I need to talk to. That's the first thing you have to do. You have to basically let them know that their services are no longer needed, right? They have nothing to bargain with. See, every other, what I said about so-called black nationalist groups, right? They always put the power back in the white person's hand. Oh, they're going to give us reparations. Oh, they're going to give us 4 or 5 states. Oh, they're going to do this. Oh, they're going to clean this up. Oh, we owe this and whatnot. They put the power back into their hand. What I'm saying is I have found a way how we can build whatever we want to build, right? And the only people that we have to really worry about is ourselves and other black people, you know? Well, some black people in here, all we need is strong consensus among black men in America, heterosexual black men in America, and also anybody on the African continent that's not a race trader and sellout to work with us. That's all we need. We don't need the Chinaman. We don't need the Russian. We don't need the Europeans. We don't need the white American. This is the way. If somebody tells you, like in the words of Marcus Garvey, if a person tells you that your future is dependent on the benevolence and the generosity of another race of people, they're going to basically keep you in bondage. And what has happened with all these black nationalist groups, right? Every one of them, their advocacy, and I'm going to go over all that advocacies and everything, had to do with convincing white people to change. Convincing white people that if you're a nationalist, if you look at history, nationalism is revolution. It's uncompromising. When people reach that critical mass that they want to be free and they want their own land, their own nation, everything, it's uncompromising. They don't go to their oppressor and say, you know something, you give us this and give us that, and the oppressors don't give it to you. You sit there, stomp your feet, cry and everything. And I'm sick and tired of looking at sorry-ass black nationalist groups who came before me that should be able to hand something to me. Let me tell you something, right? All you Negroes out there who say, well, Kala, what about the BAIO? Look, we started the BAIO with nothing. We had nobody giving us anything. We had nobody, and that was a bold initiative. The ideas of the BAIO was a few people came together and said, looked at the problems of the black nationalist movement and came up with the idea of black African infrastructure, land infrastructure, nationhood. We need a land of our own on our soil. We need to control our infrastructure, build our thing, be able to govern ourselves and rule ourselves in perpetuity. That right there does not require permission from anybody. When somebody tells you that, oh, no, you can't do that because you got to get the blessings of the people that's oppressing you. What's happened? You got all these years. We sat here in America waiting on 4 or 5 states to pop up. We've sat here in America waiting for everybody to get their reparations check, whatnot, even introduce legislation in Congress. Have you gotten a reparations check? Because your people that oppress you and enslave you is not going to give you a reparations check. And we're going to go over all this tonight. And by the time I'm done tonight, I'm going to prove that the Black African Infrastructure Organization is the real black nationalist revolution. Everything else that came before us has failed. And one thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to fail. If I have to get rid of everybody and scrap this and start all over again, I'll do it. But one thing I do when I get ready to set out to do something in life is one thing I do not do is fail. When I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to give it everything I have in my power to make it happen. So we're going to talk about that tonight. So as you can see, I'm on fire already, and we're going to have, it's going to be a rumble tonight. You can call me Caller Rumble tonight because I'm ready to rumble, You can call me Caller Thanos. Well, Sunday night, you can also call me Reverend Caller because this is my Sunday night sermon. So however I deliver my message, you can call me that. You can call me the Ringmaster. because we deal with a circus of deadly clowns, you know. So tonight we're gonna go over all this and everything, and I'm gonna be as fair as I possibly can, you know. You know. Oh please, Nakmeezy, you're small change, you know. You're small change. You know, you should be out there. Somebody at your age, you should be getting behind my fucking back. You should be saying, "Yeah, Kyle, let's do this shit." But you sit there like a little fucking sissy. Oh, you can't do this. You can't do that. You can't do this. You're disappointing, bro. Really are. I'm looking for men. It's a man's movement. So the bottom line is this. So we're going to talk about several different movements and everything. About this Donald Trump situation. Like I said, I voted for him. It wasn't even about anything that's going on in the community and everything. There were certain things I do for a living that I did not like what the Democrats were doing as far as Title IX, stuff like that. And that's really what my vote was based on, you know. I felt strongly about that Title IX situation. You know, if you don't know what Title IX is, go ahead and do a chat PTV and look it up, you know. I was very, very distraught about that. Men playing in women's sports, whatnot. Uh, Schools going to people's parents, children, and telling them that you could you could sign your you could sign your damn which we call sign your which your child could sign over if he wants to change his gender identity, and yet people doing that. And I said I felt strongly that absolutely not. You were born. Your gender is assigned at birth. Without that, we got nothing. That's the starting point. Marriage is between a man and a woman, a biological man and a biological woman. Period. End of story. And I don't give a damn if it was a friggin' a Martian in the White House. If you believe that that marriage is between a man and a woman, and you believe in the definition of a nation is man, woman, and child, then that's what I'm gonna go for. So if I don't believe in Sally had two dads or Billy has two moms, all this shit like this, I'm gonna go against that. So when it's like since you asked, right, and the vote is like this, what is your opinion? And I gave my opinion on election day about what I was thinking about all this shit. And that's what it, and I'm not apologizing for it. So you think I'm gonna get up here now saying, what about high gas price? No, I don't like the fucking gas prices, you know. On my Mercedes, I gotta pay like $6 a gallon for super premium gas. No, I don't like it. Are we suffering with high food prices? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on I don't like. But the bottom line is I vote my principles. I vote my values. I don't stick my finger out the window and see which way the wind is blowing and see what everybody else is doing and go along. I'm not a go along to get along type of guy. If you want to go along to get along type of guy, you got to go someplace else. I believe what I believe. Nobody will change my opinion. Nobody will change my heart. Nobody will change my mind. That's just the way it is. You could debate and yell, scream, and talk all you want. You're not changing me one bit. That's just the way it is. But I was like looking at this thing. I was like, Elvis was saying, "Oh, black people are suffering now because of gerrymandering." Well, I just saw a thing. I don't know what this thing is. Sparks. I don't know what it is. Is it a watch or something like that? They're literally going crazy of this thing, whatever it is dropping. Swatches, whatever. I don't know what the fuck it is. Right? I don't know. I'm way out the loop. I don't know nothing about anything. So people are anticipating this thing. They're literally going crazy, tearing up malls, trying to be in line to get this thing, just like they do when a new pair of Jordans come out. That's where the black mind is right now. And then I saw another one. Oh yeah, right in Portsmouth, Virginia. There was a mile long around a shopping center. Looked like, right? Women standing on line for free bundle weaves. And you're gonna tell me that they really cared what happened in Virginia with the gerrymandering, with all the Barack Obama coming out? No. Like I said, so therefore, it says nobody gives a shit. Why the fuck should I? You know? I said, whatever, I don't give a damn. Like I deal with black people, the point I was trying to make was that Elvis is like, black people are mad about gerrymandering. And my point was, they don't give a shit. Nobody gives a damn about gerrymandering. Nobody cares about what happened. It's like, well, we're going to lose so many seats in the Congressional Black Caucus. I don't see those people out there in line rioting for Swatch. I'm going to play the video. I've never seen anything like it. It's worse than the Jordans. And I was like, problem was, I don't even know what a fucking Swatch is. I was like looking, scrolling on TikTok, like, could somebody tell me what the hell it is? Oh, the new Swatches are out. People are going crazy. People fighting. They're arresting people, tackling people to the ground and whatnot, This is Atlanta. These were middle-class black people, These weren't hood people. These were middle-class black people going crazy over a Swatch. I don't even know what a Swatch is. At least somebody freaking come up and show me what the hell they talk about. So I can pass it. Is that really worth it? But regardless of whatnot, I don't see nobody rioting over gerrymandering. They were rioting over swatches. But yet says they don't care. What the fuck should I care? That's one thing I'm not going to do is sit back and be like, oh, I got to take the moral high ground and shit, But what the hell are they? What in the actual fuck excuse my language, are swatches? What are they? I know nothing. Maybe I'm just too old. Maybe I'm just old. I'm just a grumpy old man. But the bottom line is I don't know what the hell this shit is. I saw this concert the other day with an NBA young boy. It's a watch. Okay. All right. A watch. Is that I saw a concert with NBA young boy. These freaking motherfuckers look like they were demon possessed. It was NBA young boy or 21 Savage, one of those. They were like, then we had one in Chesapeake, right? But they had the concert on a big screen and the people in the audience just going freaking nuts. These young kids, like they're pumped up on demon possession. And I'm saying to myself, I can't save everybody, And if you think I'm building a nationalist movement to save every black person, I only want those few black people we could save. We could start all over again. So those masses of people who think everything's cool and everything like that, you like what you see in America, you think it's the only future we have, hey, I wish you a lot of luck. Those of us who want to build things. Somebody who I always admire is back out now, man. I got to make contact with him again. Is my good brother, the Irritated Genie. All hail to the Irritated Genie. He's back, and he's on fire, That's a real black nationalist right there. He's basically all throughout Africa promoting black American communities in Africa, right? He's like going all over Africa, finding black communities in Africa and just saying, this is a country that's going on here. I admire friggin' Irritated Genie so much, I just admire Irritated Genie so much. He's somebody we need right now desperately as far as leadership, I like to see him do more. I like to see somebody like Malik Zulu Shabazz of the new Black Panther Party come out, come back out and do his thing and whatnot, These are good brothers. These are strong blood brothers. Who else? Got Irritated Genie and Malik Zulu Shabazz. I can't think of anybody else. Unfortunately, that guy, Hassan Azinga, passed away about a few years, 6-7 years ago. He was a good brother, That was a real leader, And then you got, other than that, I don't really see anybody, we're losing this war to these internet goofballs and whatnot coming on the internet, online, these internet influencers, these do nothing internet influencers. We need real men to step up in these days and times. because our people are under attack. We're in a war in this country, So we need the spirit of the irritated genie. We need that spirit of the new Black Panther Party back again. We need real Black nationalist groups to start gathering and whatnot, and come with a united front. So I'm ready for that. I am ready for that. So the bottom line is, we're gonna have a good show tonight. We're talking about that. The reason why I'm doing this show tonight because we had an argument the other night about the the groups like the Republic of New Africa. Now I'm basically like this. See, I know what all these groups are capable of, right? And when I look at Republic of New Africa and the socialist African Uhuru movement out of Florida, right? Some people will say to me, Kala, these organizations are useless. They don't do nothing. But if you really look at what they're trying to do and the means that they're trying to do it, they're stretched to the limit. That's all they could do. Just like the UNIA, Bomani was part of UNIA, but I think he quit. I don't know. He's still affiliated with them, with us, whatever. He's like my link to the UNIA still when but the thing is, I understand what these guys can do, the capability, what they can do. Like we got this guy, I forgot his name. He was George Weah of Liberia's brother-in-law, right? Jamaican guy out of Queens, New York. He's the head of the UNIA. He had some land in Liberia. He started a thing called Liberty Farms. I guess he was trying to compete with us with this tour. His tour was supposed to kick off the same time ours was. We were like, yo, you should come with us. He was telling us and the BAIO should become part of the UN. I said, nah, with all due respect, sir, I just think that we got our own thing. And that's the whole thing about the BAIO, right? That's the reason why we don't come under anybody, right? Is because we see the limits of all these groups and we don't want to be pigeonholed. Because what's going to happen is if the BAO said, if I let one of these dudes punk me down and I come out and be this humble thing, okay, we finally got Kala under control. And when I do like that, I'm sorry. I know the movement that I've built over these years is going to collapse. But the BAIO, even though we split, they got factions of the BAIO that's doing their own thing. I'm doing my own thing, right? In Liberia and whatnot, soon to expand to Angola and stuff like that. And so therefore, I see progress. Before I went to Liberia, my first went to Liberia had no tourism. Look, let me tell you something, how this works, right? The whole country has not had a tourist brochure since the early 1970s. Although people were coming there, some white people, whatever, were coming there in small numbers, there was no organized tourist thing. The tourism association that we created, right? We were doing this on our own, right? We were doing this on our own, right? The government was not funding it. We were doing this all our label up. Then when I did, I'll give credit to Bomani. But Bomani put that tour together, right? And people saw the impact that had. And then other groups of people start doing. Now Liberian tour groups are coming in all the time. They know how to handle them, right? There's a tourism association. That Liberia is a place that you can come and tour. Before we came there, that's the work of the BAIO. That's the belief we have in our people. So I'm not saying I'm some genius or nothing like that. No, it's not. But all I do is, like I said, plant my seeds and do my small part. That's all I can do. So now Liberia is doing really well. Now you got this one guy. I think he has like an African American guy. He came out of nowhere. I know he's been listening to me for years because everybody that's into Liberia, somewhere along the line, have been indoctrinated by college Genesis, have been radicalized by college Genesis. He's trying to build a temple of return. And I saw the layouts of that online on Providence Island. I was like, damn, a temple of return. I was like, damn, I think they got the funding for it too. So basically, it's gonna be like a temple return where Black people can relive the return to Africa in the Republic of Liberia. That's amazing. All this is happening because 5, 6 years ago, I went over there and said, let's give this country a chance. You know, and now I could walk away from Liberia right now and and say my work is done. They got it. My guy Ross, the BAIO chapter head of Liberia, now works for the government and the tourism ministry. Now there's an official tourism ministry. So bit by bit, we are doing this thing because Black nationalism and stuff like that. It just simply means we build Black nations, Black infrastructure. Where we have we basically don't have to answer to nobody. So we do our thing. We make sure that that things going. Kyle, why don't you go group to Norfolk? You go out to Norfolk and speak to you. Look, DK, that's not my business to speak to the youth. The youth are doing their thing, right? I'm doing my thing, right? And if somebody out of all the youth, right, you can have 1,000 youths out there, right? Someone will come across my material and stuff like that, interested in that, they could join me. But I don't believe in outreach. I don't. It's a waste of time. And I'm gonna get into that too tonight. Outreach is a waste of time. You know, based on if you're doing anything here in America, right? You know, if I want to outreach the youth, I'll be down there at the mall in line with them trying to get one of these swatches. That's the mentality. That's what you're up against. I can't compete against that. Whatever. I would have to go to a 21 Savage concert. I would have to do all the stuff like that I don't believe in. So I cannot do anything with the youth. Now, the youth that basically, when we get going, the ones that say, something like that, you'll have a room of people, 20 or 30 youths, when I do start doing lectures and stuff like that, 20 something youth. And I am going to be doing that in Norfolk, right? Because I plan on starting a sister city project between Monrovia and Norfolk in honor of Joseph Jenkins Roberts, who was born in Norfolk, Virginia. I'm just waiting for my sister city paperwork to get finalized when I'm a sister city member. Because our business partners, we got sister city with Monrovia, with Newark, New Jersey, Houston, Texas, all these cities. And I told him, I said, I know I can get Norfolk on board, So that'll come when you got something tangible. That's another thing. People who do Black nationalist groups never really have anything tangible to give the people. They string them along with hopes and dreams and everything like that. And then when it all falls apart, Look, you cannot bring young people unless you got something for them. You can't just say, oh, let's do the African, let's do like this. DK, I think you're just trolling me, man. I'm about to kick you out of here. Tonight, this is a serious discussion tonight. If anybody thinks they're going to sit in my chat room here and troll me, you're going to be gone. I want serious to tell you, DK, you're not a complete idiot. Don't talk to me like that. That's your final warning. That's another thing. This movement attracted too many goofy people who are like that, You're trolling me. If I tell you you're trolling me, you're trolling me. I'm not a fucking fool. I don't know what people think I'm a fool or something. I know when people asking me honest questions and somebody's trolling me. I know when somebody's trying to be smart, and trolling me, and somebody's asking me real honest questions. Baruti asked me questions I don't like, but I don't think Baruti be trolling me. Nothing gets past me. So the bottom line is this. So we're going to talk about this tonight, right? I want to start with this. There's one group, right? I don't know if yeah, here. I'm going to start introducing groups that we should have been talking about all the time. And I have no animus towards anybody, any group, whatever like that. Like I said, people do what they want to do and everything like that. And, and I know the limits of what they can do. I know what they can do. I know what they can accomplish and whatever they're capable of. So when people say, why the UNIA don't have any land, even though the UNIA in chapters in America has been offered land in Ghana, they have land in Liberia that I know about, because I've seen that land that they got. They got land, but they never did anything with it. Liberty Farms, I've seen it, but they don't do nothing with it because it's one thing to have land, it's another thing to organize and put the hard work in and have a plan to develop it and build a business. Two different things. One of the problems, and I see in a lot of these groups, is you could build a movement around hype, right? And then what happens is, and I see this, a sad situation is some of the people that be starting these organizations, that's all they have is that organization, right? They don't want to hand power and expertise over to somebody who's educated, who knows what to do. Like, for example, the Nation of Islam 3-year plan farms, had they got real agriculturalists, real scientists, real people in the farming industry, and partnered with them and let them run it, they would have been successful. But like I said, a lot of people who tell me they join the Nation of Islam, they come in there because all these Black nationalist movement usually attracts people with education and money and skills and degrees. But when they join these organizations, right, they got to answer to people that they know don't know what they're doing. That's brother Jeremiah, this right here. You got to start off by I had this one guy, and I got to get him on the show. I know when he comes up here, he's going to be breaking my balls, man. His name is Black Achievement, right? He goes way back to Blog Talk Radio days. Ask Mufasa about him, man. He used to call in and he used to give me hell, right? But I convinced him. Now he basically invests in Africa. He's a lawyer, highly educated, right? And he does something where he does software patents and stuff like that, right? And he always breaking my balls about stuff. Back in the days, I was enthusiastic. I would say things that I couldn't deliver on. But he told me that after listening to me, he wanted to be part of the movement, right? So with all his law degrees, that he wanted to show young brothers how to do coding and all stuff like that. He said the Nation of Islam said, "Nah, we don't need all that." They stuck some final calls in his hand and had him out there selling final calls. Because they're like, who is this educated guy? That's what you're dealing with. None of these Black nationalist organizations are merit-based. So therefore, you got people in charge, right? Man, I was out here, built this. I got a following here. You ain't going to come here and just tell me what to do and take over or not. Then people just say, okay. And then next thing you know, nothing gets done. I see it all across the board. When we formed the BAIO, what we wanted to do was this. The first thing we asked people when they join. What do you do for a living? What's your special skill set? What do you do for a living? People that come to the BAIO, well, I'm a life coach. Sorry, you can't join. Well, I'm a herbalist, natural healing. No, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm a doctor. Okay, you can join. I'm an engineer. We got engineers, scientists, everything that joined the BIO because we were very selective about who we let in. You know, we were very selective about who we let in. You know, so we basically said that down the road, the rank and file people will come in, but the structure of any organization is going to be led by people with skill. Now they say, "Well, Colin, what does that mean about you?" I said, "Okay, I'm no slouch. I'm not a genius. I can't. Some of the members that joined the BAO are way above my pay grade, way above. But since I was the architect, somebody had to be a sort of figurehead. You know, somebody had to be, that charge. And I never got in anybody's way. We had people that were doing major investments in banking. In fact, some of the people that helped Dynast in Africa came from the BAIO. People don't know that history. We was very serious about attracting for a Black Nationalist movement. We were very important. We were attracting people like lawyers, doctors, skilled people, and putting them in the forefront. And those who were laymen, we sort of went along. We understood that these guys like this, like my guy, Quint. Everybody knows Quint. He's in our group, Afrosphere. This guy got like 10 degrees. He's a scientist. He's some of everything. And when I introduced him to Afrosphere, everybody like, Colin, where'd you get this guy? I said, he was part of the team I was sending to Angola back in 2020. I was sending people that knew underwater fiber optics, scientists, engineers. These are the people I surrounded myself by in building the BAIO. These weren't just slouches. These weren't somebody talk about, I got a fucking 100 acres of land in some dusty part of the South. We put together friggin' people who had, but like I said, COVID happened, everything like that. Everything got delayed, but it'll kick back in again. The spirit of the BAO will live again. I got every faith. But you cannot build an organization where anything just goes. I stand on that. You have to have structure. You have to have those people, those black. Any black organization is gonna do it. You got to be able to attract educated black people, accomplished black people. And the educated black people, right? When they hear the message of the African BIO, they're all for it. They're like, that's doable. We could do that. It's the uneducated people who say, no, that can't be done. Why are we doing this? Whatnot? I had people there that had advanced degrees, everything like that. They're like, yeah, we could do this. My brother Emil Sistak, right? You go to our social network, right? He completely designed all our new prototype cities, out of his own spare time. He wrote 4 books in 1 year. That's my brother Emil Sistak. He's from Chicago, but he lives in San Diego now. So the bottom line, and he also designed the cover to my novel, and he did the forward, and he did the editing for my book before I submitted the manuscript, So the bottom line is this: I surrounded myself with educated people. I said still stuff I did not know. I have an idea, I have a vision, but there was stuff I did not know. There's a lot of stuff I did not know. And so therefore, by me being like that, the people who joining the group knew things that I did not know. People knew things about logistics, engineering, science, just how to build shit, Had a guy Pianki, right? This guy was putting up buildings in Chicago. We have so many people that could put up buildings, whole buildings, that be project managers, whatnot, buildings, whatnot, and they were just drawn to the BAIO. It was like, you guys are talking about infrastructure, you guys are talking about science, you guys are talking about math. Sign me up, man. We had dudes that came in there that were ex-government that worked in the Pentagon. They knew things about counterintelligence and all stuff like that. They were just like, yeah, man, I want to be part of this. I'm working with black men and brothers, man. Yeah. Like this. That's the sort of thing we did. And that's what reason why we looked at other organizations, why they didn't succeed is because if you look at uh, a lot of these organizations, they're very hostile towards black middle class people. They always think like those bougie niggas, the bougie black people. And you would think that the bougie black person that sat there and got the good grades and everything is the black America's mortal enemy. The people who did all the right things and stuff like that, they're the enemy. So therefore, those groups were never able to attract the sort of people the Black African Infrastructure Organization was able to attract because we embraced those black people. And I believe the BAIO will prevail for that reason because we're reaching into the best of who we are as a race. We're looking to the best of who we are, and saying, yeah, look, we need y'all to be involved with this, This ain't gonna be put together by slouches. When you got to look, I have every confidence, right? The black man in America could do anything he want. He could surpass the white man in building a civilization. I know that. We used to have these conversations and whatnot. People completely so such as we used to have conference calls, man, that would go for 24 hours. Brothers just spitting out knowledge and whatnot, about smart cities, how to build them, how to finance them, governance, all stuff like this. Everything that's needed, right? See, when you know why, right, the know-how will come easily. So everybody was on a consensus like, yeah, we're capable of doing this. But outside the BAO, people will tell you, oh, no, it can't be done, blah, blah, blah. But you look at the people that we had in the BAO, they'll tell you, yeah, we could do this. What, build a city-state? Yeah, we can do that. And that's where my brother David Hitt comes in. We had people that had the confidence in our faith because these people been in the military. They were they were in the white man's world, learning all this stuff. And so a lot of them retired military, retired this, retired that, engineers, scientists, whatever it is. They're like, yeah, it's time for us to think about, of this, what you're talking about. Because people just got tired of talking about racism. Racism is a non-option. That's why I think so many middle-class black people are moving to Africa. Because it's like you spend all this time in education and you got to talk about fucking racism. We got to talk about the conversation is should Chud the builder, and now you got another one out here talking about he's going to take up Chud's spot, going around in public calling somebody the N-word. Who wants to live like that? And then be honest, who aren't you? I'm tired of looking at somebody like Trump and JD Vance and calling that my president. It's time for us to expand beyond this country. And we got the capability. We do not need America anymore. We've outgrown this country. It's like when you grow up, right, folks? When you grow up, as sooner or later, right, every bird got to fly the nest. Or you're going to destroy the nest. Or sometimes, the parents' bird kick the bird out, saying you got to go because, or even lions kick certain cubs out when they get a certain age because you're going to become unruly and whatnot. That's what we become in America. We're unruly because, you know, we're not on our own. So we have to start thinking about this, right? This thing called nation building and stuff like that, Now, I have many different methods of how to achieve that, Some people, basically, we had disagreements. Should it be one place? Should it be many places? Should it be municipalities? Should be one nation state? Should it be a semi-autonomous land? All are good to me. Should it be several autonomous lands under a global international federation? How do we define an Afghanistan? Those are things that remain to be seen. But those are the conversations we were having. And what forever it is, right? Let me tell you something. Staying in America was not an option. You have people like Dr. Campbell. He's in Ghana right now. He's not trying to build no Republic of New Africa in America. He's in Ghana. He carved out a space for himself on the mother continent. We have a community in Ghana called Asabo. To me, that's all part of the Afghanistan, We have the Jagazi community with Brother Bamani. We have several communities popping up in different countries in Africa and stuff like soon Liberia and everything like that. So people are just saying, like Tanzania, you got black communities over there in Tanzania now, Kenya, and everything, South Africa, and Botswana. And so the bottom line is this. That shows me that the people who believe in an Afghanistan, that means where we stand, because you're not standing in America. You're kneeling. You're sitting down like a little bitch when you piss in America. Because you're bowing down to another fucking race. So when you put those two together, all those things together, you come up with an idea, right? And that's why so many people are going to the continent. Not just the continent. So many people are building Black American. There's Black American communities now in China. You got Black American communities historically in Russia, in Paris, France. You got Black American communities in Australia. Now, we're all over the damn world now. We are not bound to the prison called the borders of the United States. So we're only continuing what's been going on. Black America has been migrating outside of America, building shit for over 200 years. So when people get brand new on you, like, oh, we got to do it right here and whatnot. No, we don't. You could do it right here, but the people who did it right here, they went as far as they could. You ain't gonna get but so far inside of America, And I'm sick and tired of people sitting there talking about, oh, yeah, we do right here. I'll say that's fine. You did it right there, right? You got nothing to show for it, you got nothing to show for it. But I was like this. Let's talk about the socialist Uhuru movement, right? Let's talk about this. Brody, be quiet. I can't go over to fucking Thailand and whatnot. The black people over there, Brody, they're listening to jazz. They're playing the R&B. They're playing the hip hop. They're showing they got their soul food restaurants and whatnot. And the Thai people love it. They love our cuisine, our food. Our baked macaroni and cheese, our collard greens, our fried chicken, our catfish. They like our candy yams like that. We love our culture, Brody. And Black America is not going to switch their identity to solve you. It's like we are what we are. Sorry to break your heart. Uhuru movement is an international Black liberation movement founded in 1972 by Omali Yeshitela, right? Born Joseph Waller. Now, I learned about him, right, back in 2008 when Barack Obama was running for president, and he was very critical of Barack Obama. And I wrote a blog called You Shouldn't Throw Stones When You Live in a Glass House. Well, anyway, the Uhuru movement, and I like these brothers, man. Like I said, he's an elder of mine. But like I said, if I met Baba, why not? I give him a hug, a kiss on his forehead, tell you, brother, elder, I love you. I love you. But it's time for you to sit down and retire and go out with some dignity. Now it's time for the college genesis. That's why I'll tell all these old heads, look, we love you. I love you. But it's time for you guys to go away. That's the way I see it, right? This is the age of the BAIO. This is the age of the college genesis. Well, I've seen a lot of Black families, Black men with Black American wives over there. I ain't talking about them folks. I'm talking about a lot of brothers over there that, the couples that moved there. Young Black couples. That's the whole thing. You got young Black couples who are moving overseas, Black couples, beautiful Black couples moving overseas and starting a new life, They go into places like Vietnam. I'm like, wow, South Korea, Japan, Black families, they ain't marrying Japanese and Asian women. That's a myth, So it is what it is. This myth that we're over there just banging Asian. Yeah, you got that out there. You got brothers out there smashing Asian women, but that don't move the needle. What was surprising is brothers bringing their families from America, right? Their Black wives and their Black children over to another country. That is amazing. That shows you we're still a people, Broody, all respect, right? Where, look, I don't know what to say, but Broody, let me do this my way. I know my people. I know what they need. They're never going to adopt what you're talking about. If I want to get no place and do nothing, I follow Baruti. Okay, the Uhuru movement includes several affiliate organizations, most notably the African People's Socialist Party, the African People's Solidarity Committee, the Black Star Industries, right? The Uhuru House. We had an Uhuru House here in Norfolk, back in the early '90s. Uhuru House. We had a chapter here in Norfolk, the Uhuru House, right? Core beliefs: the movement advocates Black self-determination, Black internationalism, reparations for slavery and colonialism. See, the thing is, a lot of these things that they talk about at core beliefs are vague and abstract. When you say Black self-determination, how do you define that? Black African internationalism. Who exactly is African? You'd be surprised, Sam, man. There's a lot of Black women who are traveling the world too. There's a lot of Black American women who are living in Italy. They're traveling the world too. And, it ain't like this ain't 20, 30 years ago, bro. Okay, so what I mean by the vague and abstract core beliefs, right? African internationalism. I don't know what that freaking means. Reparations for slavery and colonialism. Okay, again, that's kind of vague. Community control of institutions. What institutions? Socialist economies. So, in order for any of these things to work, right, you need the signing off of the dominant society. Nobody's going to give you black self-determination. No one is preventing you from having African internationalism, whatever that means. I don't know what that means. Reparations of slavery. That has to come, and colonialism. So if you're talking about monetary reparations, that means that you're engaging the dominant culture in society. Community control of institutions. First, decide what institutions you talk about. Are you talking about things like the police department? Do you understand these institutions have to be funded, and they're usually funded by either taxpayers or grants and everything? How do you control something you did not create? Socialist economics. What does that mean? That's very vague. So its ideology called African internationalism. Argues that capitalism developed through the exploitation of Africa worldwide. Okay, even if you had global communism and socialism, like in Tanzania with Nyerere, it still failed. Socialism has never lifted anybody out of poverty. But so it is what it is. And the problem is with these groups like this that believe this, that sounds good when you have 99% of people in a given area that are living in abstract poverty. That sounds good. But as soon as these people get education, I don't think China and Vietnam are not socialist countries. Vietnam's a capitalist country, so is China, Now, socialism worked initially and organized the country under one political party for expediency, but it did not work right now. China has banks, they have private property, they have industries and everything like that. Socialism means that the government controls all the means of production. Individuals do not have private property. There's no such thing as private property. The state owns all the farmland, everything. You do not have that in Asia right now. So okay, headquarters and influence. The movement is based in St. Petersburg, where the Uhuru House has served as a major organizing center. The organization also has chapters in the U.S., international connections in Africa. I remember when he tried to do a connection in Sierra Leone. Back I remember they was trying to compete with the BAIO and try to establish something in Sierra Leone. It failed miserably. He went over there. I think he stayed for like a week. It just didn't work out, man. I like, bro, old man, he got to come on. He went over there talking this socialist night. They looking at him like, yes, my brother. They didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. I remember that. Historic background. The movement emerged after Joseph Waller was arrested in 1966 for removing a racist mural from St. Petersburg City Hall. He later adopted the name as Omali Yeshitela and developed an African internationalist theory that underpins the movement. Recent events. Now, the thing is about the Uhuru movement right now is they're now aligned with the white socialist movements, right? They're one and the same. And the white socialist movement in America, communist movement, is bankrolling this now, right? Along with the LGBTQ. That's why I read flags a couple of years ago. I seen when they joined the Black Lives Matter, you had white people that had Uhuru shirts on with the LGBTQ flag and the trans flag put together. And that raised red flags for me. And it dawned on me that the LGBTQ and the transgender movement was co-opting weak black nationalist groups because they had money. Listen, folks, I'm not going to tell you anything wrong. Like I said, I'm going to tell you what I've observed and what's right. So therefore, just like it's apparent now that the Black Lives Matter movement was hijacked by the LGBTQ movement, right? So was this movement, the Republic of New Africa, and almost happened with the new Black Panther Party, But I don't think Malik Shabazz was going for that, So that's why Irritated Genie, they all want to get rid of Irritated Genie because he was in the way. So these guys infiltrated this group, the Uhuru group, right? It's an official LGBTQ, leftist, communist, socialist, gay, transgender, feminist, whatever, all these things, And so, but they use the Uhuru name and they say the African Socialist Party. And so to the untrained mind, you think you're talking to a black nationalist organization. And you really think you're talking about a front movement. Do you know these people tried to infiltrate the BAIO? And that's one of the reasons why we split. Because I kicked all these people out. When I saw them saying pro-LGBTQ shit on the website and everything like that, I cleaned house. So when a movement is weak, now so far I have not seen the LGBTQ movement infiltrate the UNIA. I haven't seen that yet, I'm not too sure about the other word, but I know this movement right here, the horror movement, and it all has to do with money. When you're desperate for money and you're not being funded by, let me tell you something. Any movement that is not funded by, even if you have a small movement and you're not doing a whole lot, so long as it's funded by your people, it's credible. But when you start looking up and these guys are in these big conventions and they're on an airplane and they're in expensive jets and whatnot, where the fuck is this money coming from? That's when my spidey senses go up, Phil Yard said they're socialism with capitalism. That's not what. That's exactly. Let's see. I don't know what that's making me. DK. I don't know. The movement legit. They was wearing. They was supporting being charged. Yeah, but the thing is, though, these people were more leftist than the Biden administration. You remember the situation? And tell me, Phil Yardstick, I don't know where you're from, but if I see a bunch of white girls down there with your flag and wearing your shirt and everything, I got a little pause for concern. That's not how we do things around here. If it's white, it ain't right. I don't give a damn what you would do like this. No white people have no business being anything that calls itself a black nationalist freaking movement. You can take that to the bank. We don't do that here. I don't know how y'all do that in Jamaica. I guess y'all love your little fat white girls down there, sitting on the beach. But we don't do that up here, bro. We don't mix with the devils, So, all right. The next one I want to talk about is the Republic of New Africa. I'm going to open the lines up, Yeah, of course, it was the white allies and all this. And I said, man, well, let's have a white love fest and whatnot. I was like, man, we're just this far gone. This is the so-called big bad Horu movement. I'm like, I said I give up. I fucking really do. I said I give up. I'm sick and tired of hearing about a fucking ally. Next one I'm gonna talk about is the Republic of New Africa, right? Now, a guy named Chokwe Lumumba from Detroit founded it one night, and this guy was a pretty honorable man. I do know that there's somebody in history that y'all probably don't know about, but I knew about it, right? His name was Kwame Atta, right? From Detroit. There's a Kwame Atta Street in Detroit named after him, right? He was an activist in the Republic of New Africa, right? But he split with them because he believed an African homeland should be in Africa, right? And so what he did was he took his family in the late 60s to Ghana. And he he was given land by Kwame Nkrumah up east of the Volta River to the Togo border, and they called the land Fiancre. Fiancre simply meant this was a gift to the black diaspora. It says, because you left without saying goodbye. Fiancre was there for decades, Kwame Atta, he abandoned the project when Kwame Nkrumah was overthrown, and he moved his family to Liberia. I knew his daughter. Her and I was the same age. She passed away like 3 years ago. Maya Atta, right? She grew up in Liberia as a kid in a private school in Liberia. She loved her youth. She said, "Yeah, Ghana wasn't a move back. There was a lot of political turmoil and everything, so they went to Liberia. He moved his family to Liberia, and the Fiancre project was abandoned. And then around 2008, 2009, some people, including my brother Bomani, went to that area and started resettling Fiancre, and people built homes on there, everything like that. Then in 2015, there was a land dispute, and two elderly African American sisters were killed over a land dispute, and then people abandoned the property. Again, that's a beautiful land. You look at the lush green right there. That's like one of those beautiful lands you ever see in life. That part of Ghana is beautiful, you know. So anyway, point I'm trying to make is, although you had the Republic of New Africa, right? They failed to get the 6 states that were asking for, right? Kwame Atta went another route. He went to Ghana and he was able to get land. And Fiancre falls worth so there. Out of Fiancre now, you have the Asebo community. You got another couple other communities there. That's all part of the spirit of repatriation to Ghana. Ghana is an epicenter of Black nationalist politics. Probably the number one country in the world for Black nationalism. Dr. Campbell's father was one of the founders of the Republic of New Africa. His son, Dr. Obadali Kambon, lives in Ghana. That shows me what I'm talking about is the move to any Black nationalist organization is you got to make a base camp or make a settlement in somewhere on the African continent, or your movement is not legitimate. So, anyway, Chukwu Lumumba became the mayor of Jackson, Mississippi. And to be honest with you, right, and I'm not going to, because like I said, I think he was a good man, honorable man. And these guys are no slouches. Republic of New Africa, they're no slouches, right? But they only accomplished what was in their means. So therefore, instead of getting 4 or 5 states, he settled for mayor. I think he was trying to run for governor of Mississippi too, and whatnot, you know. So he engaged the mainstream of American political process. and now his son is now the mayor of a thing, of Jackson, Mississippi. They did what they had to do, because it was unrealistic. The original plan of getting 4 or 5 states was unrealistic. So getting political office and trying to change the system from within would seem like it was more feasible. Yeah, it was a big mess down there. A lot of it is the fact that Jackson has a poor tax base. It's like the poorest big city in the South. 27% below the poverty rate, and 90% black population, 27% below the poverty rate. So if black people took over Mississippi, how exactly would they live? If all the whites left and took their jobs, businesses, industries, and investments, what would the black people do? But some people don't think about something like that. They get so hyped up on emotion. That being said, the topic is why all black nationalists eventually failed. I think I laid the case out. I said when we formed the BAIO, what we did was we looked at all these black organizations and said, what could we do different? What could be our focus? And we came up with the idea that we need an Afghanistan. We didn't have a name for this territory because it did not exist. What do you call an African American, African slave descendant diaspora homeland in Africa? That means the African American who identifies. One of the things in the BAO is you have to identify as an African, not as a Choctaw Indian, none of that stuff like that, right? You have to be of slave descent. And so, therefore, we ask people, are you black African? Are you a black African? No, this is what we ask. Are you African or African American? It's the one to the other. Are you, if you're African American, did your ancestors come here via the transatlantic slave trade? If there's any hesitation in that question, you're blocked off and you can't join us. We want people that know who they are, proud of what they are, stand on things. Because I had a funny feeling this day. I didn't come from Africa with bro. So anyone you see in the BAIO, right? They all believe that know of the truth of the Ma'afa, the transatlantic slave trade Holocaust, and the evidence of that. So it is what it is. That being said, I'm going to open the lines up. A mouse. Oh, how a mouse died on me. All right. Well, I can't get this thing to work. I can't get this thing to work. Hold up. What the heck? I can't get this to start open. Sorry, folks. I'm having trouble getting my link up. I don't know what the hell's going on my friggin' my thing. Copied. folks. I don't know. I'll figure this out. Let's see. Let's see. What's going on my copy button, but I can't get this thing to work. Let's see, submit requests. What's up, folks? I'll be with you in a second. Copy link. I don't know. All right, folks. I'm trying to get this working, folks. Bear with me. All right. Jeez. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, folks. I can't get my link to start my show, my guest link working. Let me see. Let me get this. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Need some water. I can't freaking get my damn thing to work, man. Anybody know the button you use for copy? Somebody's automatic copy is not working. Let's see. Let's see. So. Okay, what I'm do is I'm gonna freaking copy it. The name. I'm gonna say 5TRFJ. Okay, I'll do like that. APS stream. I'm just gonna type it in. HTTP semicolon forward slash. All right, I'll be with you 1 second, folks. You have to type it in. StreamYard.com. StreamYard.com. .com. And the rest of it, 5TRF. 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 The rest of it, QDCQ. Q. Oh, there we go. As I put it in manually. Hopefully that works. Could somebody please try to click on and see if that works? Oh, Sandman. It's cough with a G, not couch. Yeah, he says, are you going to lead the way to the Africa? Of course I am. Of course that's somebody's got to do it. Why not me? Somebody's got to do it. Does somebody click on the link? Tell me if it's working. Before the link goes out of the screen, folks. I know what I'll do. I know what I will do. At the studio. I'm going to switch studios, folks. Give me a second. Yeah, something's wrong with this tonight. Hold up, folks. Something's wrong. All right, folks, try that now. Try it now. I'm using my cell phone. Try that now. See if that works. See if that works. Not. I have to freaking probably start all over again. Can anybody click on there? See if it's working. I just put the link in there again. It should work. Well, I'll wait till somebody comes up, but in the meantime, the show must go on. Yeah, I think I laid down the gauntlet about what I believe and stuff like that. Like I said, and I didn't come across the link works. If somebody come on, please, so I can see it up here. I only got myself up here. You know, but so my point I'm trying to make tonight is most Black nationalist groups, they basically have unrealistic expectations. They want everybody to friggin' come and bow down to unrealistic ideology and stuff like that. Even when they're shown that what they have does not work or maybe stagnate, whatever like that, they'll still stick to their guns and stuff like that. And then what happens is the people just, okay, whatever. And they ignore you and stuff like that, and you get angry, and it turns out really ugly. I remember a couple of years ago, Umar Johnson was going in on middle class black people. Oh, man, they got this, they're spending all this money on this. But look, who are you to tell somebody, you know, so who are you to tell somebody where to spend their money at? You can advise them, say, yeah, we can do it like that. But when it comes to the point where getting wealthy, saving, doing the right thing, making good decisions is bad, there's something fundamentally wrong with that. In other words, what I'm saying is when it gets to the point where people basically think that your success is, shines a bad light on your movement or discredits your movement, there's something fundamentally wrong with the movement. A movement should be able to adjust and adapt to anybody that comes along. You should be able to accommodate anybody, because there's no such thing as somebody's more black than they are, yeah, because he's more impoverished, he's less educated, and we're the only group of people that think like that. And that's why nationalist movements usually work in other cultures, but don't work in Black America. Because Black American nationalist groups, for the most part, they'll have one or two people that got the education, The rest of the people expect to be zombies, just follow along and stuff like that. Nobody else is allowed in for new ideas and stuff. Go ahead, Nakmeezy.
How you doing, brother?
Go ahead, bro. What's on your mind?
So as far as this Afghanistan, what country is it going to be? Liberia for you, or
No, no. Like I said, I have not. I have my ideas, right? But it could be like I said. I told our friends we have people all over the freaking continent, right? And so wherever place gives the best situation, it could be any place. At one time, we was considering the coastline of Kenya. You know, some Kenyans said, "Oh yeah, you guys should bring it over here." Yeah, we had one time it was Gambia. You know, one time it was Guinea-Bissau. When I, you know, like this, you know, so whatever the situation is, right now, right now we don't really know exactly who's going to give us everything we need to build it and where it's going to be at. You know, we just keep probing and whatnot and just keep our ears open. You know, so I have my ideas, but
so why don't you guys get that figured out first, like
yeah, but the thing
a
is, you cannot do
destination
that.
place?
We cannot do that until I don't want to tip my hand too soon. You know, I don't want to reveal anything like be like, oh yeah, we're doing this or whatnot, because until I make contact and I'm on the ground. When I'm on the ground and when I plan on moving to the continent in 2 years permanently, once
Oh,
I'm on
two
the
years.
continent
Okay.
permanently, once I make on the continent permanently and everything like that, and I have no issue with walking up to anybody. I don't give a damn how high your official is and asking what for what on. The only thing you could tell me is no. If you tell me no, I'm gonna find a way around you. You know, so that's what I want to do. It doesn't really matter, So I know I cannot do this. Like I said, I tried to bring a group there uh, back in 2020. Then COVID happened. I figured, you know something, this right here, I can't send people. I got to be the one to do it. So I have to be the one that really pioneers. Now, other people,
How many people do you want in Afghanistan?
well, I'm like this. I look, it could be as little as 200,000 people. You know, the main thing is we're starting something new. If people want to be happy, whatever like that. I want to be around. We black people that joined the BAO. We want to be around black people that like being around other black people and want to build. I don't give a damn if it's 2% of us, right? If we're together, we'll be good, right? If it's more than that, if it's like 10% of us, that'd be great. If it's half of us, that'd be great. But the bottom line is we're not gonna sit here and 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 just die. And we believe, and our BAO believe that we've outgrown this country, this civilization. We've outgrown this place because I know too many
So you want to
people.
move backwards then?
No, it's not back. We're going forward. If I'm bringing the best and brightest to the continent, that's what we were able to assemble. Some of the best engineers, some of the best. Those are the people that's down with us. And these people heard them. And also, the more educated a person is, the more they likely they believe this is possible. That's what I found out too. You know, Whether like this guy Quint. You know, I gotta have Quint on the show one night. This guy has like 10 degrees. This guy's a scientist. He's talking about everything. And he was going to go to our mission in Angola, but he couldn't because he was taking care of his elderly mother. His mother passed away, so he could probably do something now. But he's a guy in the 60s, but he's
Did you
been,
ever heard of build it and they will come?
yeah, well,
Like you got to get some
this is
land,
what
bro.
this is what I'm saying. These are people that's part of the pioneering force, you know? These are people that are capable of building shit. My guy Dion in Chicago builds buildings, you know?
But you have to have land first, brother,
Yeah, no, but
and a country.
let me tell you something, that land is not the issue. There's land. I got land offers all in Africa. I got land offers all. Look. Let me tell you something about land in Africa. Right? It's so abundant. It's so unreal. It's just a matter of basically organizing and just selling, because you get the wrong land, the wrong place, and then you just waste the time. So it has to be done right. Getting land in Africa is nothing. You
No, I
know.
mean land. At least a place, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then
Well,
at that point, you have to start negotiating with
that's what
politicians and local
that's what
leaders.
that's why we got Liberia. I got a whole team in Liberia. that was like that. So we, after a while, we don't even need America no more because we're gonna have base camp in Liberia. And so the bottom line is, I want to be able to go back and forth to each country in Africa and put this together. So that's what I'm saying. Land is no option. It's to basically the organizing people and logistics. Right now, we don't have any logistics on the continent. I said we should have had made our own construction companies by now, bulldozer companies, everything. We got these people, and people are joining the BAO. One guy in what was it, Louisiana? This guy does oil rigging, something like that. He was telling me that he does down there. He knows how to change out pipes and whatnot. That's what he does for a living. He said, I would love to be able to participate in something like that. And so I said, there's gonna be all kinds of opportunity because the people we're getting, in the people in the shipping industry and all kinds of stuff. The people that was attracted to BAO were people with high skills. People with friggin' computer science. We had one guy. This guy's a computer scientist. This guy, Mike, we and him, we had a falling out, but he joined Dr. Arcana, and he works with ADDI with Dr. Arcana now. He was with me at first, but he's with ADI with Dr. Arcana. It happens, but whatever. But this guy was going to get a contract to completely upgrade Angola's whole computer system because their computer system was antiquated. He showed designs to our handlers in Angola, how they were going to do all this like that. Then another guy, another one that went with Dr. Arcana, he does fiber optics, undersea and above ground fiber optics, whatnot. All those guys were set to go over there in 2020, but COVID happened. And so we couldn't get flights from, what was the last flight? Kenya wasn't sending any flights to Angola. So we couldn't, because there was not enough people traveling. So I just waited a few months and I made my first trip to Africa. I went to Liberia in 2021. So
So right now you're selling Afghanistan with no
well,
Africa.
I'm not selling anything. Those of us who are interested are going to do this. Those who don't, that's fine.
So those that are interested don't have a place where they
Yeah,
can say, look,
let me
this is
say this.
where it's going to be. That's
Knack,
very important, brother.
That's fine. Most of us or did this already on the continent. They're happy. They're good. When this happens, it'll be better. They ain't worried about it. They ain't sweating
You're
it.
giving yourself two years, but you don't have anything in
And
place,
so, yeah,
brother.
but
That's
I
not
go,
good.
but I go to Liberia every year. When I say permanently, that means I could do stuff that I can't do right now. I could commit to stuff that I can't commit to right now. But it'll be all right. It'll be all right. So
Why don't you just go to the Caribbean, man?
I'm not going to the
If you want to
Caribbean.
get out of
I,
America,
I'm not going to the Caribbean. I'm
what
not
do
a
you have
Caribbean.
against the Caribbean?
I'm not a Caribbean. That's why.
Well,
I'm not a Caribbean.
huh?
I'm not a Caribbean.
You're not a Liberian either.
Well, so look, but my blood is in Africa, right? My blood's not in the Caribbean. So ideally, I'm going to the place my
How
ancestors
do you
were
figure
enslaved.
your blood is not in the Caribbean, brother?
My
That
blood is
makes no
not in the
sense.
damn. My blood is not. I have no interest in any. Matter of fact, I've never been to the Caribbean before, except for Bahamas and whatnot. I have no interest in the Caribbean whatsoever.
You,
Now,
you, brother, you know that Black Americans, a lot of us have traveled
look,
through the Caribbean,
Jack, I
right?
really don't care. I don't care. Like, if somebody wants to go to the Caribbean, I'm not stopping you. Go right ahead, go to the Caribbean. I'm not interested in the Caribbean. You know, I'm not
Wow.
interested in the Caribbean. I'm not interested in Jamaica. I'm not interested in Barbados. I'm not interested in Haiti. I'm not interested in South America, Central America, none of that. The only place I want to build, as far as like in Africa is the African continent. That don't mean that's going to be the only place we're going to be at, but that's where the base camp is going to be on the African
So
continent.
what's the advantage of doing it in Africa?
Well, many different reasons, man. So the bottom line, that's where we belong. That's what I believe. I believe that's where we belong. I don't believe. I don't. Like I said, if somebody don't want to believe that, like I said, I am not going to hold nobody's hand.
No, but I'm saying like realistically, what are the benefits of living in Africa
Well,
besides just that's where we belong?
It's like this. I'm looking at the majority of the people on the continent look like me, you know.
That
And
doesn't mean anything.
the bottom line is, you go there to a continent that where the people share the same racial makeup as you and stuff like that. And the
But
bottom line,
race doesn't mean anything over there. It's about
okay,
ethnicity.
it means, oh, look, when I'm in Liberia, right? I don't care about the ethnicity. All I see is fucking black folks. I don't
Well,
care about.
that's you, but you're in the minority, brother.
Yeah,
They will see, as far as race is concerned,
I don't.
a lot of
I,
them will see the
yeah,
white man as more
but,
beneficial than you.
but I am friggin' at peace because nobody has to know that I'm fucking not one of them.
Well, they
You know?
can see that you're not one of them.
So that nobody could tell. Nobody could actually could bet their life on it. You know. So the bottom line, nobody could actually bet their life on it, and nobody cares. You know. So I'm like this. So like I said, I tell people all the time. Look, I tell people all the time. Look, black people in America, we got a lot of good things in America. I want to keep. Right. We still got places like Mount Bayou, Mississippi. You know, we still got places throughout the eastern seaboard of America. Nice black communities here. We got a nice black community here in Virginia Beach. You know, we got a nice black communities here in the state of Virginia. I look like this, but I'm saying that we need, in my opinion, we need more than that. You know, just like the Jews, they had the whole world, but they knew that they had to have the state of Israel. You know,
And how's that working out for them? They're getting bombed every
yeah, but the
goddamn
thing
day
is,
because they don't belong there.
at least they have a chance to fight. You know, I don't have no chance to fight in America. You know, and I don't know if you were listening to my show the other night. I said like this: the only being or in the universe, right? The only molecule, the only plant, the only being in the universe that can't defend itself is the American Negro.
Wrong.
Well, tell me this: a tree could defend itself against another tree because it could block out the sunlight from another tree and kill it so it don't grow. It has its own space. You take a
That's
look.
not defending
Hold
itself. That's
on,
not defending itself from
hold
another
on,
tree. The other
hold
tree isn't
on. I
attacking it.
remember I was seeing this one thing. There was a little tiny fish at the bottom of the ocean, thousands of feet deep, right? These two little tiny fish, right, were fighting over a little piece of sand at the bottom of the ocean. And I said to myself, why is it that this big open ocean, these people, these two fish, sucking each other's mouth, biting each other, fighting to the death over that thing. One guy, fish, was like, "I'm here first. This is my thing." The other guy said, "Oh, that's a good spot for hunting. I want it." And the other one said, "Now, if that fish was an American Negro, he would just let the other fish take what he has, or he would not have nothing to begin with, and let it run it out." But this bottom line,
I think you're talking about Africans when you say that he
oh,
would just let someone take his shit, because
no,
that's happening to
no,
Africans,
hold on,
not Black
hold
Americans.
on. Nat, we already, the BAO, and a lot of our people have already been to the continent. We literally know that Africa is the least densely populated area of the planet. The only place in Africa that got even a modicum of dense population is Rwanda. The rest of the continent is underpopulated.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the fact that they don't run shit in their country.
Well, the bottom line is this. It's say what you want. They're there. They got their own shit. They got more power.
No, well, brother,
Yeah,
it's not about me saying what I want. I'm speaking facts right now.
yeah, but
And
hold
you
on.
overuse the statement. The bottom line is this. The bottom line is
Hold on.
this:
What are we
that
running?
Africa is not a viable
Hold on.
place as of
Hold on.
now for. Yeah,
Let
go
me ask
on.
you a question.
Cut me off again. Yes,
But hold on. Let me ask you a question, right?
yes, sir.
Uh, there's black people from America moving all over the world.
Hmm.
You know, they live in all countries in the world, exploring options. So you're saying the only place we shouldn't be looking at there's black people building communities all over the damn world. You know, now. So you're saying that the only place we shouldn't be viable is the mother continent.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Because it sounds like you're
I'm
saying.
saying no, but I'll explain. What I'm saying is that to move to a continent en masse,
I never
en
said that.
masse, African, you said 200,000 minimum.
I
Your
said
words.
if that might take 20 years to do.
Wait,
So
wait, but you said 200,000 minimum
I said,
to a
look, the bottom line is my job, right?
brother.
Is
Can I finish answering your question, please?
go ahead,
You,
go
you
ahead.
like cutting people off so that you don't get the message. You said 200,000 minimum, and then you don't even have a place to go. You don't have any
And,
treaties. You don't have
and that's
anything worked out
why
with politicians or ethnic group leaders. And you're talking about that's the thing. And at the same time, you throwing shots at Black Americans
hold on.
when what you're saying applies more to Africans because they got their shit yapped and they still getting their shit yapped.
Well, I'm saying
Just
like this.
watch any news channel from an African country. Most of the time, it's not in an African language. It's in French, English, Portuguese, or Spanish. Come
Well,
on, brother. Like these are the realities.
I'm like this. I'm like this, right? The the problem is this: there's a whole. I America can't be my end game. Sorry, not gonna happen.
It is your end game.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Embrace it.
That's your
You're
end game.
never moving to Africa,
Hold
brother.
on. That is your end game, right? Your end game. I have an
I
African.
left. I left, but I
Yeah,
love my country.
you're in another white country, right?
Right.
Right. So the
Right.
bottom line is, I don't want to live in a white country
Why?
because I'm racist. That's why.
Well, okay. Let's take that, right? And shout out to you, brother. I appreciate that
I'll be
energy.
honest with you. I'm a fucking
No, I'm
racist
dead
from
ass
the start.
serious. I appreciate the
I
energy.
don't
I
believe
appreciate it.
I don't believe
You'll
black and
get
white
no
people.
pushback from me on that.
I
No
don't believe
pushback on
black
me
and
from
white people should live together in this under the same flag.
right. But so then you don't want power then because you want to just live under the thumb of white people
No,
with
no, no.
black faces.
I'm here because of circumstances, the transatlantic slave trade, right?
No.
And my ancestors were told, that because they weren't educated, they were told that gradually we're going to accept your humanity. And be honest with you, right? And we're all looking at this, right? That has not happened. So the bottom line
Right.
is
So
this:
then why is it taking you so long to leave? You don't even
hold on,
have a
hold on,
destination.
hold on. The thing is, though, it's a gradual process. What I'm doing, I
No,
might
no, 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 no,
That
no.
easy. What I'm doing, I might not even see the to the end of it. You know, I might not even be
So
alive.
that is not a plan, brother.
Nat, there's an old saying: the enlightenment is the man who plants a tree, knowing he's not going to benefit from its shade.
Yeah, I call that an idiot.
No, it's not an idiot, but that's how humanity goes. Hold up. You
No,
look
no,
at
no, no,
hold
no.
up. You look at the animal kingdom, right? A wasp goes out and hunts a dangerous tarantula, stings it, right? Puts it in a
Hmm.
burrow, lays an egg, and never sees his offspring. But it did his job. You know,
Oh, well, we're
I'm
not
just doing my
wasps.
job.
I'm not a wasp.
You know what I'm saying? So, but that's what human nature is. You do what you got to do. You know,
No, human
and
nature is to procreate.
yeah, say hold up.
So
You
when you're
do what you
speaking about this as a man that hasn't
Yeah, I
procreated,
know. Yeah, but hold on. But why are you bringing? So you can't argue my point. So now you're gonna talk about me
no, no,
talking.
I'm just saying, I'm
Hey,
speaking
look, I'm
to
saying.
procreation. That's what that is.
Hold on, hold on. I'm saying that besides appropriation, right? We need a land, a nation of our own, the next generation. Whether I benefit
Okay,
from it
but
or not,
and unfortunately, due to historical circumstances, Black Americans' own country is America.
No,
Take
it's not.
advantage of it.
No, it's not.
It's our country.
No, it's not.
And if you think
No,
you're
it's
gonna,
not.
you don't even know where you want to
No,
go, brother.
it's not. No, it's not. America is a
But
fucking
you're
white
there
country.
right now. You're there right now.
Unfortunately, I'm here. Yeah, America's a
So
white
then,
belt.
why did you come
You know?
back? You were already in Africa. Why leave the land of milk and honey?
Look. I got business here. I got to tidy up, whatever like that. Do this. In a
That's
couple of years from
questionable, brother.
now,
I don't think
uh,
you
uh,
own that
uh,
business. I
look,
think a white man owns that insurance
no,
company, correct?
I own it, bro. You know. And the bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. Like I said, when the time comes, right, I'll sell my portion of the business, and I'm gone.
Your
And they can have
portion.
it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? They can have it, whatever. I'll sell it to my brother and sister. And I'm out. We're not. As long as I get my royalties, whatever, I'm fine. I'm good, right? So the bottom line is 2 years minimum. I'm out of here.
Okay. So
Simple as
you
that.
got a plan. I respect that.
Yeah, I'm out of here. and people want to keep going through all this stupid. Look, I am sick and tired of people coming in my face. Like I said, I don't even participate in politics in this country no more. I don't. You know, every time somebody always crying on my shoulder, the Republicans this, Trump this, that. I don't give a shit. I don't give a damn. You know, I don't care what happens in this country. This country could burn now tomorrow. I do not care. You know, I
So
don't
if
care
the
about
country
race.
burns down with all your black
I really don't. I
American
really
brethren,
don't.
you wouldn't care.
I really don't give a damn. You know.
So you don't care about your own people.
Okay, no, look. I only care about the future, my future, whatever. Anybody wants to come with me and build what I want to build, you're on the right path. You know.
Now,
Those of us who
for
believe in
black men to
America.
say they don't care that the place where their people were born
Well,
and raised,
it's like this. I'm talking
that's
about
crazy.
what I'm talking about is metaphorically. I ain't talking about literally, right? What I'm
Okay.
saying is the country goes to shit, whatever goes up in flames, a race war, whatever like that. You know, I'm like, this is not my problem no more. You know, the people want to fight for this shit. You want to fight for this country. You want to fight for this shit. You feel you got to be out there on the front lines, fighting the Klan, fighting all these the Proud Boys, the skinheads, those kind of stupid shit. You want to go right ahead. All y'all people, I wish you all the fucking luck. You want to fight the MAGA, all these other people like that. You got white people
Brother,
rallying around.
you created MAGA. You voted for Trump.
No, look, I voted great MAGA. I voted against one thing that
You voted
superseded
for
MAGA.
Trump, brother. You
Hold on,
are
hold on, hold on,
so
hold on, hold on,
confused.
hold on,
This racial problem is in your hands.
hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this. Right? I don't believe MAGA is a problem. I don't. I don't think MAGA is a problem. That's why I'm saying. So you misjudged what I was saying. I don't. I
No,
never
but you
thought MAGA
voted
was a
for
problem.
Trump.
I like I said. I don't think MAGA was a problem.
You voted for a racist,
You know, so I look.
and then
I don't
complain
care.
about
Look. I would
racism.
look. America is a racist country. Let America be what it's supposed to be. Why not? You
Right,
know.
and then you helped it become more racist.
So look,
And then they're complaining that it's racist.
if the black people want to deal with that, want to live with that,
No,
that's
but
fine.
you
You know?
created it. You sick
I
that
didn't create
problem
nothing.
on your own
I didn't create
people.
nothing. The bottom line is this: look, if black people are convinced that uh, an election could decide the destiny of a country, that's a fucking problem. If America
No,
was
no,
what it
no. It
said,
is your problem because
oh no, no,
you
no,
engaged in
hold,
the
hold,
election
hold,
and
hold,
you
hold,
voted
hold, hold,
wrong.
hold up.
You
If
voted for
America,
the downfall of your people.
hold on. Our people ain't downfalling. Everybody I know is doing well. We don't give a fuck about no
Oh yeah,
downfall.
right
You
now
know?
they're doing well, but
You know what I'm
10
saying?
minutes ago they
So
black Americans ain't
what the
shit.
hell do I care about MAGA? You know what the hell's they got to do with
No,
me?
because you voted for them.
Yeah. Look, and I will vote for them again. I
Exactly.
want I want the white
Exactly
devil.
because
Look.
you are what's wrong with black America.
Well, okay,
It's the
okay,
enemy from within.
okay.
You wish
I
harm
want
on us.
okay. I what's wrong with Black America? If those who are what's wrong with Black America, you join me. Let's build something new. Let Black America have
All
it.
right, okay. I want to build that with you. Let's go. Where? You
I'm
don't even
saying
have a
you don't know
place.
that you ain't coming.
You think I would follow you, bro?
You got you can't serve two masters. You can't have that flag.
I'm my own master, brother.
You know?
I'm my
You can't,
own master.
you cannot have that flag and swear allegiance to that flag and talk about building something with me. No, it don't work like that. You know.
Brother, but you're paying taxes to that flag right now. And you voted
Unfortunately,
for
yeah.
that flag right now.
Fortunately, no.
You voted to make America great again.
I did
That's what
not
you
vote for
voted
make
for.
America. I did not vote to make America. I'm a single issue voter.
You
I
just
don't give
said
a
you had
shit.
no problem with MAGA. You said you had no problem with MAGA.
Let me tell you
You
something.
voted for Trump.
Let me put it to you like this, right? When people get up there and talk about somebody's racist, I'd say all white people are racist. So what's the difference?
Now, we're not talking about racism.
So in other words, let me ask
We're
you a
talking
question.
about
Oh,
you
let me ask you.
supporting a regime that's racist.
Let me ask you a question. All right, let's say you're right. Who exactly was I supposed to vote for?
If your goal is to leave, you shouldn't even be
Hold
involved in
on.
the
If
political
I
process in America.
hold on.
You should just leave.
So now you're telling me that I'm a taxpaying person living here, U.S. national. I can't vote in an election here.
No, I'm not saying that. If you are done with America
Yeah,
and
I am.
you and if you wait,
But
hold on,
while
brother.
I
Let me answer your
hold up,
question.
but while I'm
Let me
here,
answer your question though. This is why you stay getting cooked because you say stuff
no,
and then
no,
you
no,
don't
you're not
allow the
cooking.
question.
You're not cooking nobody
You don't because you
you're
try
not
to
making any sense.
filibuster. You try to
You're
filibuster,
not making any
and you
sense.
constantly say the
I
bottom
asked
line
you
is
one
this.
simple
You have
question.
a tick.
Look,
You
I
have a
asked you one
tick,
simple
bro.
question. Who was I supposed to
No,
vote
no.
for?
You asked me a million questions and you never let
Yeah,
me
but you never
get
answered the
the
question.
response off.
You never answered my question.
No, because you never allowed the answer to be
Okay, hold on,
stated.
okay, are you
You
gonna answer
said
my
the
question?
bottom. What you're gonna say? The bottom line is this. Say it.
No, take this out. Are you gonna
The
answer my
bottom
question?
line is this.
Are you gonna answer my question?
I always answer your questions. I don't run
No,
from
you did not.
smoke.
You did not answer my question. Who was I supposed to
What
vote
was your question this time that I
for?
didn't
Okay,
answer?
who was I supposed to vote for in this last election?
Okay. As now, let me answer your question.
Go ahead. I'm
If
waiting.
you are divested from America and you have a plan to build Afghanistan, you shouldn't be voting for anyone because you're supposed to leave.
No, no,
Especially
no, no, no.
not voting
That's
for an
not. That's
open
not.
racist,
That's not.
not
That's
voting
not.
for an open racist
Hold on,
that you claim.
hold on.
Come on,
That's
I
not.
say here you go. Hold up. The
You
bottom
didn't
line is
answer my
this. The
question.
bottom line is this.
You didn't answer my question.
I did. I
No,
said you
you
shouldn't
didn't.
vote for nobody if
No,
you're
no, you didn't.
leaving.
No, you didn't.
Leave.
You
Leave.
circumvented.
That's my answer.
Oh no, you
That's my
circumvented. No,
answer.
that's not the question. What candidate was I supposed to vote for his last election? Give me a name.
None of them because you're leaving.
So in other words, basically,
Don't
I'm going
don't
up
don't
there.
set the
So
house on fire before you move. You're supposed to move. Just be out.
look,
Just
the bottom
leave.
line. Look, the bottom line is this. Look,
There it goes. The
hold up.
bottom. Hey, chat. I want y'all to do a
My
bottom line
vote.
of this
My vote
counter.
was hold up. My
You said
vote
it
was
20 times already.
hold up. My vote was my opinion. Now, if
No,
you don't
no,
want me to
but
have
your
an opinion,
opinion, you have a
your
deadly
vote was my
opinion
opinion.
that's negatively
It
affecting your
doesn't matter.
people.
It does not matter. It was my opinion.
It does matter
It's my
because
vote.
you are divested. You are a black
I am
American
not
divester. That's why you
nothing.
put pictures, unflattering pictures up a black American woman because you are a divester.
I
You are
don't.
a divester and you are
Nag,
a
I don't know.
tether. You
This
are a
is
divester and at the
hold
same
on,
time
Nag,
tethered
hold
to
on,
America.
Nag.
You're confused, brother.
If this is what you call cooking,
No, no, I'm gonna deal with you how you deal with me.
no,
The
this is what you
problem
call
is,
this is what you
the
call cooking.
difference
You're not
between
making
you
any
and
sense.
I is, brother, is that I'm successful, you're a loser,
Yeah,
I'm fucking
yeah,
in good
but the
health,
thing is,
your
though,
health is suffering, I'm a
the
father,
thing is, though,
you're not, you're a fucking loser, dude.
okay,
You're
but
a
why you?
loser.
Hold on, why? Let me ask you a question, Nag.
You're a loser. You live with your fucking sister.
Let me
You
ask you a
live with
question.
your sister, dude.
Nag. Who calls whose show?
Yeah, I do. Because
All right,
this shit needs to be pushed back on.
Have I ever called your show?
You're very welcome. I don't do
Okay,
shows. I make too much money in the
maybe
real
because
world.
if
I
I'm a
don't need to
loser,
do
right?
shows.
If
Brother,
if
brother,
I was
while
a
you're doing
loser,
shows,
you know what a loser
I'm
does?
cuddled up with my beautiful warm wife.
A loser follows a winner.
Wait, while you're doing 6 hour live streams,
Just say,
I'm cuddled up with my wife, kissing my daughter before I leave the house.
Nag,
And
you're not
yeah, yeah,
making
yeah.
Nag. I'm trying to save you here. You don't make any sense.
Brother,
You
brother.
follow my show. You know, I don't follow
Because it
you.
has to be pushed
You
back.
hold on.
We
You
have to
follow
push
me.
back on this bullshit.
Hold on. You follow me. I don't follow you. So who's the loser?
You don't have to follow me,
I said, I don't care about you. You know?
but your
I said,
anti-black American woman narrative has to be
so
pushed back
you're not
on.
making any goddamn
You're
sense.
afraid to pull the trigger to
You'll say,
leave. You're a coward.
you're
You're
not
a
making any,
coward. How can you talk about leaving and not
you're not
leave?
making
You're
any
a
sense.
coward, brother.
You call my show all the time,
Yeah,
right?
your show.
I never
You're
look.
not even monetized
I never look. I never called your show asking you anything because I don't care what
because
you
you know what would happen to
say.
you. You get
Nag,
cooked.
you're insignificant. Nobody knows who you are. You know.
Wait. I'm. Oh, it's you. You know who knows who I am? My beautiful children.
Well, yeah, that's
I'm
beautiful.
a father. I
No, that's
procreated.
no, that's
You
beautiful.
haven't, because you're shooting blanks, my nigga. You're
Hey,
shooting blanks. You're
That's
shooting blanks.
Nikki. That's fine. But the bottom line is this:
Yes,
I don't call. I
yes.
don't look.
Let's talk
I
about
don't
the
call.
black family, my nigga. You can't even create one.
I don't.
Limp dick ass nigga.
Nikki, I don't call your show right for a reason.
I don't have a show. I
All
don't
right.
care about
So what I'm
YouTube.
saying, in other words, hold up. You can listen to my show because I got talent, and people can listen
No,
to me.
I
Okay.
listen to your show because you constantly throw
All right,
shots
so
at
you
Black American women. You're a divester, brother. You're a
evidently, what I'm saying,
divester.
evidently, what I'm
You're a
saying,
divester.
hold on,
You're Cynthia G
everything,
with the little
check it out.
penis. That's what you are. You're
Everything,
Cynthia
look,
G
check this
with
out.
bad lungs. That's what you are, my nigga.
Everything I do for that triggers you,
You're
right?
not doing shit
Hold on,
but
but
6 hour live streams
you're
talking
on
about
my show.
fantasies.
You're on my live stream arguing with me. How do you look?
Yes, yes.
You know, I don't come on your line to argue with you.
I don't do that. But
You know
don't
what I'm
try
saying?
to. That's a false
So the bottom
equivalent,
line,
brother.
so the bottom line, when
You
you call
said you were
somebody a
Kala Rumble
loser,
tonight.
hold
You
on,
said you were Kala Rumble, Kala Genesis, Kala Thanos, right?
hold on. When you say that I'm a loser, right? Losers follow.
Yes,
You
you're a
know,
loser.
I say, how am I a loser? Who do you see? Do you ever see me go on any
You're
other
a loser
platform?
in terms of your
Okay,
ideology.
hold on.
Because you, and I'm
You
gonna
ever see
tell
me
you,
go?
you asked why I think you're a
Hold
loser.
on. You ever
I'm
see?
gonna tell you why you're a loser. I'm
Hold
gonna
on. You
tell
ever
you.
see me?
Let me explain to you why you're a loser. First of all, only a loser would say, explain why I'm a loser. Fucking
Well,
winners don't think like that.
no. Shut up, man. Yeah, I had enough. I got my head just fucking with this guy, man. You know, it says next said your first guess where the Africans help you out, college. Oh, bottom line is this: I look. I don't know. I don't know about this guy. You know, like I said, when you call somebody's show like 5, 6 nights a week, right, arguing with me on every fucking thing, and call me a loser, right? You know, it's like me trolling somebody. Oh yeah, well, Nat sees me in his fucking wet dreams every night. You know, every night he fucking got a heart on, fucking thinking about me and shit like that. Call it this, call that. He can't. This nigga can't go to sleep. He's all the way in the fucking Netherlands, worrying about what the fuck I'm doing over here. You know, some weird ass shit, man. Where the fuck these niggas come from, man? A Nat Measy, man. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Go ahead, Elvis.
What's up, Carla?
Yeah. Go on. What's on your mind?
Yeah, look, when you say all black nationalist movement eventually fall, I'm guessing you mean like African American based black nationalist movement.
I want to start off by saying I thank you for calling my show and asking me about the topic. That's what I wanted to say. And from now on, anybody calls my show, starts arguing with me, and didn't address the topic, you out of here. You know? Not music come up here, there's a personal shit. No, I don't have kids. No, I don't have all stuff like that. Like that. What the fuck does that got to do with the topic? That's how dumb this nigga is. Don't come here and talk about something that does nothing to do with the topic. I do a show, you talk about the topic. You don't talk about me. You don't talk about the Afghanistan. You talk about what the fuck I made the show about. Or get the hell off. But go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm guessing you're talking about African Americans here in America, right? Why the nationalist movement tend to
Yeah,
fail.
because some of the nationalist movements in Africa actually succeeded, you know. But I'm saying in America, these black nationalist movements always failed, you know. And and my point I was trying to make is, if people were sitting there listening, and I really, really wanted some real feedback, you know, I wanted some feedback. It took me a while to put the show together, you know. I had to do a lot of research for this topic, you know.
So
And
what was your conclusion? Why do they fail?
well, one of the reasons is, and I don't know, it's kind of hard for me to say this, but a lot of the black nationalist groups, right, come from the lower rungs of black America. The order for the black nationalist movement to work is they have never bridged the gap between their ideology and academia. Do I make sense when I say that?
You make sense, but I disagree with you, but I'll let you finish and I'll tell you
Look,
why I think.
academia has always been coveted by people who want to steer us towards integration, amalgamation, and assimilation. Any other civilization, right? The academia aids nationalism, whether it's the Chinese Revolution, Japan's Meiji Restoration, all these were nationalist movements, but they were supported by a bureaucracy, and the education and the academic is where they spent a lot of money propping up nationalists. Like the Japanese put the Zaibatsus together. That was a nationalistic industrial base of firms. Mitsubishi, Sumitomo, everything. All that's nationalism, you know? In Black America, right, the nationalist movements were never supported by any sort of major academia. We're always grassroots movements, stuff like that, right? Then when the people who are educated comes in, right, they're sort of marginal. And I have many evidence of that, right? I had a friend of mine named Black Achievement. I'm gonna try to get him on one of these days. And he's the type, man, he used to bust my balls. But ask Mufasa about him, man. He used to kill me on my show on Block Talk Radio, baby, back in the days. But he said he joined the Nation of Islam, right? And he's a lawyer. He does laws for coding and copyright software, laws, right? He said he wanted to teach that to a Nation of Islam chapter. They brought him in and said, nah, nigga, you got to start on the bottom. They put some final calls in his hand
Okay,
because they were like,
let me say this quickly, Colin. In my analysis, I think it fails because most African Americans are comfortable with integration. They don't want to leave the integrated system that they're benefiting from and become a nationalist or a separatist where they have to build their own and maintain their own. When they look at certain places like Gary, Indiana, for example, that was a black quote unquote city, and the lack of help that they got, and how most black ran cities are eventually becomes dilapidated and they get ran into the ground. Not because black people are incompetent, but because the power structure specifically put their thumb on the scale against them so that they fail.
yeah, but the
So I
thing is,
think
though, all
the
those
lack of
cities,
support, the
all
lack
those
of
cities,
national
hold on,
support
help
for
me.
nationalist
All
movements
those
is the
cities
reason
could
they
have been
fail.
successful. All of the if the academic people, right, and the nationalists would have worked together, they could have been successful. The problem is that it was always an ego and power. So Eldridge Cleave talked about that. Oh, he's a rapist, whatever the fuck it is. You know
No,
what I'm
because the
saying?
moving force behind any genuine movement is the people, Colin. If you have a massive amount of people who are following you, you're going to find all kinds of people that you're looking for amongst those people. You're going to find lawyers, you're going to find engineers, you're going to find, blue collar workers. You're going to find geniuses amongst your people if you have a mass of people following you.
But,
But
but
the majority of Black Americans are not looking to become separate from the United
now,
States power structure.
were you listening to the monologue I did?
I listened to a portion of it.
Okay, when we formed the BAIO, all 12 of us got together and said, we looked at all these movements and everything and said, what can we do differently, right? And then we added up and said, why this didn't work, why this didn't work. Then we came to the conclusion, right, that although we're the architects of the BAIO, right, we conceded that to make this thing work, we're going to have to give way to people. Like I said, that's why the BAO, we got scientists, we got doctors, we got engineers, but all these people, black people, are attracted to our message, you know, and we let them do their thing and lead. I never like I'm the boss, but people know, okay, I'm a figurehead, but I always respected these people in their creative fields, you know. And if there's any sort of discrepancy, I had to talk to them a certain way. Like my guy Mike Roebuck, right? He's with Dr. Arcana right now. You know, we had a split, a falling out, but this guy's a computer genius. He's a real computer genius. Lives in Utah. I don't know how fucking Utah, but the bottom line, he's a computer genius. He designed his own like platform, like Facebook. No, not Facebook, like YouTube. He designed several other things, and he was going to Angola for us, right, to revamp the whole entire Angola government electronics because their system was outdated. But he had got the thing, but then COVID happened. We couldn't make that journey. But he ended up going to the continent and he met up with Dr. Arcana, and now ADDI, you know. But my point I'm trying to make is we basically said, you know, in order for this to work, right, we put those people in the front. Now, the radical people, the black power, this, that, thing, we said, okay, we had our own groups and everything like that. We like this. The educated black people, right, that believe in nationhood, you know, let them do their thing. Let them do their thing and whatnot. And then next thing you know, the organization grew, you know, because we like this. And we said that was a problem before, right? Like we have the UNIA, right? They wanted us to come under the UNIA. And we said, nah, we got different ways of doing it. Because we know the people that we recruited would have never got together and being like the UN. I mean, nothing wrong with UNI members and everything like that. But I know there are two different types of black people. And you got to recognize that. People who come from high academics and everything like that, they're not going to sit around with people who, you know, who aren't educated. You know, they mean well, but, you know, they know how the world works. People know how the world works. I don't have to tell them about how logistics work, how science works, how government policy works, what's public-private partnership, all stuff like that. These are people. We had a guy, Jonathan Hill, young guy. He joined the BAO. He was a Marine. He went in, got his degree on civil engineer. He designed, you know, Bomani's community. Bomani's community is really the BAO. We designed that back in the days. Now, Bomani got a community in Ghana because he put together the graphics on CDCAD, and we was like designing different cities and towns and everything like that. These are the type of people that we were bringing into the BAO. People who got CD AutoCAD, you know, sketch drawings and stuff. I mean, just amazing skills that we had. You know, when people said, yeah, we just let people do their thing, you know? And so, you know, it was amazing how that happened. And we didn't get in anybody's way, everything like that. I just stood back and be like, you know, this guy here, we had a counterintelligence group or not, a defense and intelligence group or not. They knew all the stuff about, intelligence and security, cybersecurity and all stuff like that. We let people that said we're gonna need a ministry of defense and all stuff like that. So all these groups we created were incubators that one day that these people were gonna be running a government. That's how we designed the BAO. That one day every aspect of that we had the pride of the BAO was a land development agency. You know, I made that group, and I didn't know nothing about land development. I didn't know nothing about civil, but I recruited people who were civil engineers, people who would design cities with technology, CD, AutoCAD. It's like go Google Earth and look at a map, look at a city, and design a city right from Google Earth and whatnot. You know, so I didn't have that skill, so we let people come in that had these skills. You know, we was just what was the track we was on. You know. And we did that because we let academia rule. We let the educated people rule and take over. And we just sat back. You know, we were the inspiration for it all, but we let them do their thing, you know. All right, King Good, what's going on, bro? What's on your mind?
Peace, brother. How you doing tonight?
All right, what's going on? What's on your mind?
I disagree with you. Black nationalists have always had the educated class involved. Black nationalism in America has failed because we haven't been able to employ our masses. See, when you got a movement and the majority of the people in your movement have to spend 8 hours a day working for the people that you're trying to
Yeah, those are the
separate
people.
from.
Those are the people that
Let me
cannot
finish
do.
my statement, Kyler. We don't employ our people in mass. So when the people that you're trying to get to be a part of your movement have to work 8 hours a day to feed their family, and they're working for the main people you're trying to separate, that makes a conflict of interest. That's the reason why these
Okay,
movements
well,
haven't
the thing is,
progressed.
we knew that, and we were not looking for those type of people.
But that's the thing. You have to have those group of the
No, we
working
don't.
class people in a movement to create a
No, we
nation.
don't. No,
Of
no.
course, Carla,
We're not.
that's the bulk of the
Hold
people.
on, hold
That's the
on.
people that's gonna really.
Those people will come afterwards.
No, those
Those
people
people are
are
not at the table.
the
Those people
foundation
are the
of the
And
ones
so the
gonna who
bottom
gonna
line
do the
is, and
groundwork
I
for your
proved
movement.
tonight that that idea that we have to have a movement and it has to be grassroots and everything like that. I'm strongly against, because the bottom line is this: when you get people together and and they're not informed, right? You got to get the most informed people together making decisions. They
Yes,
can't
and
sit
those should
there
be your
and argue with
leaders, but the
somebody.
people that are actually
If
going to
you
do
know
the work
public-private
are going to
partnership,
be the
you know
masses,
civil
and the
engineering,
masses are the
you know how
working class
things
people.
work and everything, and you got somebody that works 8 hours a day at McDonald's sitting at a table just giving his input, that's not going to work. They're going to sit up and say, you know
Carla,
something, you know,
not
I
just
so,
not just anyone can inspire people, right? You need a leader who is charismatic, who is
hey, hold on.
There's
You guys are
there's
going
an
out.
echo or something.
Carla, you breaking up.
You guys are going out. I cannot hear you.
You breaking up, bro.
Carla, you hear that? You're
You
getting the
got both
feedback.
drop off.
You want us to drop off and come back in? You hear me, good Justice, good King?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can hear you. I can't hear nothing,
I
Carla.
think he said he wants us to drop off maybe and try to come back in, but I don't think it's coming from us. But the point I was trying to make is that look, nationalism movements are led by charismatic people, people who can inspire, who can have who can have people follow them and follow their ideas. Not just because you're smart or educated means you're going to have the charisma to get people to follow you. So if you think that getting a bunch of educated people together is going to is going to make a successful movement, no, you need somebody who people can relate to, somebody who inspires people, you know. So, but go ahead,
Nah,
bro.
yeah.
I'll give you the mic.
If we look at the Nation of Islam at its height, I mean Malcolm nor Elijah was super educated. Neither one of them had a college degree, let alone a high school education. But they had enough gift of gab to be able to bring people together, and the people that they brought together might have had more education than them and was able to get things done, had more resources. So if you're trying to build a nation, you have to build a movement. You're gonna build a movement, you need all people from all walks of life.
Right. Yeah. So, because I'm not familiar with all the Black nationalist movement, even the movement that you're kind of a part of. I'm not familiar with it. Well, you consider like the Black Panthers, the UNIA was a while ago, but those movements, were they Black nationalist movement, you think?
Yeah, the UNI was Black nationalists. The Panthers in their inception was Black nationalists. You could consider the Nation of Islam Black nationalists, and the new Black Panther Party. That's about, outside of the Republic of New Africa, that's probably all the groups, unless you're going to throw in like the Hebrews and the Nuwapians, but I don't really count them.
Yeah, and like you said, the Nuwapians, because when you mention that group, you have men who were part of that group who were, I think Kyle back. Maybe he wants to take over.
So, like I was saying, look, the main thing is this. Like I said, and the BAO was dynamic. I tell you right now, although we got a boost when we went on Dynasty Show, that's what really blew us up. You know, Dynasty Show and whatnot, and we attracted a lot of good crowd and whatnot, and the groups started growing. We got bringing people from different parts of, like my guy Hey Root joined. He's an older brother. He's from North Carolina originally. He was living in Zambia, and I think he heard about us on Dynasty Show, and he joined. So I want to be part of it. Now, what he does is he's in the copper industry, and last time talked to him, man, I introduced him to John Cashin. Remember John Cashin?
Yeah,
Like guy with, and it went left, man. They got into it a little bit. I don't know what the fuck happened, but they got into it a little bit, and he was like, "Yo, your boy John got an attitude, whatever." I don't know what the fuck happened, but
but Kyle, who's the linchpin? Are you the linchpin that bring people together, or you just
yeah, that's what I
introduce
do. I
people
connect
to
people. That's what I
No,
do.
not just about connecting. You have to be that fulcrum that people can governize around and say, "Well, Kyle is leading us because of you, Kyle. We all came together to further your ideas."
What I do is I put two and two. I see people that I think I need to be plugged together, and what I do is I would have a conference, video conference, say, "Hey, can you guys work together on this?" Sure, next thing you know, people be having relationships beyond my introduction, and that's what happened. So I was doing that a lot. I was hooking people from different countries in Africa together. You got people in Angola, and they don't know nobody in the neighboring country of Zambia. So I'm
Uh,
putting Angolans and Zambians together. I was like, what the hell?
Carla, do
Y'all
you
like
consider
y'all on the
yourself
same
a
damn
part?
continent, you know? I'm like, what
Do
the
you
hell?
consider yourself a part of the working class, Carla?
Oh, what do you mean by working class?
What do you think? What do you think?
Well, I'm like this. This is why I am, right? We're all part of the working class, right?
There's working class, there's
But
production class, right?
we need hold up. But Black America really needs that, and to cultivate that that highly educated, like that 10%, you say.
You're a talented 10th Black nationalist.
All
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
So
something
working
like
class
that.
people go to
No,
work
wait,
every
no,
day,
but
Carla.
it's
You're
not that
not part of
talented
the
tenth,
working class.
because the talented tenth was not what I'm talking about. You know why? Because the talented tenth didn't uplift the masses of people, because they were tethered to white society, and they were just a buffer. The way the talented tenth was put is like you got a buffer class between the masses and the white power structure. What I'm talking about is a society, right, of people who are highly achievable, right, that basically can actually get stuff done. You know, your bankers, your international traders,
So you
your
think your best
corporate.
leaders come from those people? A man
Well,
who's a working class
I
person like yourself, you don't think a
Elvis,
great leader can come from amongst them?
Elvis. Some people don't like it when I say that, but I'm sick and tired. I want to try something new. And so the bottom line is this: we know that we're gonna need those people. Like I recruited that guy Michael Jackson that went to Nigeria, Ghana. That guy was a banking genius. You know, I was the one who discovered him. He was a banking genius. I think he was a little fruitcake, but he was a
But
banking
this is what I'm
genius.
saying. If you don't
But
employ your people, you still gonna be taking people that work for white people.
We have,
So until the Black
can he
nationalists are able
governize
to
people? Can
that's
he
employ,
why I
lead
say
people?
we have to basically create our own stock exchange, our own industries, everything. We have to create our own logistics.
okay, and you can't create industries without the working class, Carla.
So look, yeah, you need the
If you
working
make an
class. The
African
work.
stand Walmart,
Oh,
who's gonna
hold on.
work
You got
inside?
hold up. You can have the working class, but when it comes down to it, right? When you go to your job, right? You have a corporation. A man is a hierarchy. You got management, middle management, lower management, floor
All those
management.
people are working class.
You say so, but the bottom line is there's a structure, you know. And what I found out in Black America is we simply did not want to obey any sort of structure, you know.
No, Black America mostly works for white America. That's the problem.
Yeah, but let me tell you something. Yeah, listen to this very carefully. Black people are more comfortable submitting to a white power structure than they do with a black power. Anybody's been on a job when you have black people work under you, your white supervisor and you black supervisor, interview any black supervisor, tell you who gets the most shit. They'll pay the white man. Yes, the boss or whatever. But when it comes to black people, they always want to question your judgment, your professionalism, your qualifications, all that. It happens.
I don't think that's genuine because we're gonna do that to
Oh
all
yeah,
white
yeah, yeah,
managers and bosses too, Carla. Let's be
that is the
real.
truth. That is the truth.
Yeah,
At the
I
end of the
agree to a degree on that point, Carla.
day. So we see other black people, and we're like, who the hell does this nigga think he is? So that's
Carla,
what I'm talking
have you
about.
been to the doctor, man?
Oh, not yet, but I'm
Come
going
on, man.
by tomorrow.
We're listening to you. You don't sound healthy, bro, man. Come on.
So,
Take care of your health, bro.
Now,
Take a
this is
couple
what I'm
nights
saying,
off.
Kyla. Look, take Hustle Smart and Knock Me Easy for a prime example, bro. Knock Me Easy works in Norway, and
yeah,
Hustle
don't
Smart
please,
said,
please,
"Not
please,
now.
please don't mention that.
Just listen,
Please
bro.
don't mention that
Knock,
clown to me.
he works in Norway, and Hustle Smart he
No, no,
drives
Netherlands, not Norway.
Netherlands, and Hustle Smart he drives trucks, and he was saying he couldn't find, I think, 9 other brothers that was on the same level as him because he was trying to get like a group of dudes that got the trucking business for transportation.
If he was white, he would have been able to do it.
No, but listen, regardless if he was white or not, he's black. And the fact that he can't find that's why these movements are not thriving. If we can employ each other, they would go way farther.
But is it a young man's job, right? Truck drivers, right? Because usually you got to be able to roll for a long time. You got to be away from your families. You got to go to different states. Most young people, they probably don't want to do that. They got a little girlfriend. They got a little friend group that they really don't want to be away from. So to really get qualified and start driving trucks as a teenager, You know, it's probably not what that young child wants. Maybe when he's more settled in, maybe in his 30s or late 20s, maybe that's something he would strongly consider. So it just probably depends on the demographic.
I'm gonna be real about it, Elvis. As far as like the truck driving stuff, that's really not something our people directly look into until they had like some mishaps and they like kind of like Hustle Smart. You say he had to go to jail before he realized, okay, I should go this
You know how
route.
much
And then he
truck
started
drivers
driving.
make, man? What truck drivers make with that yellow freight? Yellow freight. Most of the truckers that you go to any shipping terminal, mostly black men, got their own independent rigs, everything like that. People have been driving trucks over the years for just like a culture.
Yeah, my uncle was a truck driver
No,
after
no,
he
we
came
hear that,
home from
Kyle. We're not
Vietnam.
talking about black men. We're talking about young kids that, if you're trying to recruit young people in their late teens or even their early 20s, it's probably more difficult because they have things that they're attached to that they're not willing to be far away from, so to speak.
But the fact that he can't find 9 other brothers on the same level, that's a problem, bro.
Well, of course, yeah.
So
And
my
if you can
point
solve
tonight
that
was
problem, then you can build a movement. Because, like I said, people taking 8 hours out their day to feed themselves and their family, and that's time that's taken away
well,
from them building whatever nation you're trying to
I,
build.
all I know is I like the momentum that I have with the BAO. I like the momentum, and it's like that. I wouldn't trade it for nothing. That's the way I am.
Most people when they join the movement, they want to know what's the end goal.
Yeah, but I'm
If,
not. Look, the thing is, with this movement, I'm not looking for everybody. Really, I am.
no, no, what's the end goal of the movement?
First of all, you understand what Black African infrastructure is? That's a global infrastructure. It's not just in Afghanistan. It's a global infrastructure, right? That means you got to have a systemic businesses and whatnot that look at. Think of like Halliburton, right? Halliburton is an amalgamation of independent companies that contract with each other under one system, right? People put on bids, whatnot. You got to be a member of Halliburton or Bechtel and whatnot. That's what we talk about the BAO. So therefore,
So then you're going to sell your services to the African countries to bring infrastructures to them. Is that what it's
well,
about?
no, we're gonna. Well, the thing is, though, this is how infrastructure and logistics work. I told us many times. There's 5 elements to logistics, right? 5 elements, right? An acronym called EPCOM, right? And when we formed the BAO, EPCOM, right? And that was the funnest part of the BAIO. That was the funnest part because once we mastered that, talking about that, we knew, okay, we got it, right? EPCOM, EPICOM means, it's the acronym means engineering, procurement, construction, operations, and maintenance, right? That's the flow of goods, how you build stuff, right? Through EPCOM. Everything has to flow synchronized, right? You could have your EPCOM spread between 100 countries, right? You could have operations in this country, operations, but all working on one project, right? And then you put it all together. That's the construction. Engineering is how you figure it all out. Maintenance is how you upkeep it and stuff like that. Procurement is the purchasing system. The purchasing system and the supply chain. If you're building a fiber optics, now we did a test run with EPCOM with in Angola, and I asked the guy Mike. I said, "Where are you gonna get the fiber optics from?" Well, I import it from Chicago. I said, "No, let's put it a thing where we're gonna look at a global list of suppliers. Right before you get there, we had planned. We looked at a whole bunch of suppliers from Pakistan, all over the place that's gonna supply you with the fiber optics for your contract." Then next thing you know, before you do that, right, a new company or new business or new entity, right, he might not have the means to do it. You're gonna need ships, you need trucks, you need somebody to transport it. That's when you outsource it, right? And you create a new operation, right? That goes to operations to outsource it and bring that stuff in a timely manner. So all these things flow together, procurement, operations, all these things flow together. Engineering is the one who designed the thing. Your EPCOM is the most important thing. And then most developing countries, they take about 20 years to get to like 20% domestic EPCOM. That means The other 80% is outsourced because they don't have the means to do it. Once they produce enough engineers in their country, right, then it goes up. Achievable is that you may have to get 100% engineering, 100% procurement. Operations is probably take a little longer because you might have to open up a factory like me and Hustle will talk about. Sometimes on a job site, you know, you might have to be. I saw this one operation right in the Congo, right? It was a gold pit. The white guy was like, "Okay, this is going to take us 10 years to do this, another 5 years to do this and whatnot." So they said, "Okay, first thing we have to drain this of water." So he had to build a whole water pumping station, the first operation to pump the water out. Then when that's done, tear that down, build another pump to do something else. That's operations, right? All that has to be synchronized by the engineering team. They're going to, like this. And this is the type of people we were attracted in the BAO. People that had these skills, that worked on major projects and stuff like that, you know? And I was just in awe that the fact that we have these type of black men in this country, you know? And I have every confidence what I'm saying is we can do. Every confident we can do. Just by the people I came across over the years.
You said construction and maintenance; those are two aspects where you're definitely going to need the working class, Colin.
Yeah, but every one of those things you have management. You know, you have management and construction, management and maintenance. Maintenance is
Yeah,
very
that
simple.
don't negate the people that's actually pouring
Yeah,
the
yeah,
concrete
yeah.
and
You're gonna have
flattening
you
it.
look. Every one of the FCOM is gonna create jobs. Everyone, the procurement, maybe not the engineering. You might have some jobs in engineering, but construction and maintenance and operations, you're definitely going to create jobs for the working class. That's how it works. So yeah, but you cannot have that if you got people that say, "Oh yeah, anybody can do this." You're gonna need top engineers putting that together. I mean, really high level engineers. And then when you get that right, they probably gonna still have a Japanese corporation or Chinese corporation that might pitch in and help out with advisory or feasibility study and stuff like that. Before it gets approved by the government and say, "Yeah, look, okay, it's good. We looked over everything. It's a go." So what I'm saying is, like I said, we've been doing in the BAO, we've been doing our homework for years on all this. You know, yeah, not me to take too much time. He comes in here attacking me personally. You know, and like when I have a topic, you talk about the topic. Don't talk about me. If you consider me a piece of shit, fine, that's fine. But
What did
just
you
stick.
say before that though? Because
I
I
didn't
didn't
say
hear
anything.
all
He
your
just came up
monologue and
here.
all of that.
He just came up here with just, oh man, how you gonna talk about going out to Africa and whatnot? And the first thing is, okay, Jack, you got a child, you got a wife, a child, your children. That's fine. It's beautiful. I never said anything bad about your family. I'll bless your family. I wish you a lot of luck. Wish your daughter, you, whatever son, a long life. That's who I am, right? But don't sit here and talk about me. You know, argue about what I believe. I believe you can debate me or not, but don't try to friggin' discredit me or whatever like that.
But was he defending? What did you send a bunch of cheap shots at Black Americans before that, and he was defending us?
There was no cheap shot at Black Americans. I didn't know. Well, I didn't say no cheap. And the bottom line is this: I hate when people talk about they're defending Black America, right? But they don't really defend Black America. You know, basically telling Black America this is it. You have no other choice but America is not defending Black America, bro.
No, you
But
thinking of it in a different aspect. If you spend 30 minutes to an hour speaking about our specific demographic, whether it be
I
black
never
men
look.
or black women.
I
No,
never did that. Look,
listen. If you speak about black men or black women, and a black man or a black woman comes on the show and defends that and says what you said, I don't agree with because I'm a black man and I don't do these things, and they every right to.
I'm like this. Look. I spent the first hour, like I said, this is what angers me, make me want to quit this shit. I spent the first hour because I did a lot of research on this topic, right? Breaking down what I was talking about, right? An hour and a half, actually, right? Giving scholarly research and work. He comes up here and want to talk about me and the African. And I'm like this. From now on, I don't want nobody, I told Elvis this one time too. I don't want nobody ask me anything about the African. You want to know about the African, you go to my website. I'm not discussing it with no one else again. I was here talking about one thing, right?
Well, if
You
your
agree?
title is why all black nationalist movements eventually fail,
Yeah,
and the
and I
African
explained,
is
and I
listen, and the
hold on.
African is a black nationalist movement,
Yeah,
people
and
gonna take
also,
shots at that.
if you look at the hashtag, I said the same thing could happen to us. You know, and I put laid out why we preemptively said that we're going to prevent that from happening, based on the fact that all of us did our research about why these black now. Because the why, because throughout history, in every other civilization, nationalist movements always was a dominant. The French Revolution was a national movement, right? The Italians, Italy becoming a state in 1900 was a nationalist movement, right? The Otto by Bismarck, the Prussia, was a nationalist movement. You know, everywhere else, the czars of Russia, the Leninists, the Stalingrad, all stuff like that were nationalist movement. It
Yeah,
did
but
not.
those people are of the same race. They don't have a power structure of a different race
But
that's
what my point
dominating them.
was, my point I'm trying to
And
make
a
is
majority in the
black.
landmass that they
Hold up,
trying to
hold up,
build
hold
their
up,
nation on.
hold up. Black America, right? Black America, right, is not a nation for a reason. Why? Because unlike other people, right, they basically took two things. They basically said they had the spirit, right, and then they learned the means through academics. That's how Japan and got rid of the samurai and said we want to become a nation, and they restored the emperor during the Meiji period. That was Japanese nationalism. Everywhere in the world, nationalism worked, except for the
And they
blacks
were
in America.
all of them were already in their homeland, though, Kyla. That's what you
Yeah,
gotta
so
put in
but
perspective too.
my point I was trying to make was BAO, we concluded that the only way a nationalist movement will work is we have to be doing it outside the confines of the United States. That's the conclusion we came with, you know, because as long as white man controls the academics, the media, and stuff like that, and how we see ourselves and how we see him, we're never gonna have the confidence to do it. You know, he's not gonna be like, oh yeah, black people are convinced. The only group of people is convinced that they got to lose their identity and amalgamate with another race of people for salvation. Every other people found salvation in themselves.
And every other people was in their homeland already, Kyla.
Well,
That's what I keep trying to tell
so
you.
that's what I'm saying. So what was the point of having nationalist movements here if that's the case? What's the point of having them?
Because this is where our ethnic group was
Yeah.
birthed.
But and then what I said respectfully was since they're in America, right? And had this argument for because I used to defend a lot of these groups, the Huru groups, the Republican New Africa, all that. I used to defend them, right? I said they only did what they were had to do because they're in confined to America, and there's only before so far they can do, you know. So that's what I was trying to get at tonight, you know. Instead of getting intelligent feedback, I always get
Wait,
people to come up
so
there.
your reasons were that black nationalist movements fail is because one, they trying to do it in America, and two, because they mostly weren't comprised of like the educated class.
That right there, but that was my conclusion, right? If somebody disagrees with that, you gotta ask yourself that why did it succeed? You know,
Okay,
why
okay, let's lay this as a ground though. Success in a black nationalist movement would be independence, right?
well, success would be, having something better. Let me perfect example talk about, right? And people listen to this, that's part of the black. I don't want to hurt your feelings, right? But it seems that when black people stay away from black nationalist movements, they tend to do better.
I mean, we in America. If you tether
Okay,
yourself
so
to
what I'm
white,
saying,
if you tether yourself to white America and you do
oh no,
everything that
it's
they
not even
tell
going
you,
to tell us
you
a white
nine
America.
times out of 10 gonna be more
Look,
successful than a
hold,
black
hold,
person
hold,
that's
on, hold
not.
on. It's like this. The people who say, you know something, I'm good. You know, I'm good. Whatever. I don't need that. When I got a job, we got a nice community here, Prince George's County. Whatever. I got a nice community here, DeSoto, Texas. We don't need that. What you're talking about, whatever. And then, like I said, the Uhuru movement, right? St. Petersburg, Florida, right? They're there for since the 1970s, right? Yeah, a small, prosperous black community popped up, but the Uhuru movement had nothing to do with that. They're like collectivism, they're like socialism, and all stuff like that. So what I'm saying is, and
Is that
and
O'Malley's movement?
yeah, O'Malley's movement. So I'm
Yeah, I
saying,
don't fuck with him.
so I'm saying to myself, you know, we got these movements that are known black nationalist movements, right?
He
And
not a black nationalist.
well, they he
He
calls
got
so he
all kind
says
of
he's
white people in his organization
you know
and
he says
everything.
Uhuru and all stuff like that. So I just basically like this. I've known him for many years, so I assume he's a black nationalist because that's what he said he is. You know,
He's not a black
so
nationalist.
my whole thing is, you know, when you say you're a black nationalist, right? You got to show and prove. Now I've been studying, you know, like Chukwe Lumumba, former mayor of Jackson, Mississippi, right?
Hmm.
Um, I guess he didn't. He just probably saw the movement not going nowhere, and he decided to enter the mainstream of politics and became a major
No,
politician.
he remained. You know, him and his son were mayors of Jackson, right?
Wait, I know that. I know that. What I'm
They
saying is,
remain new Africans, bro.
hold on. What I'm saying is this: he had to join a political establishment, the city of Jackson. That's not black nationalism.
Oh, brother, we're still American citizens, so
See, I'm saying you cannot
he can
look.
still participate in the politics of
Like I said,
America.
and that's what I'm saying. When people hear all this, they just walk away from it. It's like, man, I think I'm just keep doing what I'm doing.
No, it goes down to what I was telling you when I first
No,
came on.
what I'm trying to tell you,
People are not in these movements because they have to feed themselves for 8 hours a day from the people that
no,
we're trying to separate from.
people aren't in these
Until
movements
black
because
nationalism can employ
turns
our
out
people,
people are
it's gonna
not
be
in
at a
these.
standstill.
Turns out people are not in these movements because they give no tangibles.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Is a paycheck not a tangible collar?
Well, the bottom line, you guys don't provide it.
You don't either. How many people do you employ, collar?
Look, like I said, we have an idea of this. We saw the problems like this. I'm not saying I am. I said why these movements failed, right? Failed.
And I'm
Do you
telling you,
see
your
some of the
analysis
same
is wrong.
do you see some of the same symptoms of those failed movements in your movement, Colin?
Not as long as I'm here, you know, because
What are you
one
doing
thing we
differently,
didn't have,
Colin?
one thing we don't have in my movement is a bunch of deadbeats. You know what it is. There's some that tried to infiltrate us, whatever, and I threw them all out, whatever, like that. Just stupid people and whatnot. You know, just young guys.
Colin, it sounds like you threw more people out, or you had more people leave than you got people that's actually
Well,
with you
it's
right
like
now.
this. It's like this. I was dead serious about this, and then what happened was, you know, some people came in, and they started doing all these things like create a BAO like booty group on Discord and stuff like that, all foolishness. And then some of our members like, yo, man, Kyle, what's going on, man? Why are these guys putting up provocative pictures on the website? So I had to clean house, you know? I had to clean house, you know? I
Okay,
wanted
let me ask you this,
professionalism.
Kyla. One of the closest people to you, Dinus Amir, is highly successful, well educated. Why is he not fully behind the BAI?
Well, it's like this. This is how it is. Dynasty is a member, right? He's a member, but Dynus does his own thing, and we understand that. I understand Dynus. Dynus recruited me, right, and so I helped grow his platform, you know. And the bottom line, he helped grow the BAL, you know. And so the bottom line is this: he has.
Dinus never mentions an African stand at
Yeah, hold
all,
on.
brother.
I know. Look, the bottom line is this: you got to understand something, right? Understand something. We all support each other, regardless. I talk to Dynus almost every week. You know, we call each other all the time.
You know,
No, he can support you personally. That don't mean he behind your plan, and that's proving my point that you're not attracting all of these high level educated people that you think.
Dynas is Dynas, right? He was Dynas before I met him. He's doing his thing.
Tyler, you need influential people in your movement to
I
push
don't need
it to
I don't need
grow.
influential people, bro.
Let me say this real quick, right? So Baruti says, in many cases, your view of your ethnicity is somewhat negative. Your
Facts.
projection about Africans is also negative.
Facts.
This is your ideological plus non-use of Africa as a resource. So, Kyla, it's all about your personality. We come here because regardless of all your flaws, we like to engage you. We like to have conversation.
He said, "Make your view of ethnicity is somewhat negative." I don't know what you talking about.
It is.
Talking against Black Americans every episode,
look, I like my ethnicity. You know, I got no problem with that. You know, I got no fucking problem with my damn ethnicity. I don't know what he's talking about. You know, I don't know where this come from. I don't my ethnicity. All I know is I'm Black American. That's all the fuck I know in my life. You know, so the bottom line is I don't hate myself. I'd rather hate my enemies than hate myself. That's the one thing.
Who are your enemies, Colin?
The white man.
Okay.
Anybody who does not believe in what I'm talking about is my fucking enemy. You know? And so the bottom line is if you don't agree with what I'm saying and you're against what I'm saying and you're white, devil, whatever, then you're my fucking enemy, right? If you're a black man, look, let me tell you something. I know a lot of people, right, that I'm cool with. They understand where I'm coming from, right? But they're like, something, I like what you're saying, but that's not for me. And I'm like, cool with them, okay, fine. I'm not gonna tell you, you gotta join my movement, whatever like that.
And they tell you that because Black nationalism doesn't employ our people, so it seems like something you're doing outside of your normal life.
Most of the people that I know got good jobs, careers, industries,
and they have them from white people, not from
No, I know a lot of people.
If most black people said fuck white people, they'll be jobless, they'll be homeless.
So I know.
Within a couple months.
This is how it works, right? If you don't know something, right? There's black people who are succeeding in America. They know how to play the game. They know how.
A small minority,
mostly employed by Caucasians.
They know how to code switch. I code switch. I got to deal with white friggin' people, Asian people, Hispanic people, and everything like that. But I'm true to myself. So
you can be true to yourself if you code switching.
People telling you when they talking to you,
if I'm
we're not telling you that it's something wrong with that. What we're saying is these organizations do not employ our people, so the job takes away the time they can be used in the organization.
Therefore, what I'd say was we get an organization of like-minded people, not like race, like-minded.
Oh, like-minded. So that means white people and Asian people, if they're like-minded, could be part of your organization.
No, I said like-minded. You can't be like-minded and not be one of us.
No, you said not like race, like-minded. So you mean that race is not the main proponent of it?
I'm saying race is not enough. Like-minded means
I get what you're saying. You want all of these business and highly intelligent, highly educated people.
And the bottom line is this: if somebody wants to do something else, that's fine, right? But
are you capable of attracting those people? That's the question.
No, are you capable of attracting? That's the problem.
Look. There's going to be grassroots Black nationalist movements out there. Yeah, that's for them. No,
Colin, this is what we telling you. The people that you want, they not gonna rock with you once they hear you, bro.
Yo, King, I already got them.
No, you don't.
What are you talking about? I already got them. I got everybody I need, bro.
You have everybody you need.
This is why we push back on you sometimes, because you say things like that.
Look, I got so many engineers, doctors, scientists.
Where are they, Colin? You've had your show for 2 years. You've had your show for 2 years, and you don't bring on the engineers and the doctors and lawyers to speak on it.
Also, most of the people in the BAO, they don't even listen to the show.
Why not? If you're the leader and they know you're spreading the message, why won't they listen to it?
Elvis, I am not. What did I tell you? I'm not a fucking leader. All I am is an inspiration. I'm not a damn leader. We created the platform and people like this. Bro. I am not.
Do these doctors and lawyers and engineers pay dues to the BAO?
Look. It's a social network.
Oh, exactly.
That's all it is. The social network. And what the bottom line is they're out there doing things. They're going to the continent, doing their thing and whatnot. Bomani's part of it. You see, he's tourism. He does tourism. He's a member. Whatever like that. It's like a loose federation of individuals. We don't have any structure like do's and dows and whatnot. We come
That's why it's
together.
not gonna go nowhere
Okay,
because you don't know how to build an organization.
hold on. Everything we went to accomplish, we've already accomplished. So
Kyla
No, you
on one
haven't.
hand,
What?
Kyla on one hand dislike FBA label, but embraces Black American
okay,
label,
so let me ask you a
not an
question.
African one. He
Hold on. Let me ask you
espouses
a
Black
question.
nationalism,
Let
but
me
in
ask you a question.
contradiction doesn't
Let me
like
ask you a
being an
question. Let
African and admires white civilization.
Let me ask you a question. What does this got to do with the topic?
I'm just reading a comment that
Okay, I
I'm
don't care
still on
about
the
the topic.
topic. Kyla, you just said y'all accomplished
Look, don't
all
read the
y'all goals. That is
don't read no
100%
goddamn
lie, bro.
comment. I don't give a fuck with Bruce. Bruce ain't man enough to come up here and talk. So what the fuck I care about what he thinks? You know?
The audience the audience is also as important, Kyla. Everybody can come on the panel. You got people who listen to you.
No. If you got a
They
lot to
spend their
say,
time listening. They
if
can
you have
comment on.
strong opinions to say, you come up here, put bass in your voice, and talk like a man. That's
So
the way I see it. You know. Other than that, I don't want to hear what you
I thought the point of your show was to promote the Afro. Now you say you don't want us to talk about it.
Look. I put it out there. I just planted the seeds. This is what I believe. This is what I believe. This is what I'm doing. Whatever like that. If people want to be part of it, if you qualify to be part of it, because not
Yeah,
everybody's gonna be qualified.
I thought the ultimate goal of this show was to recruit more people for the Afro
No. Did I tell you that?
Kyla
That's what I
just
thought.
said
Maybe I'm wrong. So what's the ultimate goal for your show, Kyla?
you're absolutely wrong. I have never said once that I'm recruiting anybody. Never
he's a
said
culture
once.
So
critic.
what's the goal for your platform then?
I'm a culture critic. That's all I am.
That's all he is.
You know, I am
He's
not a
not a black
fucking recruiter
nationalist.
for no fucking from no movement. The people that I've done recruited, whatever like that, I've done that already. You know, my next phase of recruiting is going to be when I finally permanently relocate to the continent. I'm not doing nothing right now, and I don't want nobody that I see coming on this show. You know, because I haven't seen anybody except for Focus Dave, Dark Migo, a couple of other people. These are young guys, and whatnot. You know, but I have not seen anybody qualified that I want to freaking take under my wing. You know.
Look, this is all the way on topic, and I'm gonna keep saying it. You have to be able to employ your people. If we look at every black nationalist movement, let me finish my statement, Kyla. Regardless of how we feel about them, the Nation of Islam had the most power out of all these movements, and it's because at their height they was able to have some level of infrastructure to where they employed the people that believed in their movement.
They were not employing people. Come on.
Yes, they were. They had fish factories, restaurants,
They had
grocery stores, and they also had
factories.
the final call back in the day. That was an actual means of making money.
A few people. This is how it works. Let me break it down to you like this, right? There were people that already had businesses and stuff like that, and they basically said, you know something. They went to a local Muslim meeting. I want to join. Nation of Islam finds out, oh, this guy got a bakery. You know, next thing you know, they give a certain amount of percentage to the local mosque, whatever like that, you know, and the big wigs will take their cut, whatever. And to the outside world, it looks like the Nation of Islam owns that.
No,
You know,
Kyla, you don't know what you're talking about, bro.
you know,
Elijah Muhammad was importing fish from Peru, bro. You don't know what you're talking about, man.
Hold on. That Peru fish story failed. You know that, right?
Bro, the Nation of Islam in total failed. What I said was out of all black nationalist movements, they had the most power, and at their height, they was able to employ a good number of their people.
Look, some people will make a little bit of money here and there, but the bottom line is, I had not only that, bro.
Bro, Kyla, you discount people that have done enormous things, that have done way more than you, and you haven't done a percentage of what they have.
Yo, King Good, man. I know you come here to argue me tonight. I'm not in the mood, right?
It don't matter. You're speaking nonsense. Have you employed more people than Elijah Muhammad?
Hold up. Look, I'm not gonna go there with you. Stop it. You know, I had one of the founding members of the BAO is Minister Dawood. We had a falling out. He was a top minister of the nation.
You fall out with everybody that's been in your movement.
No, because we had ideology split. So what? It happens. Men, that's what men do. You know, we agree to disagree. They went their way. I wish them a lot of luck because they're doing all right. The bottom line is Minister Dawood, right? I had him on Dynasty show, Extreme Dynasty. You know, his 13 Revolution. He's one of the members of 13 Revolution, right? He basically broke it down about the Nation of Islam. He said, look, his thing was there's no retirement plan in the Nation of Islam. He told me at one time he had a falling out with one of the ministers in Montreal. He said a bunch of Fruit of Islam guys that used to follow him, he trained, came to his house and wanted to kill him. You know, he came there and told me that, he was started in Coney Island selling final calls. You know, he was working at Taco Bell. He started selling final calls and whatnot. He worked his way up to a junior minister, and then he had his own mosque. But he was a good man, Minister Dawood and whatnot. Taught me a lot and everything. But the bottom line, he just told me, he says, look, he goes, you know what really got him into the BAO? When he listened to me on Blog Talk Radio. And he listened to me, and next thing you know, he said when he joined the BAO, right, he was basically thinking about doing something else besides selling a final call. And I inspired him, like he had learned from his father how to be a locksmith, right? So what happened was he went and got his master locksmith trade, right, his certificate. A year later, he got cybersecurity. He built his portfolio up of skills and whatnot. I said, yo, those are nation building skills. So he started preaching the gospel of skill sets, skilled labor, STEM, all stuff like that. We had people that came to one guy, Michael Ford. He came to BAO and said, Colin, man, I don't want you to look down on me, man. But, I live with my wife. We're on Section 8. I have no job, no nothing like that. I said, well, what do you like? He said, well, I was interested in quantum physics. 2 years later, man, he put his certificate up there for everybody to see. He got his electrical engineering degree, and with quantum physics, I said, man, there you go. Because we were all helping each other. We were all inspiring each other to do better, right? And I said, look, I gave my testimony. I said, look, I was working 3 jobs and everything like that, and I had an opportunity to change my career over. And I did not know that I was going to pass that insurance bar, license, law bar, license when I didn't want to do it. But I did it, and my life changed for the better, because I said, we need to start talking about academics and
So
skills.
you'll literally reject the people that were like you in your movement.
I'm not saying that you put that in my mouth. I'm not saying that. You're trying to persecute me by putting words in my mouth and basically slandering me. That's what you're doing.
No, bro. You speak
No,
about
I did
all
not
these
say
highly
anything.
intelligent
I'm not
professional
saying it.
people
Hold
when
on.
you
You're
weren't
saying,
that, but you
hold on,
saying your movement can't be comprised of these people.
I said that now, even though we said all that, right? We still understood when we talk about an organization, we cherish the people who got the real skills and knowledge when they got 20 years experience in engineering and stuff like that, But we said we could be part of it because we got our skills,
But
That's
yeah,
all I'm
all of
saying.
those people with those skills, how are you utilizing their skills, Colin?
Well, the bottom line is this: you got my guy Quint. Ask everybody on Afrosphere when you get next time. Ask Zongo next time you talk to him about our guy Quint. He came in there, invited him in the chat. He blew it out the park. Said, "Colin, where'd you meet this guy from?"
Yeah,
The
people
guy.
just talking. It's not the utilization of their
Yeah, but
skills.
hold on. But these
What
people
can an
travel.
engineer for you that's going to
Hold on.
benefit you, Colin?
Elvis. These are people that's doing it. This guy got like 10 degrees.
That's what I'm saying. How are you utilizing his 10
Well,
degrees?
look. When the time comes, right? The time comes, they'll be useful. Like I said, the
So it's
main
all
thing is just
potential energy right now, not kinetic, then, Colin.
And so the
Basically.
bottom line is this: everybody's like, "Oh, well, like I don't have to show anybody anything."
Okay, so a Black Panther, a Uhuru, or a Nation of Islam can say the same thing.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is though, the question was, right?
Why do Black nationalist movements fail?
Yeah,
And I'm telling you, it's because we don't employ our people.
Why they haven't succeeded yet? Why?
Because you don't employ. Can anybody go to the BAIO.com and get a job, Colin, right now?
Look,
No.
We're not an employment agency.
And that's why the movements fail.
I say so. The bottom line is, I am talking about the movements that came before me.
And those also fail because we have not employed our people in mass.
You can't basically sit there and judge me. We're just people who looked at.
Yes, we can judge you by the same barometer that we're judging every other movement.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Why not?
Because the bottom line is we have never taken money and we have never launched anything out there to the public.
So at what time can we judge?
Well, that's not up for you to decide.
You can always make critiques about everybody else, but nobody can judge what you got going,
and that's
even though
why
you have no
I
material
call
results.
myself. That's what I call myself, a culture critic. You know,
No, we gonna be the collar critics then.
You know what I'm saying? And so the bottom line is this: if my thing is this, this is what I do, and I say, this is what I'm doing right now. This is where I'm at right now in life. I don't sit there and tell people I got this, I got that when I don't. Right? I'm very transparent. I'm honest with people on that. I don't take people's money because the bottom line is this: until I take people's money, I got something to give them. I have nothing
Now
to
you
give
definitely took our money for that camera, and we didn't get no results when it came
Well,
to
the
that.
bottom line, look, did you contribute?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so the bottom line is, do you want your money back?
No, I'm just telling you, this is a prime example.
I say, no,
if you was
the
a
bottom line,
president,
I did
we'd
take a
be
lot.
mad at you for
Hold on,
taking
hold
our
on. Look,
taxes
I
and
did
not building
take-
any
look,
infrastructure.
Look, I did take pictures, but I didn't freaking post them yet. You know.
No, you
So,
didn't take no videos.
so the bottom line is this: I took videos, but I didn't post them yet. You know. So the bottom line is this: you know, you have a movement, right? It's still in the infancy phase. This is an infancy phase. You know, I got to get people to realize that because look, I'm glad that I got my good brother Irritated Genie back out here. You know, he's on the continent, doing his thing, promoting all these African countries and whatnot. You know, I'm gonna hopefully link up with him very soon and whatnot. You know, so the bottom line is the movement's moving in the right direction. You
Okay,
know,
Carlo, let me just say, let me read this. It says, can you imagine Carlo wants an Afghanistan without the import and presence of women from his own ethnicity? It's a male thing, huh? He alienates his own
actually,
women
to tell you the truth, that's
so
not
much
true.
so a lady created an anti-Carlo channel.
Hold up. First of all, that's not true because I talk to Afro Theory almost every day, and she gives me a lot of input. So what is Barui talking about?
You said, ladies, you don't want women
Yeah,
in the
and I
thing. It's a
mean that,
man's
right?
club, men
Hold
only.
on. I'm saying like this: if a woman's gonna be part of this, she has to believe in the patriarchy. Simple as that. Does that answer your question?
The Buriti comment, I was just reading it.
I'm saying no. You being a smart ass.
Oh, God.
I'm
Oh,
like this.
my gosh,
I'm like
Colin.
this. If you want to join this movement, right? Then what does a woman do? Women have to believe in the family. They gotta believe in you can't be some boss bitch 304, whatever the fuck it is. That's not what we're about. You know? When
You
people
think you
know
think that's the sum of your women, Colin?
well no
They're
no
all
I'm
boys,
saying
B 304s.
I don't care. I'm saying it's not gonna happen
You
amongst
literally said you're gonna leave them here and get new women in Africa.
hold on, Elvis. I'm saying that when we're building this movement right here, the women that want to live and want to attract it will come. I have no doubt about that. Those who don't, hey, you come over here, you be a boss bitch, be up for, do all stuff like that. You be your Nicki Minaj, your what you call it, Megan Thee Stallion. You want to do all that Glorilla, you want to do all that, that's fine, right? But the bottom line is we're looking for women that's going to be virtuous women. That's it,
African Goddess said a political movement is not responsible for job creation. I agree, but a nationalist movement is because you're talking about a nation, and a nation is responsible for job creation.
Well, your bottom
So if
line,
you're
you
talking
can't
about
have
a
a
black
nation.
nationalist
You
movement,
can't have
you
a
got to be
nation.
able to employ our people.
You can't have a nation if you don't have land and infrastructure. You could build stuff and employ people. You ain't building nothing.
Carla, you can definitely the Afghanistan, the Republic of New Africa, the NOI,
Yeah,
the
but the
Uhuru,
Republican.
all of
Let me
these
ask you a
groups.
question.
No, let me finish my statement, Carla. All of these groups have the power to employ our people right now.
So let me ask you a question. In all the years that the Republic of New Africa, how many people did they ever employ?
Employed? Not enough. That's my whole point.
Okay, hold on. Do you know that Republic of New Africa was that movement, right?
No, it wasn't, bro.
Yes, it was.
The move organization was the move organization.
No.
You don't know what you're talking about, bro.
No, a lot of the move people was part of that Republic of New Africa.
Oh, a lot of the 5%ers came from the Nation of Islam. They ain't the same.
So the bottom,
you don't know what you're talking about, bro.
The bottom line is what it is, bro. It's like
So, Carla, do you think your BAIO was better than the Nation of Islam in a way that you constituted it?
Did I ever say that?
I'm asking you a question.
All I know is one of the top ministers of the Nation of Islam, right? joined the B was one of the founders of the BAO. That
And
tells
he
you a lot,
left.
right? He left. He's still in the BAO.
You
Well,
just said y'all had a fall. Y'all had a
he's with a
falling
different
out.
faction. He's with a
We
different
have different
faction of
factions now.
King Justice.
How many
Ain't
The
people are
nobody.
in the BAO?
There's
I
a
mean, Kyle,
BAO. Look,
I don't want to be
you're,
rude, right?
you're BAO for life.
But all of the smart guys that you talk about how smart they are, accomplished, they are not on your side anymore. You know,
What are you talking about? Oh, smart guys.
Halep,
And look,
Daoud,
yo,
all those other guys are on the
let me
other
tell you something.
side
Let
of
me
the
tell you
faction.
something. Let me tell you something. Holub is a brilliant brother. You know, I learned a lot from him. He taught me a lot. I taught him a lot. You know, we learned from each other, and I still to this day love that brother. Right, but we just have different ways of seeing the world,
Okay,
and
you
that was
said that about numerous people,
we
though.
all know we all knew sooner or later. Him and I knew that one day we are going to clash. You know, we knew one day we are going to have this, but in the meantime, we had a good 5 years of building together. Him and I used to have discussions and building for like 10 hours a night, you know, and we laid the foundation of a movement that could be spread. But then when time came to he went his way, I went my way, that's fine. We have a gentleman's agreement. That's what men do, you know. There ain't no boys around this organization. We're men. We can handle.
No,
I make
men
my
can
bed like men.
governize around a central idea and do things that further that idea and bring it
Hold up,
into
hold up,
existence.
hold up is doing what hold up
Being a
does.
man don't
You
mean you
know,
separate and have confusion with your fellow men.
yeah,
That's not what being a man
hold up.
is, Carl.
Look, we were already spread out. I'm in Virginia, Holt's New York. You know, he basically got several African. Like first, him and his group went to Rwanda first. That was their thing, Rwanda, right? Me was Liberia and Angola. Each of the BAO members has a specific country that they were targeting. You know, so the bottom line is this: they still go to Rwanda, and I think some of them on both side was in Liberia last year. You know, and so the bottom line is this: I have nothing but respect for these brothers. Do what you gotta do. You know, because evidently I'm still here. I'm still doing my thing. They know I'm not going nowhere.
But
They're
you
not
can't
going
build a
nowhere. You
nation with
know.
one person. You can't build a municipality with one person.
Tyler, would you agree with African God is common? Kyler likes discussion. He is more of an idea spreader as opposed to an implementer. Are you an idea
Well,
spreader
I
rather
mean,
than an
all I
implementer,
do,
Kyler?
I come up with the thing, right? Thing. I say, hey, look, this is my opinion, right? Take it with how you look at it. People are like this. If you don't like what I'm saying, that's fine too. You know, but I feel compelled to come here every night and say what's on my mind, what's in my heart, and what I feel. That's it. You know, if people want to receive my message, they can. If they don't, they don't. I don't take it personally. I am not one of these ego people looking for a fan base, following, and all stuff like that. I don't have an ego.
A
You
good,
know.
good, good King Justice.
Yeah.
Did you hear that he's either built the school or is building the school in Sierra Leone?
Yeah, he got the. I remember last time he was doing like the MacBooks getting donated over
Yeah, he's
there.
doing it quietly. He's
He
doing
has a
work on the
small
ground.
school. He has a small school in
Kudos to
Bull
Dynas.
Sierra Leone. You know, but he had that going on way before I even met him. Yeah, that was way back in the days. He had that way going, and that was not just him. He didn't build a school. He raised a lot of money for the school, and he raised a lot of money for laptops and stuff like that. He didn't build a school for himself. You
No, but
know, he was a
he took
partner.
actions and tangible actions that's benefiting the
And
lives of
look,
young children.
and
So that's good.
that's the and look, and I got nothing but love and respect for my good brother Dynas and what he's doing. There's no competition there. You know, he's
I'm not
doing
com-
what he needs
I'm
to
not
be
competing.
doing.
I'm just giving props to somebody who's doing the real
He's
work.
just doing what he needs to be doing, and what he said he was going to do, and stuff like that. He raised the money because he has a large platform. He raised the money, and he helped donate to that school. And I remember when he did it, it started. You know, and that's good, commendable for him. You know, and so something good come out of it. You know, I did what I had to do. I brought a group over here. We donated lots of money to schools in Liberia, and we also donated books, tapes, and we also sponsoring some of the Liberian kids over there for education. We have 2 Liberian girls we sent to Ghana for college. Pay for it.
When you say we, is that including you?
Well, the group I brought there, you know, and so the bottom line is this, you know, these girls, they basically had we not came there, and we felt bad because you know a couple of nights they couldn't go on some of the hotels, they couldn't go to Nines Lodge with us and everything like that. So we kind of felt bad about that, you know, and one guy said, told the girl, "I'll pay for your college education," and sent them to Ghana because the fashion show thing didn't really pan out. So he sent them to school in Ghana. But that's because we went over there and we were committed to the people. We did what we were supposed to do. You know, it ain't no like nobody want ask no for no credit. You didn't see me put it on our website. Look what I
But
did.
you keep saying
With
we.
this.
Was that a BAIO organization or a tour group
Well,
that wasn't
everybody
associated
had
with
the
the
BA shirt
BAIO?
on. It was my charter, my group. You know,
No, but
and
those
I
were
was
just
part of it.
tourists. They weren't part of your organization,
Yeah,
Carla.
hold on, Elvis. Look, they came there on my invitation. I got them their diplomatic visas, everything like that. I was their host for 7 days, right? Everything they did, I led them to everything. I introduced those girls because they were part of our tour group, workers. I introduced them to them, right? And basically, you know, it happened like that. And I'm not taking credit for it or nothing like that. But the thing is, had we not came there, you know, that wouldn't have happened. Those girls probably never got an education. And I'll take that how you want it. You know, I mean, I'm
Nah,
not
that's
bragging.
commendable. But the title is Why Black Nationalist Movements Fail. And I keep telling you, it's because we don't employ our people.
No,
That's
that's
why
not.
they fail.
That's not it. That's not it. That's not
That's
it. You know,
definitely it.
Black Masters movement never employed black people.
Okay, so that means that's part of the problem,
Okay, so
genius.
hold up. How can you employ something if you don't have any power?
Can we not build black businesses in
Hold
America,
on, hold on,
Colin?
hold on, hold on. How can you employ people? Look, the black people, we do got black businesses. What are you talking about?
No, we don't, Colin.
Oh, look,
In
I got a
mass,
black business.
in mass, the
Hold on,
majority of our people do
hold
not
on,
work for other black people, Colin.
hold on. The majority of black people in this America are working class people.
That work for who?
Yeah, it does not matter. They work.
It does matter.
I'll say, look, you guys have been talking about that for I don't know how long, and you've never created anything.
No, bro. The title is Why All Black Nationalist Movements Fail. The
And you
reason
saying
is because
because you
we
don't
aren't
employ nobody.
employing our
Hold
people.
on.
Our
You
people have
have
to give
no.
majority
Hold
of
on,
their life to other people. That's why
let
Black
me ask you a
Nationalist
question.
movements fail.
Let me ask you a question, right? The Republic of Africa was founded in Detroit, right? How come you guys
1968.
haven't got to put your money together and bought one of those factories?
First of all, I wasn't around in 1968.
Hey, that's no excuse. You know,
Yes, it is,
that ain't no
bro.
excuse. So you're getting away.
Bro.
You're making excuses.
Zionism was founded in 1897 and they got their independence in
I'm
1948.
saying, yo,
Genius.
my point I'm trying to make is this: you didn't build a factory, you know, and now
Neither
you
did the
complain.
Nation of Islam, neither
Right?
did the Hebrews, neither did the
So,
UNIA,
and that's why
neither
I
did the
say.
BAIO.
So I'm saying like this: so you never built a factory, and you had the means to do it, right? And you never did it, you know.
And that's why Black nationalist movements fail. That's what I'm telling you.
And
Until
that's
we
why I said.
employ our people, these movements
So
not
if
going
you cannot
nowhere.
employ the people, right? Why should they listen to what your ideology got to say?
Why should they listen to you? You don't employ our people.
I never
The
said, look,
BAIO don't employ our people.
hold on. I said for how many times? I'm not looking for the mass of people.
No, Kyler, you're not looking to do anything. You're looking to
You know what I'm
talk.
saying?
That's
So
what you're looking to
I'm not
do.
looking
You're a
for.
culture critic. You're not a
I am
black
not looking for the mass.
nationalist.
Yeah, I'm a culture
You're
critic.
not a black
You know what I'm saying?
nationalist.
So look, I don't care. You know,
You're
what does
not.
that mean?
I'm
What
gonna
does that
make you
mean? What does
denounce
that
this
mean
shit.
anyway?
I'm
You
gonna
know,
make you
bunch of
denounce
dusty
it.
niggas.
Yeah, I'm gonna make you. You are a dusty Negro,
Bunch
Kyler.
of dusty niggas sitting
Like
around talking about.
you don't have any degree. You don't have any skills or trade. You sell
Oh yeah, okay.
insurance. with your family's business that they let you into, and you live in your sister's house.
How about this?
She
How about
gave you
this?
her beans,
Yo,
and
King-
you act
King
like you bought
Justice.
it off the showroom floor.
King Justice. When I'm done on this platform today, right? When we close out, right? I'm gonna put my website up to my business, right? You put yours up, right? We'll see who got what.
Oh
Okay.
boy, is that
You're
where
also
we're degenerating
3
to?
decades older than
No,
me.
no, no. I want to see.
And how many black people do you employ, Colin?
Hold on. I want to see what you got. You look at my website. You look at my team. You look at everything we're doing and whatnot, and I want to see what you got. Bet.
Bet. My website looks better than yours, bro. Let's be
Okay, well, okay.
Really, bro?
Okay,
Is that what we're doing?
Look, I know everybody.
let's get that clear right now.
Everybody, you know,
My
everybody got
website look better than
everybody
you.
got
Thank
a
you,
home base.
African
I ain't talking
goddess.
about.
Justice is. Thank you. Somebody with common sense, African goddess.
I am not
King
talking about.
Justice is saying that these movements don't address the needs of the people.
Look, I am
Exactly.
not talking
The
about
fact that he can't understand that means you're
I am
not
not
meant to be
talking.
anybody's leader.
I am not talking about the BA website. I'm talking about you mock my insurance business. I'm gonna show my insurance
How
Is
business.
it
many
your
black
personal
people do
website
you
or your
employ,
company's
Colin?
website,
My company
Colin?
website. My company website.
How many black
So
people
that
do you
means you didn't
employ,
build it,
Colin?
right? If you guys
No, I
paid
had
somebody to
professionals
build it,
I had professionals build it. You know.
right?
So I want to see what he does and what I do. Let's talk. Let's
You
compare.
sell insurance, bro.
I know it's more than
That's
I
what you
did.
do.
I do more than that. You
But
ain't know what
Colin,
the fuck I
you
do.
work for somebody, right?
I don't work for nobody.
He works for his brother and his
Your
sister.
sister is the top of the. Your sister is above you. Your brother is above you in the company.
We're all partners in a corporation.
Nah, they brought you on,
You know what I'm
bro.
saying? So the
You
bottom
the
line
classic
is,
story of the fuck up in the family, bro. I know how that shit go.
All I want to know is, you said you do whatever the fuck you do, your little
You was the
home-based
fuck
business.
up in the family. They was doing
Hold on.
good. They saved your life, bro. We
Your
know how
little
this shit
home,
goes.
your little home-based business. Why don't you put your business up against mine?
No, my business not home based, bro. When I told you
let's put your website
when I told you I do annual reports,
I
disillusions,
can
I
give you
work for
my
a company, genius. I don't
I
have
can
my
give you
own
my
business,
address. You can see my office, everything.
bro.
Colin, you keep saying mine. Stop
Yeah, it's
doing it. I
mine.
mean,
You
we don't.
know?
I don't want to get into the weeds with you,
And
but come on now.
so the bottom line is, when somebody running their mouth like what they got and whatnot, I throw up. You know,
Colin, you
put your
join
shit up.
an existing business, Colin, didn't you?
I ain't enjoying this. I was one of the founders. You know,
No, you weren't, bro.
so I was one of the founders. So you guys don't know shit about me.
Your brother and
when
your
I just
sister
say,
saved you,
okay,
fam.
if you don't if you don't agree with what I'm saying, I'm like, yo, I just don't get it. What's your guys' point? What's your mission in life?
Man, my mission is black nationalism, bro. We talking about the topic. You said why all black nationalist movements
and
fail, bro.
I said that all black nationalist movements eventually fail. Eventually.
Yeah, and I'm giving you a reason why. Just like African Goddess says, she said King Justice is saying these movements don't address the needs of the people.
I never qualified by saying what is the reason why. I just said
why. Why is implied, Colin?
Okay, look, hold on.
You're lying. You said was because the professional and educated class is not involved.
Right,
That's
exactly,
was your reason.
and I believe that.
Okay, Colin, listen to what you just said in the last 2 minutes.
So I said,
first, you just said you lied and said you didn't give a reason. Then, when I gave you the reason that you did say, you confessed to it. You are full of shit, bro.
Look, in my observation, right? I said the reason why, and I gave examples, right? I said the people who are educated, black people who got academics, are not going to follow people pumping their fists, talking about black power and all stuff like that. It's not going to happen.
And this is what I'm telling you. If you actually look in all of these movements, they always had educated people in them.
No. People with a degree and whatnot, you know, people can't build nothing. If they were educated, how come they don't own no factories?
Do you own a factory, Colin?
I'm saying no, but how about this? You play the top 20 black businesses in America. You ever see that video I play? Top 20 black businesses.
You own a factory, Colin?
How many?
Does anybody in the BAIO own a factory?
How many of those businesses are aligned with any so-called black nationalist movement?
You don't hold yourself to the same critique that you hold others to, bro.
Yeah, but the bottom line is, I said that I created a space for intellectual black people to get together and share notes. That's all I
So
did.
many other
You
people
know?
have done that, bro.
And
What
say
does that mean?
no,
You didn't build a
Hey,
nation.
look,
You didn't build a
a
municipality.
lot of
You haven't
people
built an
tell me.
organization.
Yeah, hold on,
You
a
don't
lot of
have
people
100 people that say I am
you know what a lot
BAIO.
of people tell me, including Minister Daoud. He said when I came over with you guys one night, man, the way you guys talk, like
He
hit
left
out.
your movement,
Hold
Colin.
on, wherever you hit out the park with me, when I was on on Block Talk Radio, and I did a show. I used to do a series called Ujama Economics, right? Ujama Economics, right? Now,
Okay,
people
you don't
thought I
even
was
know
going to be
that.
one of these typical black nationalists talking about, yeah, hotel, black man. I was talking about financial reports. I was talking about freaking hedge funds and stuff like that. Motherfucker be coming in the chat room. What kind of nigga is this talking about fucking financial shit and whatnot, man? You sound like the white man and whatnot, ignorant motherfuckers. And so people like this, and I had to shut all that down. And the people who got real skills and whatnot, this one guy was building his own. I was part of this one guy named Devon Bell. I don't know what happened to him, right? But he built his own stock exchange, the Honest Stock Exchange out in Las Vegas. And so he tracked it to our message he said, I like being around brothers that be talking on this level, you know? And I said like this. And he also was getting his Honest Stock Exchange on the COMESA, the Committee of African Stock Exchange, whatever like that, so stock exchange in Africa and whatnot. And at the time, that was 2011, um, we wanted to have a base, and we're looking at Liberia to open up an office for the Honest Stock Exchange. But those are the type of people I was attracting, and
Okay,
people that
that's
can do
all
shit like
good.
that.
Every time you bring up one of them stories like that, it's never people that are still with you and they're still BAIO.
Well, it doesn't matter. The bottom line is
That does matter.
the bottom line is this. The fact of the matter is, I proved that they're out there.
Carla, you can attract a woman. Can you sustain and maintain a woman?
Yeah, bro. You
You know what
So
I'm saying?
already
So,
attracting is one thing, maintaining and
as I say,
sustaining a
the
relationship
bottom
is a
line
whole
is this.
nother thing.
I proved one thing, right? And I got the confidence that those people right there, well, years I've been doing this, they're out there. And when the time comes and whatnot, they'll be out there again.
they've been out here since the time of Booker T and
You know what I'm
WB
saying?
Du
Yeah,
Bois.
yeah. But none of you guys have ever been able to pull the type of people I was able to pull.
You,
Okay, it's
Colin,
not
you
a
have no
competition, Carla.
successes or
I'm
results,
saying,
bro.
so
Like,
I was
what are you
able to
talking
pull.
about? You don't have one factory built, one road
And
built,
so the
one
bottom
grocery
line,
store built.
yeah,
You
but the
haven't
thing
done
is though,
anything.
hold on. I was a baby when your organization. I wasn't even born when your organization was formed.
I wasn't even born when you started. I wasn't
You know what I'm
even
saying?
16 when you started the
Okay, so
BAIO.
like this.
Like, what are you
And so
talking
the bottom
about?
line, I wasn't even born, and you're comparing me what I didn't do. Come on, man, how's that?
I'm comparing you to all your contemporaries. None of y'all have
So
built
yeah,
any factories or anything.
what I'm trying to say is, look, in the bottom line, this is what I'm doing. This is the path I've chosen.
No, I'm
And
talking
I'm gonna
about the
continue.
topic, bro.
I'm,
I'm
I'm
not
gonna
even
tell.
talking
I'm gonna
about you.
keep
You
doing.
personalize all of
I'm gonna
these, bro.
keep
And
doing.
the fact that you can't agree that not being able to employ our people is a major reason why these
What I'm saying, no,
groups
but
fail is
let's say,
asinine.
let's say that's true, right? But
It is true.
hold on. At the Gary, Indiana convention in 1971, right? He had this big thing. Gary, we had political power. That was a black nationalist hall. We had a
What
finally
does that
achieved
have to do
political
with
power, right?
black
And I'm
nationalism
saying
not being
so,
able
but the
to
thing
employ our
is,
people?
Gary, Indiana died because there was no jobs, no capital, whatever like that, right?
So you're proving
And
my
so
point.
my point I'm trying to make is this. Do you understand that you live in America?
Are you saying because we live in America that we can't provide jobs for our own people,
Exactly.
Colin?
Right.
Okay, you're an idiot then, bro.
Right. I'm an idiot.
But you just listed those 20 black
Listen,
corporation and hire black people,
oh,
Carla. So
you're
it can
dumb.
happen.
Goodbye, nigga. You ain't gonna call me an idiot on my fucking show. Fuck you. You know. The bottom line is just so fucking obvious. You know. You're living in America. There can't be two kings in a kingdom. There's a ruling class and a subservient class. The ruling class decides what is made, who makes it, who distributes it, who benefits from it, all that shit like that. That's on the white side. Black people get the crumbs, what's left over. Now, whatever fancy you live in, that you gonna start building factories and all that. Shut the fuck up. I'm sick and tired of hearing that shit. You know, Black people haven't built shit, and they never will on a large scale to employ people until you have space and a nation of your own and take the chance. You might have to die, to make it like Mao Zedong did. 10 million people died in this great leap forward. But now look at China right now. Black people don't want to suffer. You want to stay under the nuts of the white man, talking about what we're going to do. You ain't going to do shit in America until you get out there on your own and find out your place on this planet and where you're going to build it. That's the truth. I was there telling me about goddamn, we don't have this. You live in America. You ever figured that the fuck out? Take a look at the plantation. Well, I know we're all slaves, but why didn't we all just run off the plantation and build our own? Yeah, that was easier said than done. Why didn't we just escape from the plantation? Easier said than done. Why don't we build factories, employ everybody? Easier fucking said than done. Who has a capital? You understand there's banks, there's capital. The government backs up businesses and guarantees businesses like that. GM and all these other businesses got loans that like Lee Iacocca. The federal government bailed Lee Iacocca out when Chrysler, and he made it productive. Is anybody in Black America ever going to get like a deal like Lee Iacocca? Hell, fucking no. You know. Oh, you're talking about we got to build factories. This nigga ain't got 2 dimes to rub together. So every one of these fucking Black nationals are broke. Ain't got no money, no connection. And also, another thing is this. When you have a nation state, at least, right, you can at least take loans out and put yourself in debt if you have to build factories, build roads, employ people. Black people in America don't even have access to international creditors. And you're gonna talk about what you ain't doing and whatnot, it ain't gonna happen in no goddamn America. I'm sick of candy coating this shit, Really I am. What's up, Dark Migo? No, you can't create no jobs for yourself. You ain't got do you got the IMF loans and whatnot? Do you got billions of dollars that you can front and do feasibility study? You know what it takes to build a factory? It takes $150,000 just to do a goddamn feasibility study. And you ain't got that. No Black people got that. You ain't gonna build no jobs, man, because you live in a delusional. Because this is what happens when you have low IQ people like fucking King Justice and whatnot. Talk all you want. Nigga sound like he got a 5th grade education. Don't know how the real world fucking works. In Africa, at least in Africa, you got access to international creditors. You got access to China if you need it, Japan if you need it, Turkey if you need it. You ain't getting those countries are gonna fucking invest in you in America. United States ain't gonna let that happen. That's how it works. These countries be getting fucking loans and some of everything. Investments, FDI, foreign direct investments. That's how they get shit done. Ain't nobody invested in no Black America. But that's the truth. Africa said, no, honestly, college movement would never be for the masses. It's not for the masses. It's about pioneers. Yeah, the best of the brightest. The masses will come after the fact. People don't want to do. Yeah, the people that want to fucking sacrifice. The people want to sacrifice. Black people don't want to damn sacrifice nothing. So, people don't want to sacrifice. Don't want to contribute nothing. And when you want to sit in America, right? You got absolutely no means of capital, no means of anything, and you think somehow like magic, you're gonna fucking go out there and build a fucking thing. What's up, Mufasa?
Hey, what's going on, Kyla? Good
Did you hear what
evening.
I just said last comment?
Um, uh, I just heard you going back and forth with old boy, and then I just clicked in.
Yo, this fool said that we could employ people. You know what part of we don't control the economy and we have no means to do that? What part you don't understand?
Well, he doesn't get. He still thinks he's gonna take over a few states in
He's
the
a
country.
fucking idiot, man. Why do I sit here and fucking listen to fucking morons? You know?
No, it's cool to have him up there. The only problem is he can't be like he'll say something, and then as soon as you get to responding, he'll cut you off right when you talk. It's like, and constantly do it. So it's like you're not really debating in good faith. It's cool to have him. I actually kind of like some of his viewpoints. He's one of the few people on here who actually like stand for something political and black.
Yeah,
So I
that's
like
true.
having, but he ain't doing it in good faith. He got to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
just
what I'm
coming
saying.
on.
The main thing is this. Do you understand, Mufasa? Like I saw there was this article that said some Swedish company is eyeing Africa as part of its $1 trillion sovereign wealth fund.
Hmm.
Now, I'm saying if we were set up in Africa, don't you think we should be able to we would be able to tap into some of that? Tell me what the hell we're gonna tap into behind the borders of America.
Yeah. Well, that was gonna be my answer to the question of the show. You
We're
said
not
why?
gonna do anything in the borders of America. It's not gonna happen. You know?
Yeah, it was he asked why. The question is why all black nationalist movements fail eventually is because their goals are within the borders of America. You can't have a nation within this nation. Not gonna happen.
Exactly. Now
Period.
we got plenty of black communities here. You know, we got communities like I said, the black communities, Mufasa, right, that are thriving in America.
Damn, I
That
can't hear you, Kyle. I gotta come off and come back.
all right. Here. Now here's this idiot goes, if we can't create jobs in America, how can we do this in Africa? First of all, there's a Swedish company that's eyeing Africa for part of its $1 trillion sovereign wealth fund. So it's going around Africa looking at potential opportunities. They ain't coming to America to invest in the fucking black America. You understand that? People have this idea that Africa and black America is on the same level. It's not. That's the advantage Africa has like that because they're at least sovereign state. Everything you see is an agreement between sovereign states. What's the IMF or somebody's sovereign wealth fund, whatever like that. You know, governments. You know,
Bruce Leroy said because the leaders are self-centered assholes. That's why it fails. No, no, it's just you try to build a nation within a nation, and the nation that you're in takes military action against you. It's really kind of that simple.
yeah.
You got to get onto some ground that you can cover, and then eventually, once you can cover that ground, you could have your own sovereignty and then work from there. But
That's
you
it.
do it
Then
here.
he goes, the
It's,
Swedish creating jobs. No, the Swedish will invest in African companies, startups, and everything. This guy's so fucking stupid,
I
man. I
mean,
swear to God.
it's not up to political movements to create jobs, bro. Like, come on. I don't go to the Democratic Party
Like
looking
I
for a
said,
job.
this is what happens when people are poorly educated, about everything, And you remember when we first started the BAO? Remember the questions we used to ask? What's your skill set? What are this? And the people we used to attract in the BAO. Do you remember that guy, Black Achievement? You remember him?
Yeah,
Hey, yeah, I used
I'm
to love.
familiar.
Remember the battles with him and I used to have? That was funny.
Black Achievement was the dude, the Republican guy.
Well, I don't know if he was Republican, but
You sure?
he was out of Baltimore. You know,
He was a police officer, right?
no, he was a lawyer.
No, I just
No,
remember him always
the police
screaming and
officer,
yelling and shit.
the police officer was Sarge. That was Sarge.
Sarge, yeah, I remember Sarge.
You know, which we go Black Achievement would always get me, man. They were like, but now I got him into Africa, right? But he said he joined. Now this guy's a lawyer, and he does laws and people's policy on software engineering. You know, copyright stuff like that, right? He joined the local Nation of Islam because he wanted to be involved with the community. He said, "I want to teach people how to do coding and all stuff like that." You know, he joined the Nation of Islam, man, and they had him out there doing selling final calls.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't want nothing to do with what he was talking about.
Right.
And like I told you, the educated black people traditionally have been marginalized in these groups, you know,
In which group?
in the black nationalist groups. I see it all the time, you know.
I never seen that. The
No,
Nation of
it's like
Islam.
this.
The Nation of Islam was marginalizing the educated.
What it is this: you go to the Nation of Islam, right? You
Yeah.
got they'll use you, right? But the bottom line is this: there's a lot of people with a lot of ideas. They never get implemented. Sometimes they do, but anything that gets implemented, it got to benefit the temple leader and the national organization. You know,
Right.
that's what usually happens. You know,
Hmm.
so people feel like remember Minister Dawood?
Yeah, for sure.
He used to always talk about how the Nation of Islam, he wasted years in the Nation of Islam. Remember he used to
Uh,
always say that?
he did, but I mean, I don't remember him. I don't remember him explicitly saying it like that
He said
because
no.
I
He was basically
always
saying,
felt like he talked positive about the nation at the end of the day.
yeah, he
You know
did.
what
Oh
I'm saying?
yeah, but he was talking about you can't make a career out of it. Something like he used to always say. You know?
Yeah, yeah. I think because, like I said, I know Hollop used to always say that it was basically like, you know, the drug dealer of the conscious community. You know what I mean? Like they treat it like drug dealers. Like basically, we're trying to get as many people on our team as possible, basically, so they can pay dues, and that's really the pretty much the whole of it.
Yeah,
Oh shit!
yeah,
I thought I clicked off. Yeah, but yeah, that's what I mean. I do remember him saying that.
yeah,
But yeah, I mean, I feel what you're saying. I mean, at the end of the day, um, you know, it's only so much you can do.
Carla, you
What
gotta
are you
do
gonna
us a
do with these people?
favor, Carla, and go to the doctor, man. That stuff could turn deadly. We worry about your health, man. You don't sound good.
yeah. I'll take care of it. But you know, I'll take care of it. But my point I'm trying to make is tonight is why Black nationalism failed. My conclusion was that a lot of like the Uhuru movement in St. Petersburg, Florida, has been taken over by the LGBTQ.
They still doing that shit?
Yeah, you know,
I thought they got rid of that first guy.
no, Amali, whatever his name is, he's still there.
No, not Amali ain't LGB whatever.
Yeah,
Uh, they had a spokesman that was like a flaming. Well, I don't want to say the
yeah, but
word.
they always end up. They always end up in back in somewhere around whatever because those groups have money.
No, but it's cool if they in there, but they shouldn't be like he was the leader of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so
Well, not the
I'm
leader,
not
but he
cool.
was the main spokesperson.
I'm not cool with that. You know, like I said, if they want to do that, that's fine. You know, but
No,
I
but I'm
said,
saying it's don't ask, don't tell, bro. Like you can't you're limiting the growth of your movement. You don't have a movement. You got a social club. If you want everybody to be one particular way, you see what I'm saying?
yeah,
You're
but
gonna get
my
homosexuals.
my whole thing is, if you're doing this right, like me personally, like I would say, I'm talking to people, I'm talking, and I'm sharing my intimate thoughts with somebody. You know, I'd rather be around straight heterosexual black people. That's just me, my personal thing. You know. Now, as far as like if we talk about nation building, I could not be the one to be like, no gay person could come to an African. I can't do that. That'd be against international law, and you be roundly condemned, and rightfully so, right?
Well, I mean, isn't it outlawed in most African nations?
Yeah, but we're not like most African nations. Come on, you know. But I will say
No, but
this,
I'm saying don't ask, don't tell. So
right?
pretty much
So
you can't openly
look, I
do it.
agree with don't
You know what
ask,
I'm saying?
don't
But
tell.
we ain't gonna go looking for it. But nah, you can't come up on some homo
Yeah,
shit.
but the thing, hold on, but the thing is though, you gotta understand something. A lot of these guys, they come in with the like irritated genie. He's back out now. I love the irritated genie.
But wasn't he a Fed?
No, well, I think he worked with the Homeland Security years ago, but he's back out now, man. That's my brother right there. Wait, check us out. When people come in, the thing, it's not enough that is like this. They always want to act on what they're doing. They want to paint your organization rainbow. It ain't enough to say don't ask, don't tell. They ain't gonna go for that. To them, you have no right to suppress them. And I'm saying, okay, even if it's your organization, right? You have no right to suppress them or say whatever like that. And I say, okay, that's fine, but okay, let's agree to disagree. You go your way, I go my way. They end up suing you. You end up suing you,
Hmm. I mean, you bring up a good point because I definitely didn't like how, like, if it's a gay dude on here every night, it would take away from this. You know
Oh
what I'm saying?
yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So
why they don't call my show. That dude Shaw calls Dynasty show because he's Dynasty is real liberal, in that
I
regard.
mean, is he affecting the show?
Well, I don't know.
And I'm
Some people
saying
are.
too, also too, the dude I'm talking about, he was like a flaming gay, like he was like all
I think I remember that guy.
flamboyant and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I remember that guy.
So that's like out, that's out of the way. Like you're not gonna attract no
And the
mass.
people basically deliberately do that because I don't know if they're trying to push certain buttons and
I
stuff
mean,
like
but
that.
how is that in a Yeshatella's interest to do that? O'Malley Yeshatella's interest.
Well, the bottom line is
Get
these.
the white liberal money or some shit?
It's not that right. These people, the socials. He was funded for years by social. Who do you think pays for his trips? The
I don't
Socialist
even
Party of
remember.
America. They got money. These white organizations have money. What they do is go around seeing what black organizations could buy up. They brought Al Sharpton out of obscurity. You know that?
No.
The National Action Network is all funded by the LGBTQ. That's why Sharpton changed his message. And he's so pro LGBTQ because they rescued him. They put money behind him. So,
So you think that the white socialist parties influenced him to have all the homo shit all through his thing and put
Al
him in
Sharpton.
leadership? Nah, Uhuru.
Well, they were out there. You got these white girls out there screaming with a Black Power shirt on, with the fucking red, black, and green, and the damn trans colors hand in hand. Now, what does that tell you?
I ain't never seen him with no trans next to the RBG.
Yo, look, bro, look hard enough. I am not telling you lies. It's there. Matter of fact, I got you on WhatsApp. I'll send it to you when I find it.
I remember, it's funny. I remember Uhuru. I don't know if he was on my Facebook back when I had got arrested in 2014. They had popped up then. Like when I got arrested, and my close friend, we were all like involved politically in the city and stuff like that. So when I got arrested, my homegirl Lisa organized some people, friends that we knew from like organized in San Diego. So she got organized some people to get some attention and get media attention and put some stuff together. And Uhuru had popped up when the news cameras came, holding burning spear newspapers and
Right,
talking to the news and shit like that had something to do with it.
right. Check us out. The King Justice goes. He's an idiot. I guess me and a contrarian that can't see his truth is his face. Who rejects employment? Now, why would I basically like this? I wish I had the money and the means to employ every black person. Do you agree? Do you believe me when I tell you that, brother?
Yeah, I agree. I believe that.
All right. So what is he talking about? But I'm telling you, reality. There's a thing called reality, King Justice. Reality. You don't live in the realm of reality. You live in the realm of fantasy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, I
Foolishness.
mean, it takes more than just, what I'm saying? That if you're just employing people, that's like what businesses and stuff like that do. Political movements need people to believe in something, and regardless of what they do, they're gonna make time and put their effort forth to see a political goal attained. It's not like, I don't join something because I'm trying to get a job, bro. You know what I mean? That's how you
Yeah.
attract the mercenaries. You need people who have a job and they're going to contribute part of what they make and their time into the political movement.
The main thing to me was time. You know, to me that was the most important thing, even more than money. People's time.
No, but I'm just saying that's what I'm saying. It's just like so when Mao Zedong was going around collecting peasants, oh, you got a job? Can I get a job? Like, no, bruh. You know what I'm saying? I have a vision. I have a goal. Are you down with it or not? You feel me? And then when we done, your children will have jobs. You know what I mean? You don't just go around like employing people, bro.
Why is King Justice? Why is he gotta insult? See, they say when you gotta call names and it's assault, you're already lost the debate. He says Mao was in his homeland. Okay, you're not in the homeland.
No, he said this is his homeland because if we go to Africa, he'll say, oh, they're not African American, which came out there yesterday or whatever day that was.
Yeah, so I'm like,
So if this ain't your homeland, what's your homeland?
yeah, so
Well, his homeland is Mississippi, the poorest,
yeah,
least literate state
yo, Jackson, Mississippi has 27% below the poverty rate.
and he's a part of it.
Yeah,
He's contributing to the number.
yeah. So I'm like this. You got Mississippi, is one of those places. Black people got freaking land, right? They got land rich but money poor. You know, there's a lot of black people with land in the South, but they got no money. You know,
Right. Yeah, well, I don't know. I just don't see how a nationalist movement, because every nationalist movie I really see, I see the United States taking military, like serious military action against them. You know what I
yeah.
mean? Sabotage, all type of
Infiltration.
infiltration. You know
We
what I
got
mean?
we see the same
Search
story,
and destroy.
and then they say, "Oh, COINTELPRO." It's like a bunch of clowns. You know they're gonna say COINTELPRO. You already read the story. It's like you watching the same story, expecting a different result. You
Yeah,
know,
but they ain't know all that shit back then, though.
yeah, but we know it now. So what the hell
No.
are we talking about? You know, I'm saying if you know that's what they're gonna do, and that's what they said, you know, J. Edgar Hoover said any black nationalist or anything like that, he's gonna be a dead nigga.
He
You
said,
know,
what did he say?
he said he goes, we got to let it go to the Negro that if he can do whatever he wants, but if he decides to do any sort of, that's what they feared more than anything else. They did not fear the drug dealers and the criminals element like that. They feared black nationalism. Why? Because if you have a black nationalist movement, any sort of black nationalist movement, right, that would basically trigger something in white America. White America has to always believe that they're in control and the black people have no power.
Mm-hmm.
So if
He
you
said
start
that
organizing, saying we're going to take this
100,000
city over, you know,
150,000 Nigerians built a city in Houston. Man, please.
they'll stop it. They ain't build no city in fucking Houston. They got these fantasy things going on, you know. How can you build a city within a city, you know? Especially when Houston is basically below sea level and shit, you know?
They ain't built no damn city.
You know? So, I don't know. People believe what they want to believe, you know? And it's like, oh, we built the city in a city and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so Chinatown is a city too, right? And
Yeah.
Chinatown would even be a better example, but
I know.
even that's not a nation in a nation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just a business district where you're doing certain things.
Yeah.
Like
They have
Nigeria,
an
they
area where
come
they
from another
congregate.
country. Yeah, they come from another country. They got certain products, things they want to buy. They just because they're from Nigeria, it's not like they have some plan to take over and do subversive action like what you're talking about.
Yeah. And it's bottom line, yeah. And that's good, you know, people create their little enclaves of like minded people in the area. That's beautiful, you know. But we got those all over Black America, you know. You know, we got those all over Black America, you know. Ain't nothing new about that, you know. Everybody's want to give each other a pat on the back for doing what everybody else do. You congregate in one area, you know. I don't know. I don't know anymore. You know.
Well, he said they built the city. You know what I'm saying? What's the name of the city?
Yeah. What is the name of the city?
Yeah, what's the name?
But Rudy, what's the name of the city?
He says, Kala, why didn't you invest in Bitcoin? That is why black movements fails. We didn't listen to our smartest and brightest. I mean, all right, you know what I mean? I invested in Bitcoin.
My sister invested in Bitcoin. She makes a lot of money. I invested in Bitcoin earlier, but you know, I've been doing lately. I'm gonna get back into it by the end of the year. My sister, she got this new kind of coin. She makes a fortune. I don't know what the hell it is, but she's gonna teach me. You know, she makes a lot of money what she's doing, but she got money to invest like that. You know.
Yeah, most of that stuff is not you know. It's cool. You know, people always talk about investment. Investments are only relevant if you have the income and the discretionary side, you know, and you can consistently
And
put
you
money.
realize you gotta say people understand something. Investment requires risk. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it requires work, but you know, if you want to buy securities, honestly, man, the best thing to do is just go into an index, you know, or the SP 500, you know, things that you know
Yeah.
are consistently just go up over time. But the key is your earning potential. You know what I mean? Because if you just consistently just keep putting money into Bitcoin, especially times like now, just keep buying it every month. You know what I mean? Just buy it. You know, dollar cost average in, buy, and you know your money's just gonna grow over time. Same thing with a lot of stocks and stuff like that. So, you know, I was all into all that stuff, but I pulled my money out to like invest in my own business because you know,
Right.
nothing really goes, nothing can go. A Bitcoin coin goes up high, but you know, I could buy you know $40,000 worth of equipment
Right.
and 100,000 a year. You know, and
Let me
hire.
ask you. Let me ask you a question. Why hasn't the Black Nationalist movement, and like I said, the Republic of New Africa was founded in Detroit? How come they didn't buy any of those factories up in Detroit? What else that's lined up? You know something I seen in Newark, another stronghold of Black nationalism.
Hmm.
They're freaking abandoned steel mills there.
Well, I mean, you don't want to buy into an industry that's dying.
Yeah, but Africa is needs steel, right?
Yeah, but how the hell are you gonna sell it to them? If there
No,
was a need there, why wouldn't the Americans just give it to them? The white
so
Americans.
what I'm saying is, people say, "Why are they?" But that's an idea, though. I just put an idea out there, and it gets shot down. You know, they're like, "Oh, Kyle." Then when I do put a friggin' idea out there, everybody like, "Oh, no, no, we can't do that." You know, see, damn if you do, damn if you don't. You know. So it is what it is. You know, black people just, I don't know, it's hopeless. It really is. That's
What's the
why I'm
solution?
determined to destroy these other so-called black nationalist movement. Pretty soon, when I'm freaking done, only the BAO is going to be existing. These other people are going down. You know, I'm gonna keep doing shows. King Justice, whatever your name is, just keep listening, man, because it's only gonna get worse. You know, this guy's gonna come over here and eventually have a fucking meltdown. Kala, you know.
Newark is 85% black. You
Yeah,
sure?
Newark is a black city. Yeah,
I never knew that.
yeah.
No,
And you got all those black people there, and you got factories sitting there doing nothing but collecting dust and whatnot. We could have
I
been
mean,
building
but they
something.
got it. They sitting there for a reason.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, check this out. Look, there's loans that you can get from the federal government to rehab. They got all kinds of programs that all you need is like the best and brightest among us, right? To put together the business plan and say, look, this is what we're gonna do. We got a market for this. We get this factory up and running. We got 20 African countries that will buy prefabricated steel from us. You know, the federal government is going to be like, okay, you're exporting and you're manufacturing whatnot, and you're creating jobs and taxes. But we don't have people like that. We just have morons running around calling themselves black nationalists. You know, you've
Hmm.
been on my dick for years. No, I haven't, nigga. I saw you a couple times on TikTok, man. You know, goofy looking niggas. Goofy long teeth looking motherfucker. King Justice like one of them niggas from the '70s and shit. You know what he reminds me of? Remember that dude that was on Good Times, Sweet Daddy?
Nah, hell nah, man.
You
Nah.
don't remember Sweet Daddy, right?
Nah.
Come
I
on.
mean, I was born in '87, man. I wasn't really watching all that.
You never was on Good Times, you know?
Nah, not really.
Yeah, so that's what he reminds me of, Sweet Daddy. You know, you just said that we couldn't create jobs. Yeah, look. Bottom line is this: we couldn't create jobs, but if the only way you look, let me break it down, Mufasa, like this. Mufasa disappeared. The only way, Mufasa, the only way you're gonna create jobs is, like I said, if you was listening and get the wax out your big ears, you know, you're gonna have to engage with the federal government. The federal government has to sign off on it. Then you can create jobs. But these guys, I don't need no federal government. We're gonna create our own nation here and whatnot, you know. Okay, well, how you gonna build factories? How you gonna get the license to build factories? I don't know. I haven't figured that shit out yet, you know.
I mean, you can only create so many jobs too. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So even if you create a business, whatever, you create jobs. I mean, you still need more people than that to do your political movement.
Right.
Now, if you want like a business consortium or something like that, like a secret business society or whatever, black business society, that's fine, but that's not a nationalist effort. You know what I mean? That's just like a black business group.
And we got black people, they
And
hate them.
the nation of Islam, keep saying the nation of Islam, they didn't hire a bunch of people. They was collecting money from a bunch of people
I
that had
tell you, that's how I said. People
yeah,
get up here, they lie. I'm glad you up here. I say people get up here, they should be all employing people. They wasn't employing nobody. Stop
yeah,
it,
for
you
a
know.
few people or whatever, but the overwhelming majority, it was just like they pretty much perfected the church thing. They added some good
Yeah.
policies to it, but they weren't the first people to have like a big religious institution. You know what I'm saying? I believe Most High Black Muhammad did it the best. I think he
Yeah.
was the most powerful black man America ever
Well,
produced.
yeah, the Nation of Islam. I looked at some of the stuff they were doing. That was the most formidable black organization, and we couldn't even hold on to that. You know, we couldn't even hold on to the Nation of Islam. You lost the black Muslims. What's wrong with y'all niggas? You know what King Justice needs? King Justice needs a good dose of Pastor Manning.
I said out of all the things they employed the most. Yeah, they employed the most, bro. He said I literally said the reason why movement failed is because we
You know,
didn't
some people
employ
had
people.
jobs. They weren't. None of the people were formally employed. There was nobody on payroll. You know, it was like, here, you got paid here. You know, like cash in hand. You know,
That's what I'm saying. He got it the other way, where people take their jobs and then they put the money into it so you can get things done. Get what I'm saying?
people don't
Yeah.
understand what
That's
employment
not
means.
that's not what your country can do for you. Well, what you can do
Employment
for your
means
country.
you're employed by something. You're on the payroll. You're on the clock. You're paying taxes. You know, you got also FICA and all stuff like that. Ain't no these black organizations that employ nobody like that. You know. But what do I know? You
Yeah,
know.
just like most religious institutions, it's mostly freaking volunteer work.
Go out there work and you
I
get paid,
volunteer for my temple all day.
and you basically get paid under the table. Make a little
Mhm.
dollars on the table. You
Or
know.
not even under the table. Sometimes you just do it for the prestige or just for the movement. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Mostly, what I mean, maybe the ministers, certain people like that got full time positions.
Yeah.
Few people get paid, but
Now the minister in these places, they be getting paid. You know, they got a
yeah,
salary.
that's what I'm saying. They'll have a salary. It might be one other person, something like that. But most people are just they volunteer. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, at my temple, we volunteer. I come through, teach. I teach part of our study groups on Tuesday. I host the Wednesday night session. You
Right.
know what I mean? And then when we meet up and do our in person meetings,
What you
we'll be
call
doing prayer.
Afro Theory's asking, are you a Pan African?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know everybody's jumping off the boat, but I'm still standing on my square. I'm still a Pan Africanist.
You know, I'm a
But
Pan
I
African.
understand I understand the reality. See, Pan Africanism is an ideal, right? It's an ideal that we'll all play on the same team and look at what everyone else is doing. It's not that we're necessarily all love each other and all that shit like that, but the point is that for us to combat the situation that we're dealing with, it would be best if we work together. So it's an idea. It's
Why is
not a
DK?
reality today.
Hello. Why is DK coming at you? He called you a cuck. He called you weak ass ninja. You know, what?
Yeah.
Y'all got history together or
Who
something,
is
man?
DK? Is DK the Igbo guy?
Yeah.
Oh damn, man! I thought you was an honorary African American, man.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell DK is all about.
I don't know why he's
D-
saying I'm a cuck. I'm
yeah,
lost.
DK has been on some shit lately.
Yeah. Well, maybe he'll let us know.
You know,
You
yeah,
said I'm a black nationalist. Yeah, I'm a black nationalist. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a black nationalist. I would like to see a black nation. You know what I'm saying? I
yep,
would like to see a black nation, and I move and operate from a perspective of us versus them. Not we're
yep.
all one country of Americans. Like, no, everything I try to do it black. You know what I mean? You know, I buy my honey from a black owned honey place. I buy my liquor. I got some black owned liquor right here. Like over here by my
I would love to import Liberian liquor, man. They got this new white liquor label. It looks beautiful. I ain't tasted it yet, but it looks good though. You know, because
Liberian
I
liquor.
like the way it looks. I like the way it looks. I haven't tried it yet though, but it looks good.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I
it's
do.
called
No.
white.
I got. It's an
It's called
African
white
American guy.
something. It's called white something. It looks beautiful. The bottle. Yeah, it
Hmm
looks beautiful, but I didn't try it when I was over there. I'll try it
No,
next.
it's an African American guy. It was two of them. I buy from one. One of them, he has a gin company. It's called Iriche. Basically, Iriche is something that we say when we offer the alcohol, and he named the his company after that. So I buy from him, and then there's another guy. His is actually sold in the stores up here. I got to drive like an hour and a half to get it, but it's like a peach tea rum
Yeah,
combination infusion. You know what I mean? I got to drive to get it, but I can't buy from these white folks, man.
yeah.
How long we gonna buy Hennessy, bro? Like these people
So
are.
look, the last time I had hit it with Bomani, I said, Bomani, come on, man. I've been out of the ghetto for years. We got to go, Kyle, hit this shit, man. Hit this shit, man. I was like, all right. And I was
Oh,
like,
he's saying
and I was
Pan
like,
Africans are
when he
cucks.
walked away, man, I spit that shit out over the balcony. I spit that shit out like, get the fuck out of here. I said, I forgot how bad that shit was. See, back in the day, we used to have Hennessy and Alizé. They used to go Thug Patch. Remember that? You
Yeah.
know? But Bomani was doing straight shots of Hennessy. And he killed that bottle,
Oh,
man. I
man,
was
shit.
like,
That's what I
yeah.
used to do. Yeah, that's what I used to do. I'm just saying that I
Man,
still
I
do
can't
it.
do it. Once I graduated to Crown Royal and shit like that, man, Southern Comfort, all that, man. I said, man, I left that ghetto ass Hennessy shit alone, man. I was like, fuck that shit, man.
He said Pan Africans are cucks. I mean, DK. You're not even like black conscious, bro. You know what I'm saying? So like, you got to start reading some books and get kind of understand pan
Yeah,
theory. You got to get conscious, listen to some Malcolm X speeches. You still haven't started. So once you get started, then you could kind of get on this level and kind of talk about politics. You know what I'm saying? He's still, we just made you an African American. Now you got to kind of get, you
yeah.
know,
You
you
gotta
got to
get
get into it.
initiated.
Right.
You gotta get properly initiated, bro.
Yeah. Afro Theory said, Mufasa, are you? No, I'm not a Muslim. I've never been a Muslim. I
Let's
mean,
see.
what are some books on black politics, black theory? What are some books you read, DK? Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see, Afro Theory. Yes, I have a business.
It says Afro Theory, yes. In a business. Look, Mufasa. I got a business where I was gonna tell King Justice on the after show, come up here and we'll compare business. I'll put my website up. He put his website. I'll let you be the judge. And it was like this. I was looking at my website yesterday. I was like, forgot. We had this crazy ass chick, man. She really redid our website when I didn't think she was gonna do a good job, but she looked really professional. I was like, oh shit. Really nice. It just shows our top team members and whatnot, our mission and everything like that. It's like we're a team to beat, man. He's you just selling shirt. I do more than that. We broker stuff. We do a lot of stuff. Like it ain't just selling. You know, Bottom line, I hate when people minimalize what you do and whatnot. Whatever it is, I make a lot of money. Got a good life. I travel. Yeah, one thing you don't see me is I go to the continent every year. Have you ever seen me ask anybody for money, Mufasa?
No.
Right. So what does that got? What does that tell you?
Yeah, I mean, so you paying your own way.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that means nothing to these clowns over here. People like him, King Justice. He hates Africa so much. Calls himself. You can look. You cannot call yourself a Pan Africanist or Black Nationalist and dislike Africa. You know, like
Mm-hmm.
it's Nakmeezy clown. You see what? Yeah, Nakmeezy. He has that high pitched voice he has. I think Nakmeezy is a fucking transsexual. I think he's going trans on me.
Let me
Uh,
see here. He said Macron said he's the biggest Pan African, and all the Africans clap their hands. You follow a gay Frenchman. Bro, I don't know what you talking about, DK.
What you go? Check this out. Um, uh, he
Pan
goes.
Africanism is older
He
than.
goes. He goes. I love Africa. If you love Africa, you would have been there already, King Justice. You would have been there already, man. You would have make that crossover. Oh, I'm attack Nag. You see what he was saying to me? I think it was attacking me personally today. I didn't do nothing to him. He over here attacking me personally. Look, I say what I say. And if you don't agree with, look, Nagmeezy has no problem with black people going anywhere in the world except Africa. Isn't that strange? Why you gotta go to Africa? Why you gotta go to Africa? What the? His obsession with black people in America going to Africa. It's fucking strange, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it either.
I don't get it either. Like, black people can go a million places. Just don't go to Africa, man. Shut the fuck up.
Mm. Nah, it's something about it. Something about it. It's just, I don't know. It's something about Africa, bro. Like, damn.
Yeah, what is it
Like
about Africa you
you
don't like?
got people going all these people, every black person they want to take a trip. They're gonna go to Italy. We went to France. Nobody ever says anything about that, bro. Thousands of their
Right.
dollars
Oh yeah.
throwing
People be
into the
going to
art.
freaking. You know how many black people are in Portugal right now? In
Yeah,
Spain.
just dumping money away, dumping money away. I
Yeah,
was
going
talking
to
to my best
Europe.
friend about that.
My family in New York, right? They got a lot of money. They always going to Europe. They go to Europe, see the Eiffel Towers. They go to Roman Coliseum. But I can't get them to go to fucking Africa.
No, I have no interest in Africa, and that's what I was telling my homeboy. I'm like, bro, you hear me talking this black shit all day, and then whenever you make your travel trips, you going everywhere else. Now he did go to Kenya. I will give him that. But I'm just like, he like, oh, you don't want to go here, you don't want to go there. I'm like, fam, I only want to go to black countries, man.
I said, he can't go to Garvey there. But yeah, Garvey, that was a different time. That's before we had frequent flyer miles, airplanes, and shit like that. You can't compare yourself to Garvey, man. Come on. You know, at the time when Garvey was around, the only way you can get in Africa, you had to go there. If you're a British subject like Garvey was, he could only really go to British countries.
When
So,
what was the? Oh, you talking about Garvey?
yeah.
Oh yeah. It was It ain't like today. Like shit, you could fly there.
Now you can basically tonight you can go online, book your ticket, right, for next flight. You could be over there within a week, less than a week.
Right. Said I love Africa, but I'm not a Pan African boy. I mean, DK, you think Pan Africanism has something to do with the president of France, bro? Like you got to learn what Pan African is. You should read buy a college book, man.
Yeah.
Go buy plug your book, man. He needs to buy your book.
Journey to the promised land. You
Yeah,
know?
because if he bought your book, then he would know how old it is. He would know that some of the founding contributors. You put a lot of information in there.
Yeah.
He thinks his friend. He thinks the French are behind Pan Africanism.
Oh, that's why I said misinformation. That's why I do these shows when I have people like DK, King Justice, and what you call it, whatnot. When we say Pan African, we just simply mean we know we're Black American, right? But at the same time, if we're gonna build anything, like let me perfect example about an African, right? Do you know we was already figured out that we want at least 75% of all procurement everything coming from a fellow African country as policy, as law. That's Pan Africanism, you know. If you have a factory in Tanzania that makes this part, why am I gonna go all the way to fucking Pakistan and get the same part? You use what's available to you in Pan African networks, because as more we do that, like this, Pan African has to be LARP, DK. That's what's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. Now, whatever you're talking about don't sound LARP to me. I'm a LARPist. Like I said, man, people don't want to fucking debate.
It doesn't exist anywhere except in your imagination. So
Well,
it's an ideology, a DK,
it's an
right?
ideology. That's all.
The key word in ideology is idea,
It's an
right?
idea.
Right. So I'm not saying it's the current reality. If I declare myself as Pan African, I'm saying it's my ideology, an idea that I'm partial to, right? So when people say that, I don't understand the point. You get what I'm saying? It's like African. It's an idea. It's. I'm not gonna say that's an ideology, but I'm saying it's
It's
an
an
idea.
idea. It's an
Yeah,
idea.
an idea, but
It's
it
an
doesn't
idea.
just happen
You
yet.
know.
I mean,
And once it what an idea, everything starts with an idea, right? You keep
right.
putting it out there enough, right? One day it's going to become a reality when you act on it. I'm willing to act on it. You know. That's why I know the African will be a reality one day, because we're willing to act on it. You know. Everything else, everything you see, America was an idea. You know, everything you see in this world was an idea. Started with one idea. Somebody said, "Aha!" You know, the Ford Model T. You know, the said we're gonna mass produce these, and we're gonna have a car that everybody could afford. That was an idea. You know, and then it became a reality. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
He goes, the Republic of New Africa. The problem is the Republic of New Africa is, oh Lord.
I have to see, man, because I don't know. He's not necessarily a good source. I got to go check on because I don't know if they're all still trying to get states in the country.
Well, no, but I don't think. Look, the leader of it was this guy named Patrickwo Mulumumba and his son. They end up becoming mayors of Jackson, Mississippi. They ain't thinking about no damn 4 or 5 states. Jackson, Mississippi was impoverished. They had the water crisis thing, whatever. You know, how the hell are you gonna take care of manage 4 or 5 states? He's the leader of it, right?
Hmm.
And barely can hold on to Jackson, Mississippi. Come on, man. Come on, man. Republic of New Africa. Like I said, they call me the ringmaster, Professor, because I deal with a circus of deadly clowns.
Mm, mm, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll reserve my opinion on it. Because just because he's saying that that's what they're trying to do, maybe that's not what they're trying to do.
Okay.
But because I know you come up with shit like that you know ain't gonna happen. I mean, you basically just it's a stalling tactic.
And it's a Negro stalling tactic,
Yeah.
Negro stalling tactic, That's
Liberia
why I
got
said
like
the goal
problems.
has to be an African. The African shows me who's serious and who's not. You
You said
know,
Liberia got light problems, though.
the lights are still on though. He goes, look at Republic of New Africa. Yeah, there is no damn Republic of New Africa, bro. It's just a thing, Chukwe, and yeah, they create these things, Republic of New Africa. Okay, now what? Now what? If you got your Republic of New Africa, King Justice, be happy with that shit, Mufasa, you want to go to the Republic of New Africa this weekend?
No, no, thank you.
Why not, man? Come on.
I don't want to go to Mississippi. You know what I mean? They can't
Or,
read.
but they got 4 or 5 states, man.
Right, right.
You know, we got a Republic of New Africa in the house. You know,
Right. See,
so it is what it is. You know,
I tried to convince these guys to start a city in Africa, but they insist on a country. What's the difference?
a city state, whatever. We don't give a
Well,
shit.
what I'm saying is, whatever you're starting something, you
As long
know,
as you're starting something, I don't give a
yeah,
shit. You
it's
know,
like splitting hairs.
yeah, yeah. So, yeah.
Efuko Osejima Adelabu Adefumi. It's a part of the founding Republican government. You practice Ifa here, EOG. Well, I mean, I'm not from that lineage, but I feel what you're saying. I'm not from that lineage. Maoluo was initiated in Oshogbo, so I respect. I definitely respect Oyo Tunji Village for sure. Definitely respect them.
It's been there a long time, man. That shit should be overflowing with people. Is there any jobs in that village?
I mean, yeah, they because I know they do tourism because people go there all the time.
I'm talking about
I'll
real
say
jobs. I'm talking
just
about real jobs.
for them to even be there this long and still be
Oh yeah,
functional.
that's remarkable, right?
Yeah,
But the thing
I
is,
know that
every
the
time
king was
somebody
murdered, but still.
anytime somebody tells me South Carolina or anywhere in the deep South, man, I'm like, nah, you know. You know?
Well, but for them to do, they could do something like that in New York or something like that. You know what I'm saying? They got the perfect place to do it. So
Yeah,
yeah, I gotta commend them because it's they've been lasting for a long time. A lot of stuff we have that's our own thing like that doesn't
yeah,
last. You know, that's totally independent. I mean, it was actually sanctioned. You know what I'm saying?
right.
I know you're not down with all the cultural stuff like that, but yeah, it was sanctioned.
I mean, I'll go to it and enjoy the culture one day, but don't expect me to change my name or nothing like that. Shit, you know, I'm not doing all that.
The Yoruba are the biggest sellouts in West Africa. Who and what? Okay, who are the non-sellouts? That's what we need to. That's what we need to start. Tell me who aren't sellouts. The whole of Nigeria is trying to run to white country so they could serve the white man. So who's not a sellout? And then all the leaders are going and running all they spend, they get elected and spend 80% of their time in France and shit. You know what I mean? So who's not a sellout? That would be a better thing for you to tell me.
Right. In Africa, it's all about selling out, man. Sell out to sell more.
No, like you said, you sell people out, scamming, whatever, you become a hero over
Oh yeah.
there. Yeah.
The more you loot, the more you steal, and all you have to do in Africa is just talk loud, loud talk. You ever notice that?
Well, you got to give out like bags of rice, give out some rice.
And loud talk. You gotta be yelling, screaming with a bullhorn, and blah blah blah. And all people say, "Oh, I like him, man. He should be president." I said, "What
Yeah.
the fuck did he say?" I don't know, but it sounded good. That's the African way. You know, I said, that's what I made in my mind. I said, these people can never govern me. The fuck out of here, you know. Yeah, Liberia, I love you, but hell, fucking no.
Okay, but how you gonna go over there then, Colin?
Well, I'll go over there. Look, but as far as like me
That's
saying,
gonna be your host country, so you're gonna have to be at some capacity governed by these people.
yeah, look, yeah. But I look at other countries that not like that. You know,
Hmm.
you know.
Which country, Colin? Which
Well, I
country?
look at Angola. I'm looking. I'll just come out now. I think Angola is gonna be it. You know.
What are you talking about? Where the president was owning all the
Yeah,
telecommunications?
but that was a Dos Santos. You know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And so the bottom line is completely different. This president right here is no joke. You know, he made several visits to the African American museum, Smithsonian, and he's been actively reaching out to Black America. You know, this president right here in Angola, the president right now is no joke. You know, he is no joke. You know, and this guy basically the Angolas want to be close to Black America. He's basically saying that Black Americans belong in or actually Angolans. That's what they're saying. You know,
Hmm.
I don't care if I got a translator app. I could freaking talk here and like this. Anything that make sure that whatever I'm doing, I'm nowhere near Nigeria. That's the freaking thing, you know. Angola is a beautiful country. I was like this, I look when I'm in Africa. To tell you the truth, Mufasa, I don't talk to a whole lot of people. I get my point across, So I don't really care about the language barrier. People understand what you're talking about. You get your point across, even if you don't speak the same language.
I was in
You know?
Cotonou. I was in Cotonou. You know what I'm saying? Money talks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, if
I
you
go
got
to the
money in your
market. I just
pocket,
point. I
you
say,
got
hey.
money in your pocket, man. Your point will get
I,
across.
I lived in Tijuana for a year. I speak a little bit of Spanish, but even though I speak a little Spanish, I never really bothered because anything I needed to do, as long as I had the money, it got done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He was like, "Oh man, you don't speak Portuguese." Oh yeah. So let's forget about Angola because they speak Portuguese. Okay, yeah. Okay.
No, it's
Sorry.
nothing. And I'm gonna tell you, my homegirl, um, who I met in San Diego. She was in. I think she's the one I moved. I went to Cotonou, not moved, but she flew me to Cotonou to film for a project that she had going on, where it was a children's program where they had children. They would enroll them in school, and then they would take them to learn at the African spirituality school. So they would do. It was like a dual learning program, and she took her kids there, right, and put them in French schools. Both of them learned French within a year. When we went to the African the school, the temple over there, they would be doing translations. Or if we would meet anybody in the streets, they would be doing translations
Oh,
from just a kid.
they got translation apps. I use them before.
No, they do, but my point is, her children learned the language in a year.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? She
I
had a
learned a
7-year-old.
little bit of
7-year-old
Portuguese.
able. She had a 7-year-old translating in
Get you
less
that.
than a
Look,
year.
I learned a little bit of Portuguese, right, with the translator app because a lot of people that talk to in Angola, right, they're saying they know a little English, right? I learned a little Portuguese, but anytime they got difficult, they'll go ahead and send their message in the translator app. I click on the app, and it'll translate right there in English. Now all of a sudden I'll send it back and it'll translate to Portuguese. So I was communicating really good for years, you know.
Hmm.
So they got the technology out there, ain't no excuse.
Why not move to an English speaking
I don't
country?
want to speak in no
Think
English speaking
harder.
country, you know.
This is what
I
I'm
don't want no
talking
more English speaking country,
about. Constantly take the hard road. And
And that's
you
and
can't
that's
you
the
can't let
problem,
that
right?
limit you. You
We
can't
uh,
just
we
let.
always take the easy road, and look what happened. Ghana ain't nothing happening in Ghana, All these English speaking African countries. I think black people do better in French speaking countries. To tell you the truth, you know, we always run in English speaking countries, and you got these British Anglophile black people there. You can't stand them.
I don't. I can't think of a lot of people in the French countries. Like I said, I know that I know a couple people doing well in Cotonou.
Afro theory. I'm about to learn Portuguese. I'm learning a little bit. When I'll do it. I do not give a damn. And also,
Ain't
not only
nobody.
that, in Angola, if you got an education, the number one thing in Angola that you can make money is teaching English. Just like Rwanda uh, moved from French to English. So,
That
and
nigga.
a lot of Angolans do not like Portuguese. They don't like the Portuguese, and they
What
especially don't
what they
like
what they
Brazil.
speak?
What?
What do they speak? Their native language?
Yeah, but a lot of them speak native languages. People don't know that they speak a lot of native languages and what you call in English too.
Now, when I was in Benin, a lot of people were speaking Yoruba. A lot of people. It was
Yeah.
French, but it was like Yoruba. Like if you didn't speak it, you know what I'm saying. I had brought somebody down there from Nigeria, and yeah, if any pretty almost everyone we need to communicate with, you know what I mean. They could just speak Yoruba and then communicate with them. So
Mhm.
it's not like the English or the European languages are not the only thing that goes in most of these African countries.
I know.
Yeah, say something in Portuguese.
Well, Portuguese is similar to Spanish, just a little variation. It's not that hard. Really say if I say hi in the Latin, when it's hola, hola, and everything is a little variation to that. Is hi in Spanish and Portuguese. Portuguese and Spanish is a similar language.
And you don't think they got Francophiles in French speaking countries?
No, I do, but you know what the problem is, Mufasa?
What's that?
The toxic discord between black people and Africa is only in the Anglophone countries.
Hmm.
Most French people and all that don't know there's, and the Portuguese speaking people don't know there's a diaspora war going on.
Hmm.
They know nothing about FBA. They know nothing about none of this stuff like that. That's what you're dealing with, you know?
I wonder what their politics are. You know what I mean? I never really dove into that. I know they had
Well,
people like Kimmy Seba. I remember that guy.
what
I was
you
like, oh,
in Angola, their politics are, there are a lot of black nationalist politics
yeah, I
there.
was about to say, do they have anti-white supremacy awareness? Like,
Yes, really. They really do, They really do. And the bottom line,
but then
it's
how
not
come
just
none of
white.
the anglophone countries?
It's just not just white. They don't like Brazilians, what I'm saying, and they do really hate the Chinese.
Hmm.
They really do hate the Chinese, right? And they always tell me they wish there was a strong race of black men, like from America, that'll come there and not rescue them, but just be part of what they're doing, They do not like these freaking foreigners that be in their country. Particularly, they don't like Brazilians.
Man, Afro Theory wants you to say hello. My name is Kala in Portuguese, man.
Hola, mi nome Kala.
There you go.
Mi nombre Kala, something like that,
Ain't that Spanish?
Yeah, but Portuguese, Spanish, they ain't goddamn thing,
All right, bro. All right, there you go. There you go, Afro Theory. You happy? He said, Afro Theory, I suggested to Kala that he explore multi-level links with
Dude, I ain't trying to learn all that fucking nonsense.
Ben's.
We got, look, he always talk about all stuff like that. I haven't got one stitch of land yet. We haven't laid one flag down, bro. We haven't built one monument. We don't have one building erected. He's already ready. We got to talk about our language. You see how people always left field?
No, they don't understand. Like, so that lady I told you about, she still don't speak French. She's getting stuff done all day, bringing people to the continent, brought her
Right.
kids all day. She still don't speak French. She
Yeah,
she
because
just got citizenship. She
she
just
got
got
other
citizenship this
priorities.
year.
That's why.
She just got citizenship this year. She got her citizenship. And she's helping people to come out over there. All that. Her kids speak it, but she don't speak it. But people think you need this. It's not that. You know what I'm saying? It's not that. It's way more shit to be done. You know what I mean? When you live in a country, see, I've experienced it. She's experienced it. These
I don't
people, they
know.
don't.
Here's a guy who's telling me about this. I'm dealing with Angolans all the time. They do not like Brazilians.
Angola,
Brazilians add nothing to the country. They say they come over there as mega church preachers, take all the Angola's money, they take the diamonds. They say Brazil ain't got shit. They always come to Angola exploiting people. Brazilians, Angolans do not like Brazilians. And they try to use the Portuguese thing and they resent the Brazilians, but most of these are white Brazilians, right? And they come over there on this Portuguese thing and the Angolans hate that shit. You know? It's like they feel like the Brazilians are trying to replace the Portuguese.
said Portuguese ain't similar to Spanish. I thought they're both Romance languages.
Yeah, they are. They are similar. This guy, American Freeman, knows what the fuck he's talking about.
Said we're not speaking about Latin or Spanish. And why Afro theory on your head like this, man?
I don't know.
All right. New comment. Portuguese, Flora. Now he's speaking Portuguese. Oh, there you go, man. Why can't the African nationalist movements make it?
Yeah, but yeah. And when you do these shows, it shows you that, because they're all over the fucking place with stupidity. How you gonna talk about? Look, let me ask you a question. Maybe King Justice can explain how do you start employing millions of black people and you ain't got no capital? I've always thought you
They
need
don't know
capital
about that though.
to open a factory and businesses.
They don't know about that. So he told me, why don't we just start our own targets? So he doesn't even understand how capital works, or he was like, yeah,
But he's not
we
because
could
he's not
start
educated.
our own Walmart. This is what he said.
Oh yeah. We just go. Yeah. I'll meet you tomorrow. Let's put the money together.
Right,
Let's start
right,
on Walmart, bro. Let's just do this, man.
right. My to do list for tomorrow: wake up, feed the dog,
Yeah,
start.
let's start a Walmart.
Right.
Like I said, when you got people like here that are uneducated, and what's not gonna happen is people will come over here and act like they're gonna punk me, and I'm just gonna back down because they got some high power name behind them. I don't give a fuck about who you think you know and whatever like that. As simple as that. I say the only way is an Afghanistan. That's it. Period. End of story. And
Right.
it's nonsense. You ain't got no capital. Once we able to have our own geopolitical entity, right, that's recognized by the world community, we got recognition, money will pour in. Then we could build factories and bring the masses of people to work.
Yeah, I mean, if you got land, you can generate money. You know what I'm
Yeah, you
saying?
can generate money because you got
Land, you
state,
have opportunity. Yeah, you have land, you have opportunity. So you know what I mean, people are gonna come. You have people who want to build, they come, and then that's when the jobs come. You know,
So, it is what it is.
never
King
gonna
Justice.
happen in 2 weeks of the movement. What's
Yeah.
up with the good King Justice, man? All he want to do is take shots.
Yeah, like I said, because
What'd you do to him, Colin?
I don't know, because his movement ain't going nowhere. He be on TikTok all day, nobody's commenting. He sit there all alone and whatnot, and I be like, try and give him some inspiration, man. So he's mad at me. Look, don't get mad at me. If you feel like you want to do it and Republican, do it, man. Don't get mad at me. I'm gonna continue doing what I'm doing. I'm not gonna stop what I'm doing to help build your vision. You know, that's not gonna happen.
Hmm. I laugh at Kali. I peep bands Botswana, Angola, Namibia, Zambia as region for multi-level linkage for so-called African Americans, 3 or 4 bands, countries. Like, what are you talking about, man?
I don't know what Bruce be talking about. What the fuck is he talking? I have no idea. This is what I'm dealing with. I told you I'm the ringmaster. A circus of deadly clowns.
Who is American Friedman, bro?
I have no
Has he
idea.
has he ever been on the panel?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought he used to be on the panel.
And nobody ever asked for your collar. You get shots sent back when you send them first. You can't take what you just shot. I'm not dishing out shots. Am I taking shots at him? No,
I
I'm
didn't hear it. No, I didn't hear it. He said,
I ain't taking
so
shots.
I came in on the last show. He said he was responding to what you was doing, but I didn't see the beginning. Was you like taking shots at the new Africa Republic or what?
What, the last show?
Yeah, that's what he said. He said
Well,
he was only on there to stand
I
up.
I what I do is I critique. And he takes it personally, man. That's not really go. Because he believes it. It's like his religion. I believe in this, but that's what's dangerous. When like, look, I don't believe in something that I gotta be crazy about it like that. Because
Yeah,
somebody can prove to me something better than the African, I'll go with that. But I have not seen nothing to this day that can match what we came up with. Land infrastructure nation, remember that? In Africa,
yeah, for
you
sure.
know? I have not seen anything that can match that.
How come African Goddess? Has African Goddess ever been on the panel?
Nope.
Okay.
I could not understand why people are like that. It's I don't understand it. You
No,
know,
but think about this though, Kyla. So you'll have 10 people commenting, right? But only 3 will come on the panel. But then you'll have 25 people watching you, and only 3 or 4 will comment. So what about the people they won't even comment, but they'll stay on with you for 5 hours listening?
right.
They won't even comment.
Yeah, and people actually listen to the show because I look at my total engagements. The month of April, bro, and this go by Showtime. I mean, they calculate the minutes these shows airing and running. Listen, 300,000 minutes.
Yeah, that's a lot of watch time.
That's a lot of watch time. So
Yeah.
people are
But
like
no,
King
you're
Justice talking about,
consistently having about 20 people on here. Like,
yeah.
yeah,
And for a small audience like this, That's why it means people are actually listening. Because I mean, like good shows, I get 1,000 views within 2 weeks, whatever like that. That's a lot of people listening to shows. So the message is getting out there. You know, that's all I wanted. It was a message to get out there. You know, and so
Hmm.
that's more effective than people with bigger platforms, right? But they don't have the watch time. I bet. You know,
Yeah, no, that lets you know people engaged.
they're
You know,
very engaged. You know, very engaged in the show. You know. Brewery took a shot at you, bro. Mufasa, you there? No, Mufasa. Mufasa, you there, bro?
oh, I'm sitting up here talking. I didn't know I was on mute.
Yeah, he was on
No,
mute.
no, yeah, yeah. I was saying I guess he said I didn't read his comment or whatever. But I was like, yeah, you gotta be like more succinct. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be more.
But yo, the thing is, Baruti talks in riddles.
Yeah, that's what I'm
You
saying.
know, he talks in riddles. You know, and that's why it'd be better if he called in and explained himself. Cause he is mad when I'm gonna ask you again, and he gives me another riddle. You know,
That's what I'm saying. I'm
I
like,
hate
man,
when people talk in
I'm not
riddles.
trying to
God,
put the
I hate
puzzle
that.
pieces together and solve the
I
mystery.
hate when people talk in riddles. God, I hate that. You know.
Yeah, like we gotta solve the Scooby Doo mystery and shit just to read the comment, bro. Just say what you got to say.
Don't talk in riddles. Say what you gotta say, and be forward. What you gotta say. Be direct. You know.
He said you could change your name before you come on the live. So African Goddess said, I don't know how to come up without my real name, and I don't want to risk my income. Man, African Goddess, man, ain't nobody tripping, man.
I know.
Let me see. When you go through the live, YouTube automatically change your name. African Goddess, I could tell she got a lot of stuff she wants to say. You know what I mean? But I'm surprised she's never been on there. You know, but at the same time too, I will say it's what we do, this stuff that we do and like what you do and what I'm doing. Like I'll give you an example. The other day, I had a previous client come to me with an opportunity. There was a rich stockbroker guy who wanted to be an influencer, and he was looking for like a full time guy so he can get tons of footage and tons of stuff. And a client that I've worked for over the years was going to produce this, you know, and they were looking to get to, basically to hire someone. He was looking to hire me to work with the guy. He could produce it. I'll be filming, editing, do all the different stuff I do. I mean, we're talking a rich guy. I mean, and we're working full time for a 7 month contract, like 15K a month. But this guy, they want to look at all my social media, all the stuff I put out. You know what I'm saying? And when they go on there, you see a bunch of Black nationalist content. I'm limiting, you're limiting yourself from certain opportunities when you do this type of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, same
But
thing with me. Yo, same thing with me. Same thing
yeah,
with me, bro. I'm taking a chance doing this because I'm in the business world. You know.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I do business, bro. Like, I seen on there, he like was looking at, he like had liked one of my old things. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
isn't that scary, right? Somebody in your business world cross over, your heart probably jumped out of your chest,
No,
man.
I ain't tripping because all my stuff is public. You feel what I'm saying? So I already accepted whatever comes with this. You feel what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I'm down for whatever comes with it because for me, I'm an entrepreneur for a reason. I'm not trying to be like watching everything I do because the way I do what I do now, pretty much there's people that want things done. If I could sell them on it, I can hire them, and then I do the hard work of doing my sales and getting every job, whatever. So no one person could pull the plug on me. Feel me? I could get sales no matter what I do.
Right.
He said I do consultancy for the UK government, often in Africa. I need to be careful. Yeah, I ain't gonna force this on you. This stuff is not free. Kala has had issues in the past. Yeah, I remember the dude calling your job and shit.
Yeah,
Or
man, he
call.
talks about partners, my white partners. You know what he said about white people? And then I had my partner Ken. I told him, I said, look, man, Ken, you know me, you love me. We got business together. Oh yeah, but the thing, I make so much money with these people. They're like, oh, I'll take your word for it. I said, it's not you personally. It's internet bullshit. Okay, end the story. It's forgotten about. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. No, but that's yeah, and I understand what African Goddess is saying, but I made my mind up a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? I'm standing on this shit. That's what it is.
Yeah.
If that's what it costs, and then I
But
don't give.
what I think with me is people. It's when you talk about natural stuff. Unfortunately, right? This is what I'm talking about, right? One of the things the BAIO wanted to do was make this movement respectable. You know, and I'm not I call myself a racist sometimes. I say stupid shit, right? But I want this to go mainstream in Black America. And the problem with the Black Nationalist movement is mainstream Black America has not embraced it. You know, for that
Yeah.
reason. But the thing is, you know who could make an impasse? It is somebody like Diane Samir.
Yeah, but he doesn't. He presents himself properly, but he doesn't have the. You got to have a certain level of education and ability to articulate things. You know.
But the thing is, with Diane Samir, when you listen to him talk, right? Even if you he says what he says, what he does, his Danfo and stuff like that, going to Africa and whatnot, that's sellable, you know, and agreeable, right? Mark Blanton in South Africa, right? Nothing wrong with this, right? How do we get to the point where we got more Diane Samirs and Mark Blanton and whatnot, you know?
No,
And
no, no.
so,
He's able to sell to middle class Black America
yeah,
because of the way he presents himself, but he's not able to sell a political orientation that's pro Africa. Like he could just sell you to go there, try to get citizenship, stuff like that. But most of those people already come to him like that. But
yeah.
you
But
got to be able to
the thing
talk to
is,
people.
though, if he goes, and me personally, I just think if he focused on business and stuff like that, and less on the citizen. Now, if you wanted citizenship there, right? If you
Yeah.
really wanted it, you know, he should be full disclosure about what that means. Is it necessary? You know,
But that's not the point. The point is that he's trying to make money for his company. You know what I mean? So
that's
if that's something that you want to buy, he's selling. You know that I wouldn't stop if I was him.
yeah. So, but the thing is, though, the optics of it is, he's a tour salesman. You know, he sells tours to Africa because that's his ancestral homeland, stuff like that. That's the revolutionary right there in Black America. Right before it was like, oh, Africa. When I The only way Africa was acceptable back then was you're part of some National Geographic shit, or you're
Right.
the a bunch of white people on some NGO, whatever. But all Black people going to Africa, talk about any sort of politics, and I think people might feel uncomfortable. But what are my white friends gonna say? You know, when they look at his tour buses. But Dynasty basically one of his tours, he brought a white lady, white couple on. You know,
I would have been pissed.
yeah. But yeah, his one tour, he
I
said,
know y'all said it was whatever, but I wouldn't. I wouldn't
look,
stop.
I don't agree with it, right? But He must have, because he called me, right? I know he's gonna go through with it, right? He called me. What do you think, man? I got white people that want to come on tour. He said, I was like, you need the money? I said, well, do it, man. Whatever. He did it. He's still in business. Everybody's, it is what it is. Now, if you like that, it's fine. If you don't like that, then you get with Bomani.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, hey, I guess it's up to people because I at the same time, like, I don't have the vibe that they would have been well received on the trips that I took with Dynasty.
This right here makes me angry. He goes, why don't you collab with the great Dr. Umar? What the fuck would
Who said that?
this American Freeman? I think he's just trolling me. Bottom line is this. I am not, Umar Johnson and me are not in the same fucking category. I don't fucking deal with pookies and fucking idiots like that. Sorry. He's not on my level. So
Hmm.
collab about doing
Afro.
what?
Yeah.
Collab about doing what? What the fuck am I collabing about? His crowd, like as I was saying tonight, and people got fed. I don't want that crowd. He can keep that crowd. The black people I want, right? I want those black people with high education, high skills and whatnot, that that used to having shit and whatnot, that could actually build, that could look at it and say, oh man, we could build a society where we don't have to have crime, we don't have no black on black crime, we have good schools. What's the education gonna be like? What's the healthcare like? These are the questions I want to be around. You know, maybe I could retire there. What kind of jobs can I set up? Can I get into? Can I be a contractor with the government? These are the type of black people I want to be around.
Right.
Yeah, I don't
Afro.
want to be around deadbeats. Sorry. I don't want to be around baby mamas and deadbeats and fools.
That
I don't give a
happened
damn
to.
how people like this. Now, once you build this Afghanistan and we got investments coming in by the billions, then you bring the work, the what do you call the proletariat in. But for God's sake, the proletariat should not be at the table deciding anything.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what she's responding to when Afro Theory said that happened to AO Kimathi. I don't know who that is. When he worked for the Department of Homeland Security, it was plastered all over CNN, called a hate monger, radical, anti-Semite. Of course, he was fired. Is she talking about Irritated Genie?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What the hell
Yeah,
is his name?
irritate
Change
Genie.
his name?
He was, irritate Genie didn't give a fuck.
I don't know, man. I think he was a fed. I
No, he
got
wasn't fed. Just that basically
bro.
there's
Did
a
you ever
lot of
call? Did you
people
ever
that
listen to his radio show?
I used to listen to him, sometimes or whatnot.
The radio show that they were doing, all
The
that radical shit he's talking
Gus
about
Renegade,
killing kids and all that. No,
the,
not with Gus. No,
which
no,
one?
no, no. He wasn't on with Gus T Renegade. They had like a regular show. They were a professional the way they approached it. Gus T Renegade had the cows context of white supremacy.
Yeah.
Irritated Genie had a show, and all he's talking about is unaliving people. Oh yeah, well if a kid if a kid was to I'm trying not to say the words, but
Oh
if a
yeah, he
kid
was
was
like
to S my kid, I might have
he
to
was
kill
big on
him.
that the killing pedophiles and all that shit.
Yeah, but he talking about killing kids and all. They was just saying too much. I'm like, fam, who's allowing you to say all
Yeah.
this radical stuff?
I didn't hear all that. I don't freaking get down like that. So
No,
you know,
I'm not tripping on what he's saying. I'm just he was openly saying too much on that radio show. And
right,
then we find out later he didn't openly come out and say he was working for the Homeland Security with the guns and all that. That
right.
came out later. So I'm not saying he is, but I was just suspicious at the time. I didn't know you weren't too.
Yeah, so I don't like anybody to talk too much. You're saying too much. If you talk too much like that, to me you're saying too much.
Okay, so you're saying he was fired for his views? Hmm.
Yeah, so yeah, he was on his way out. He knew it. He was on his way out, but he blew up. He was doing
Yeah, I
right.
mean, he ain't just talking about like unaliving kids for. He's saying, if a kid SA's his kid, he would unalive it. The
Yeah,
kid, you know.
yeah. He was really on that. you know, he was really on that thing where there was like talking about the homosexuals in the fucking movie and shit, you know, stuff like that. You know, yeah, some good groundbreaking work. He was one who exposed the Nation of Islam and introduced the LGBTQ at the Millions More movement. Remember that?
No, what? The
Oh, you
Nation
know
of
that?
Islam did what? Farrakhan ain't
Okay.
never been for that.
Oh, dude, man, dude, I saw it with my own eyes. The Irritated Genie broke down. I was like, God damn, Irritated Genie. They introduced the Muslim lesbians faction. There was like, I don't think Farrakhan even knew they existed, but somebody brought them on the stage. They were what they call MGT, and they had the pink and the rainbow colors on and whatnot. Lesbians, and all of a sudden I was like, "Damn, this is a joke." They were saying, "No, this is real." That was at it was at the Justice or Else tour at the Million Man Market. Remember that?
Justice or else. Yeah, I remember that nonsense.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Where he was saying Genie was there. He didn't like what he saw. He was exposing a lot of people that came down there with the LGBTQ agenda. I was like, damn, they showed the Nation of Islam. I was like, damn, man.
I didn't really see that, but I mean, but they not coming. They not being sanctioned by Farrakhan.
Yeah, but
They
the thing is,
can't.
he was a keynote speaker though. You know?
Oh, they let one. Well, yeah, I can't speak on that. I was just disappointed with all that justice or else. He talking about all that nonsense. Don't go up there and
It's
say,
been that was like 15 years. All right, that's what I'm talking about. They make
yeah.
these justice or else, and then what happens? Years pass by. The white man's having a good laugh at us.
No, but he already told you, and he told you at the event. Basically, okay, yeah, justice or else God is gonna come down
Oh
and
man,
like,
I would have heard that, man. I didn't hear all that.
that's what I'm saying. He
Man,
basically already told you wasn't
I
nothing
should
going
have
down.
known, man.
But
If
then
I would
remember,
have
he
went
was
down
like,
there and
"Yeah,
thrown
give
that
me
shit,
1,500 good men."
I would have been throwing tomatoes and pies at the stage.
What did he say? Was it he was like, "Give me 10,000 men," or what was it, 800 men, and we're gonna kill the people who kill us. And then when we get to the event, he used that to promote the event. Then when we get to the event, he says, "God is gonna punish you."
God,
Nigga, you could have said that shit first before we showed up. Shit.
you know. So, like I said, you know, and it's like the theme of tonight's show. Why do these nationalists move? Because they never do what they say they're gonna do. All they do is talk. Just like King Justice over here, just another talker, bullshitter, you know. Anyone say and try to silence me, get the fuck out of here. Get the entire fuck out of here. I'm gonna keep saying what I gotta say. You know?
Says, so hold on, this Mom Bomba, that's Baruti.
Yeah, bro, yeah.
He said, "I never speak in riddles. Carlos doesn't vibe with what I'm saying
No, you speak the
because
riddles. I don't know what you be saying. You speak in riddles and colloquies and broken jargon when I say what the fuck you gotta say. He talking riddles. I gotta figure out. I gotta say, what's the read your comment, and I gotta figure out the riddle before I can respond to you. I can't do all that. I got a show to run.
he said African knowledge base isn't as extensive as pretended. He even made fun of Kiswahili. Oh yeah, I don't even agree with that. Kala always clowning African language.
Yeah, what you go? You find me an African language that got over 2,000 words. Then let's talk.
We done this a million times, Kala. I done pulled out the dictionary, showed you the different stuff, how they got all the updated words. It
Yeah,
doesn't matter what I show you, you're gonna say the same thing
yeah.
tomorrow.
What I was saying is this. Yeah, there's only like what 1,000 words in Yoruba.
No,
You
it's
know.
more than that. You looked it up. It was more than that.
Yeah. So
And
yeah.
then even with the like, what do you mean? There's more words? All they're doing is making up words. Like
Yeah, but the thing is though, if I want to talk about calligraphy, calculus, whatnot, theorems and whatnot, you know, there are no African words for none of those mathematical equations.
no, I
You
mean
can't.
either they'll either
Yeah.
borrow the
So
words, come
so
up with
why
their
not
own.
just go? Why not just go to the damn source? You
But
know.
English borrows words. A lot
Yeah.
of those
So
words
what?
are
That's what I'm
borrowed.
saying.
A
So
lot of
let's just. Yeah.
algebra
Yeah.
that's an Islamic word. That's an Arabic
Let's
word.
just. So again, let's just keep English.
Okay, so then why we gonna if we got to say algebra, why don't we just speak Arabic? That's your
Well,
language.
the bottom
That's what
of it
you're saying.
because over 2,000 years, we integrated algebra, calculus, geometry,
Okay, so if
and
the
all
white
that
man
stuff
could do it,
in
if
the
the white
freaking
man
English
could do
language. You know.
it, if the white man could do it, we could do it.
I
They
said, well,
just making up
I
shit.
don't
It's not
have
that
two
hard.
thousand years. I don't have 2,000. I need shit done right now. You know.
No, I'm saying the white man sees the
How about
guy
this? How
brings some
about this?
shit
Yo, check this out.
called
Yo, check this out.
algebra,
Yo,
and we just say
oh,
it's called
check
algebra.
this out.
Easy.
What I'll do is this. I'll point you the minister of like you and Dr. Campbell, the minister of coming up with a new language. When y'all work on that, you know, and then one day,
It's already been done, Kyle.
you know
It's
what I'm saying?
already
So when you guys perfected it, the
they've
thing,
done it.
hold up.
Like what?
When people start using it, right, and use it, or I can turn on a show. Can I turn on a show right now on YouTube, and people are speaking in what you're talking about?
Yes. What do you mean, like
Where?
Yoruba
What channel?
shows? They got plenty of Yoruba shows.
Hold on. Where are they?
I mean, what do you want? What type of show do
No,
you want?
no. I'm talking about a show like this one.
Oh, shit, I wouldn't know. I don't know about that.
That's what
Like
I'm
a
talking about.
political show.
That's
They got
exactly.
shows, but they usually speak English because
Yeah,
like
that's
they
what I
got
said.
political shows. They speak
Every
English
time,
because there's
every
multiple
time I
ethnic
see a
groups.
Nigerian, a Yoruba, all I see is a fucking black Englishman.
No. No. But see, you in the wrong part. So go to Get a Better Life TV, for example.
Yeah,
He goes around interviewing his people. They
and
have
I'm saying
discussions
also,
all in Yoruba.
look, every time I see a Nollywood movie, they ain't speaking Yoruba, they're speaking English.
You watching the wrong Nollywood movies.
You know what I'm
All the
saying?
ones I watch are in
Yeah,
Yoruba. All of
look,
them.
I've been watching. I go to Liberia. White, all she does is watch Nollywood. I never see
Well,
anybody.
I mean, she's not gonna watch the Yoruba one, Colin.
Yeah, so
She
the
probably
bottom
want to
line
watch the English. But if you
what
go
that's
like go to Netflix right now, every Yoruba movie
what does
there,
that tell you? What does that tell you? That maybe it's not that popular.
it is popular, bro. They watching. I remember I was dating a
All right.
girl in Jamaica. She watching Yoruba movies all day.
Yeah, so that's nice. Nice. When I
It's
watch the
popular with
movies,
like
you know,
the black world.
I like to know what people are saying because, if you're watching a movie and you don't understand the language, you're not going to enjoy it, no matter how much you.
No, you watch it with subtitles.
I don't do subtitles, bro. You know.
No, well, that's what I'm saying. You just don't like it personally, but I'm saying
No, but
people do it.
I look.
Anime is one of the biggest things ever.
I like this. I tell you what. I watched a movie a couple of times, a South African movie, right? It was
Yeah,
on Kosa, beautiful language. Kosa is a beautiful language, right? And they had the subtitles,
Kosa.
and the acting was so good. Whatnot, I said I could deal with that, sometimes, right? Sometimes you watch movies, and I watch a lot of French movies with subtitles, whatnot too. But and I could probably watch a Euro movie, but I just really don't like Nollywood for some reason. I just don't get into it, Dollywood. But
Yeah, African guys brought up a good point. There's a lot of people who don't even really speak English that well, bro. Like once you leave Lagos and the main cities, they don't speak English that well, bro. It's pretty like once you leave Lagos, it's pretty much 95% Yoruba. English is like way more scarce. Like they'll speak a little bit, but mostly everything's Yoruba for the most
right.
part. And then you go like you may get a driver. Say you get a driver, you need someone to pick you up, and you'll try to talk to him in English. Good luck. He won't even speak it. Some of the people uneducated, they don't even barely know Yoruba and
Yeah.
shit. You know
So
what I'm saying?
if I had any intentions of going to Nigeria, living in Nigeria, I would learn Yoruba. I learn the language since I have no intentions of ever going to Nigeria or learning that stuff. I don't see what use I got for it. But anybody else?
Go ahead.
If anybody else, you want to do that? Hey, look, I'm not stopping you. I
No.
just
But you keep saying that the languages are primitive, and all I'm saying is that
I know.
like when they
Look, I think
created
you're
a tablet.
taking. Look, I know the Yoruba. I don't consider Yoruba a primitive culture. They got a very complex pantheon of gods, which I study. I study the Yoruba pantheon of gods. And
Yeah,
so the bottom line is this: I've been studying the Yoruba pantheon of gods for years. Since I was a teenager. And there's a lot of stuff about the Yoruba people I like and stuff like that. But I just right now, the parts of Africa I'm interested in. I'm interested in Mali, but forget that because it's a war zone now. That's out the door. I wanted to go to Jenny one day, but I ain't going to that fucking country. And then you got I got Liberia, I got Angola, and I might add fucking Zambia and Namibia to my roster of countries.
hmm Afro theory trying to come up.
Right. See what she has. Step right up. Step right up.
Hi,
Step right
Caleb.
up. Yeah, what's up? Hey, you
Hey,
been taking
cool.
you back there taking shots at me. What's going on? You know
No, it's all
what
love.
yeah, what is this? Take shots at collar night, whatnot. You know, goddamn.
No, not at all, Kyla. You know, you take shots at everybody. And
Yeah, I know, but I'm the lovable
no,
host, though. You know, y'all have to
but
know I love y'all. You know.
yeah, I wasn't taking shots at you. I was just laughing at the fact that you're talking about you learning Portuguese now, but you never said anything in Portuguese. You start talking
Well,
about
it's
Spanish
like
and
this. It's
Latin.
like this. When I was communicating with my Portuguese people, right, in Angola, Portuguese speaking people in Angola, sometimes they speak English. Sometimes, when like my girl Celeste, Queen Mother, she gets frustrated, right, and she's like, she gets stumbled, and then she goes to the translator, and next thing you know, she puts it in the translator, and I translate back. So we have to. So the translate app is good. So.
Yeah. But I had a question about Angola. So why do you think that Angola would be a better fit for Afghanistan and not Liberia now?
One is Angola is basically the whole entire country is like 4 times the size of Nigeria, and it's mostly unoccupied.
Oh, wow.
On the northern part of Angola is where my ancestors came from, in Bazi Kingdom, right? That
Mm-hmm.
right there is where I'm gonna plant that flag down, And the bottom line is I'm gonna basically say, make that contested land, And I'll do like this. I do contested land. They'll be like, well, what are you contesting? Well, first of all, when you contest land, you make your objectives known to the country. We claim this land because of blah 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 blah. They can reject it, and sometimes they'll say, "Well, they ain't luck." They'll be like, "Okay, fine, right." Second option is, okay, if you don't want to contest us back, we're willing to be part of your country, a new province, a self-governing province, right? But you help us build the initial infrastructure. You know. Third
So you're
option
gonna
is
move in. So you're gonna okay. Go ahead. Continue,
third
please.
option is they say no. If I can't get back with them, then I take my claim to the African Union and the International Courts of Justice, and they got to hear the case. You get a lawyer, you got to hear the case, right? And then it becomes contested land, right? But in order for it to get that stage, there has to be some sort of occupation.
But okay. Here it goes. Here it goes. Okay. That sounds so extreme, and it sounds like no different than what white people do. A lot of Europeans do in foreign land because you're going there already fighting
Well, no,
instead
no, it's
of
not, I don't
working with
think
the
so. Hold
people.
up. Nigerians, Igbo, went to South Africa and tried to take over the Eastern Cape. Africans do it all the time.
But
They
it's
do it
one,
all the
yeah,
time.
it's that's bad, but there it's not the same thing, Kyla. You're coming from a Western society,
So,
America at that, and you're
look.
gonna go,
Let me say.
but
Let me say this. Let me say this. Right. Let me say this.
mhm,
The crime of the transatlantic slave trade. Right. That's what I'm going on. Right. See, you see me as a Westerner. Right.
right.
I don't see that. I see that I'm a returning Africa, returning what's already mine. Now, in your mind, look, I had these conversations with these people over there.
Okay.
I had these conversations, and I filled them out. What do you think, right? And most of them were like, if that's what you want to do, go right ahead. They're like, what are we gonna do? The only problem you have in Africa, right? This is the only problem. Listen very carefully, right? When you do actually build something, right? What you cannot have is a situation where you're surrounded by poverty and unrest and stuff like that. That's a disaster. So whatever you do, you got to include the local and regional thing where everybody benefits. That's how the
But Kyla,
security.
what about um going to the Angola, integrating, and then
Well,
later
it's
on,
like this. People always say that, right? Until you go to Africa, it's not easy to integrate into an African society. The best way to
okay.
integrate in African society is you bring your own infrastructure, right? And you be useful to them.
Yes.
If you're going over there and you're coming there empty-handed, you're not building schools, you're not building a healthcare system, you're not opening up corporations, you don't have your own banks and stuff like that. All we're saying is building our own infrastructure so we self-sufficient. You don't go to a country, right? I'm gonna tell you right now, and you don't go to Africa uh, from a position of weakness. You don't do it. You
But
go
Tyler,
over
can
there.
you? But do you have to go there? Do you have to go there with the mindset of taking and
You're not
not like?
taking. Hold up. You're not taking. You're giving because we are coming there, and black people in America, even when we go to Liberia, Ghana, we're adding value to these countries. These countries, a lot of people don't have no money. We're pumping money into the economies. They're going to be our main. We're going to be their main customers of their crops and all the stuff like that. So if they're going to be making money off us while we're there, we're not going to be importing. We're going to be buying local produce, local food stuff, everything like that, building our warehouses, stuff like that, based on what's locally produced. Trust me, I've
Yeah.
already thought about.
The
You
good
know?
King Justice is saying, good King Justice said, you just said you wanted a municipality. Now you're
Yeah,
going to lead a separatist.
a
But
municipality.
he said now you're going to lead a
Hold up, a
separatist movement
municipality
in Africa.
will allow us to create our own tax base. Our tax base will be able to. We can pay for our own public works. We
I
won't
know,
be a
but he's
burden of the
saying
state.
first that's what you said you wanted was a municipality, but he said now you're saying you're going to lead a separatist movement in Africa
And
with
I
no
agree with
Well,
that.
military.
I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about. You know,
Well,
municipality.
Kala, you're saying that you're going to go to Africa and tell them that, hey, we want this land. You're going to have contested land. That right
Oh
there
yeah,
is
no.
already.
Look, hold up. Look, I said, look, it won't probably have to come to that.
Oh, okay.
You know, most likely it won't. Now, if it does come to that, right, and then what happens is this. Oh, let's say it's contested land, right? That'll buy us time, 10, 15 years before there's a final decision. So we have time to mobilize. You know, that's what I'm talking about. With contested land means there's no final decision, and then we'll just be in like a 10, 15-year negotiation. That's all. But I'm willing to bet that when they see the benefits of what we're trying to do, the expertise we're bringing to the continent, the way we built the BAIO, the top level people, stuff like that, like, that's what they told me. Why do you think the Angolan government contracted us to the BAO and wanted us to come over in 2020? They saw, I got the Angolan chapter in my BAO. Go look it up. They're government officials in the BAO from Angola. And
So
they
why?
see the type.
Mhm.
They see the type of black people. They want these type of black people in America over there.
Well,
That's what
Kala,
they want.
well, your initial statement, it didn't sound like that. It sounded like you're going to go
That's why.
there
That's
because
why.
you
That's
used the
why.
word
That's
occupied.
that's why you got to basically study what I'm talking about. It takes people years. Like Mufasa been listening to me for years. He knows where I'm coming from. You know, and people already make up in their mind. You said this, and you don't understand the scope of what I'm saying. You know. It's nothing like going there taking something from somebody. It's a mutual, basically, agreement. You know,
Mm-mm.
the bottom line is we're investing in the continent. We're building communities. We're building infrastructure. We're doing all the stuff like that, right? And the bottom line, we're creating a tax base. You know, and so therefore the tax base will be split 50-50 between the locals, local province and the national government. So what was that? You know?
So,
African goddesses.
is BLB your organization? Is it established as an official organization so that you can
Well,
have members?
right now, it's just a social network, right? Because the ideology is still being developed, right? But like I said, I'm not gonna do anything until I touch ground. I was supposed to be on the ground 6 years ago, you know, but COVID and everything like that happened, and I've been going to Liberia all that time. Liberia we want to make Liberia a launching place into the rest of the continent. But now I feel like, you know something, let's just go for broke. Let's just do it, you know? Now, Liberia is still part of what we do. Doing. There's a lot of people in there, and they basically like this. We still love Liberia as part of our history and heritage, right? But you know, I'm not gonna wait for Liberia to get its act together, you know, to launch it. I always thought we'd get Liberia, then we go to nah. I can't wait for that anymore, you know.
You know, the Hebrew Israelites in Dimona, Israel. That's a good template because of Black Americans leaving, going to establish a municipality in a
Yeah, but
different.
the thing is, but Ramon Israel is that most of the people there are relying on the state of Israel for welfare and benefits. We're not going to be a burden. We're not going to have
Oh,
a
okay.
burden like that. You know, that's
I
the
didn't know that.
difference with us. You know, yeah, they all collect welfare from the state of Israel. They got a generous welfare program, and they're out there distributing herbs, whatever the hell they're doing, and everything like that. And they're not really producing anything. The people that's going to be in the Afghanistan are going to have jobs, have a task. They're going to be building stuff. You know, creating. You know, so it's going to
Mhm.
be a totally different thing. You know.
Yeah. Did you kick King Justice off, or
No, I took
was he
him
not?
off because he's like, look, you cannot friggin' come up here disrespecting me. I can't do that. I got people who listen to my show. Let me tell you right now. I got a lot of people who listen to my show and they tell me, Kala, you know, you're the only one saying what you're saying. We like what you're saying about an African stand. We want to know more. And they, you know, people tell me, they say, why don't you just do like a 4 hour monologue? Don't have no guests. A lot of my listeners don't want to see guests up here.
Hmm.
You know, because he said all they do is just talk. He said, I get where you're coming from, but they act like they're stupid. That's
Yeah.
what they said. That's the feedback I'm getting. They said you people, they be either they're being disingenuous or they're really stupid.
Yeah, that would be a good episode. It's just to if you hear you flesh out all your ideas, and because I mean it's very insightful. A lot of things that you
I
say.
do a monologue for an hour and a half, right? And then I say
Hmm.
people can come up, ask me questions about what I said. Instead of coming up here and ask me questions what I said in good faith, they're gonna sit there and attack me personally. That's what I said about NACMeasy. Didn't ask me nothing about the damn topic. They start attacking me. Like, the bottom line, I am not arguing about going to Africa ain't no more. If you
Right.
don't agree with me going to Africa, you will not be on my show.
Yeah. And Kyla, what Black nationalist movements do you think did work, or what elements of them
A lot
worked
like
out?
Mufasa asked that. I don't think any of them did. None of them.
Yeah, that's the same here.
Well, what elements? Like, what elements would you
I mean, the
take
Nation of
from?
Islam, the Nation of Islam worked for a while, you know.
Well, they really only had a little bit going on,
Yeah.
but for the most part, you know, the problem is with Black nationalist movements is this, right? Like
Mhm.
justice. Oh man, the working people. Look, you cannot build a movement, any sort of movement, right, with the working masses. They need guidance, right? And a lot of these people in the working are so arrogant. Like I
Yeah.
remember one time I was in this Nation of Islam meeting, right? And this one guy, man, Nation of Islam fruit, like, this guy's a fat dude, man. I don't know what the hell. He was a freaking. Everybody's like, man, he wasn't fit for the job or whatever like that. Even I put some weight on my damn self, you know. But this guy back in the days, he was the black man in America is so hard headed, you know, and you don't want to listen to nobody. He was like, well, he was telling the truth though, right? The problem
Mm-hmm.
is, you know, when you have these movements, right, as a grassroots movement, right, people don't want to listen, right? They don't want to yield to authority. Black people have a problem with authority.
Yes.
Someone who's highly educated, skilled, and whatnot, you know, that person is an authority.
Yeah.
Every other civilization, right? Those are the people guiding the country. Lee Kuan Yew. Lee Kuan Yew, when he built Singapore, right? You know what he did? He got together the best minds of Singapore, the whole area, right? Best minds, paid them salary, said, you're going to be part of this government, right? And he brought the best
Mm-hmm.
minds, right? And that was when they made policies, boom, 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 they figured it all out. But well, after 20 years, that was the first generation. He did a thing called, we'll see, we're going to get feedback, right? So he started asking the people, about what they thought about the policy or not, there was a lot of people who didn't agree with the policies. You know, Lee Kuan Yew said, do you think he changed? He said, you guys got to do a better job and convincing them that we were right all along. And that's what they did. They didn't go out and change the policy. They said, this is well studied. You don't know what you're doing. You know, this is the way it's going to be.
That's a great mindset and approach to have.
So, but the only way that can happen if we have an Afghanistan, we have power. It'll
Mm-hmm.
never happen in America.
Right. I agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly.
You know, so the bottom line is black people in America need a freaking healing place. You know, we need to heal from each other. We need to heal from other people. We need to heal from the white man. We need to heal from the universe. You know, that's the only gonna happen. We basically take ourselves out of this situation here in America.
Yeah, you can't get clean while you're in the mud.
Yeah, you can't. You know, so I tell people all the time, I ain't not being mean and like that. You know, you can't just have the working people come in here making says you don't know what you're doing. You know, and that's what it is. Light organization. I look at them; they're run by working class people. You know, semi-educated, even ones with degrees, semi-educated, semi-illiterate, and whatnot. You know, then when the movements don't work, what happened? You know, the people who had the academic credentials, like I said, the BAO, we were good at attracting engineers, scientists. All these people were drawn to the BAO. It was like a dream come true. We put it out there, and then it worked. We had people coming here in the BAO that was in the mining, that was in the manufacturing, that was some every aspect of nation building and economics and science and industry was attracted to the BAO initially. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, it was different though, because that was something I did see that was a little different. You know what I mean? Starting with the Blog Talk Radio, because
Right.
you know the image of the Pan Africanist, pro Black nationalist. You know, it's gonna be like some dude with dreads and shit, smoking weed, talking about Haile Selassie, shit like that.
Haile
You know?
Selassie I. But
Right,
you
right.
know, Mufasa, we changed the whole image of the Black Nationalist movement. We did that,
Right.
you know?
Yeah, because it wasn't. It was never professionals. It was either going to be some Sonetter TV, ex gangbanger, ex drug dealer,
You
reformed
know?
in prison,
Yeah,
or
which
it was
one,
gonna be
and
a nigga
also
smoking weed.
these
Yeah.
females that I got my fifth baby daddy. Now she's
Yep.
Queen Hafshika.
Yeah.
You
Right.
know, like this,
Empress,
you know?
Empress Hatshepsut, and all
Yeah,
that shit.
so we saw all this nonsense and whatnot and say, we're going to be different.
Right.
You understand Afro theory?
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah. So when I got a long chinned, long teeth motherfucker like King Justice talking, I can't hear what he got to say. You know, I can't hear what he got to say.
He probably be smoking weed too, huh?
Of course, he look like his black lips. He look like he smokes weed.
Yeah.
One of them weed smoking. You can't look on this movement right here. You gotta have. They say, look, I have nothing against people smoking weed, but you gotta put that to the side when you talk about this shit.
God, I don't
This
know
thing,
about that one, Kyler. It's gonna be a lot of weed. I don't
yeah, I
know.
know. Me and Mufasa never agree on this shit, but I will
No,
say
you
this.
like my dad. That's how my dad is. My
But check
dad
this out.
thinks weed is
But
the bane of society and shit.
yeah, I think so. But check us out. The bottom line is what I will say is this: this thing has to come before everything. It has to come before everything. I mean, this is above your religion. This is above your family. It's above everything. This Black nationalist movement is the future of our race. When you take it that seriously, then even if you do bad stuff, you do it in modesty. You do it in moderation. You see what I'm saying?
So Afro theory, you gonna stop smoking weed for the Afristan or what?
No, you did not. Don't disrespect me. I don't smoke weed. I don't smoke.
You don't smoke weed?
I don't smoke. I don't drink alcohol. Mm-mm.
There you go.
Oh,
Glad.
sorry you. I need my cigars, man. I need my cigars. I ain't parting ways with my cigars, man.
Kyler, tobacco is worse than weed.
Mufasa, are
Oh
you gonna
no,
stop
no.
smoking?
We had
Nah, I
discussion.
don't smoke.
Mufasa, we
Ain't
had
no I
discussion
smoke.
a
I smoke
thousand
one time.
times. No, the hell it's not. It's hell
Tobacco
it's
is
not.
worse than weed, bro.
No, it's not.
It's
No,
less
it's not.
healthy.
And
It's less healthy.
you've been saying that for years. I haven't seen no evidence of that shit.
There's evidence of that. Everybody knows that tobacco has nicotine. It brings
Yeah,
cancer.
but hold on. Weed has nicotine in it too.
That's like well known, Kala.
Weed has nicotine in it too.
No, it doesn't. That's if you roll in blunts from like tobacco products. But if you roll in joints or what I mean, or just bowls or smoke it out of that little the thing with the water and all that shit. If you do that, you don't have to worry about that. Tobacco is actually everybody knows that though, Kyler. That's common knowledge.
Oh yeah. I like my cigars. I don't think I'm hurting nobody. But the thing is about cigars,
They ain't hurt nobody with their weed.
hold up. You don't offend nobody. People smoke weed. When you smell that shit, you're like, God damn, man. Motherfuckers smoke that shit in their car. It breezes right by you. And it makes me angry. That I got
Well,
smoked.
I mean, you're not supposed to be smoking in general. Like, what I mean? You're supposed to be in dedicated smoke places. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
but people
don't nobody want to hear
be
your
smoking
cigar
weed in
smoke.
the park. They be smoking they be smoking weed in the park. They be doing all kinds of crazy shit. And
Yeah,
I'm
but
like,
they don't supposed to be doing that.
so it is what it is. But anyway, so I'm gonna let you wrap up the last thing. Hold on, anybody else coming up here?
Nah, I'm good. I'm good.
Afro Theory wants to come back.
We got Afro Theory off the weed,
Yeah.
so we accomplished something tonight.
All right.
No, you did not. I was smooth.
So
But
good.
I was just coming back. I accidentally left.
You gave up
I
the
don't.
weed for the Afristan.
No, you were slick about that because you had just talked about how the black women who go by the name Hatshepsut, but they got 5 baby daddies and they turn
Kala
Pan
said all that.
Africanism. And
Yeah,
then
I
you,
said
and
that.
then
Kala said all that.
Yeah.
and
But my
then and
my
then you're
thing
gonna say I smoke weed. Assume I smoke weed.
is,
Well, there you got the
my
RBG.
let me say Afro Theory. My whole thing was back in the days we had females that came around Queen Hatshepsut and whatnot, Heru, Hotep, female, blah, blah, blah. We had a lot of characters. And next thing you know, we just said, something, we ain't making no progress here. We knew what we wanted because we had a lot of intelligent people, right? And we knew that if we don't put our foot down and start talking about real shit, because the knowledge was out there. We had a lot of people that knowledge. You had people at the time. Remember that dude that died, Holt's friend? He was the one. I forgot his name. Remember that died from lupus?
Yes.
No, not that. Not that. Not Dev. The other guy, skinny one with the dreadlocks from Brooklyn. I think it
Oh
was Jamaican.
no,
He's the
no,
one that died of lupus disease. What I?
no, I don't know who that was.
But check this out. I knew nothing about he. All he did, his religion was electronic Bitcoin currency. I was like, and we used to always have more. Like, oh yeah, this is the wave of the future, whatnot. I had no idea. That's before anybody knew what Bitcoin was.
Yeah,
And that guy was educating us on the show. We were doing shows talking about banking, cryptocurrency, electronic trade. Remember Devon Bell, the Comedic Pipeline, and all that stuff like that.
yeah. I
So
thought
we had all kinds of people. And these minds came together on our platform because that's what we attracted. And
hmm
next thing you know, all the hoteppers left us alone. They stopped calling in. Y'all too deep over there with all that shit. Yeah,
Nah,
y'all.
they weren't really there. They was over with the House of Consciousness talking about
And that dude, what's this
debate.
dude?
That don't
Black
matter.
Spear. What's his name? Ferruti, brother Ferruti. When I, that dude.
For Rudy, I don't remember him.
He's a black dude with the dreadlocks. He's one of them dudes that you could tell. He's angry because he should be this way in life or not. But I always give him respect because he's volatile. Fruity, Farouk, something like that, brother
What?
Farouk.
I can't remember. Is it the dude? Man, I remember it was one dude. He used to but he used to wear a kufi. He didn't have.
They're all together, and next thing you know, everybody start going into their own camps. The people that came to us, and then people that come to us like, man, Y'all supposed to be Pan Africans. Y'all sound like a bunch of white guys talking about banking and real estate. And what kind of shit is that for niggas to be talking about? Ignorant as a motherfucker, you know?
No, that's
Ignorant.
what I'm saying. Well, it's not, they dealing with people that's like, they will read books in the Sonnetters camp, but they will read like Bobby Hemmett and shit like that, or not Bobby,
Yeah.
Professor Valentine, metaphysics,
Yeah, remember one time, First Valentine was the man one time. He was the man.
He
Who?
was what?
I still to this day can't figure out what the hell that was,
I
man.
don't know what the fuck.
What happened?
I don't know what the fuck that he's talking about, bro.
I never
I
knew.
remember
I
I
thought
used
you
to
was
watch
yeah,
Black
I thought
Magistrate.
I thought one day you explained to me what the fuck is he talking about, you know?
I don't even fucking know.
I watched the Bobby Hemmett video,
I might,
and
well, okay, is he on that bullshit or is he doing history? Because I might be wrong. I think I'm talking about Delbert Blair is who I mean. But what did you see from Bobby Hemmett?
he was talking about hieroglyphics and aliens and all this stuff. Oh my god, it was just so far out.
Sun,
I
moon,
can't
and
get into
stars
that.
shit, you know?
Yeah, I can't get into
Okay,
all
yeah,
of
he's a
that.
part of it too. So like, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I don't know what the hell they be talking about, bro.
See, that's a good thing about the internet. Instead of all of us being crouched together and that we was able to create our own lane, they created their own lane, and it worked out good. That's how the BAO was created, you know?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, because they
Yeah, well, don't
had to
allow the
gravitate somewhere
African.
else.
Yeah, don't. You should prohibit, outlaw all that stuff in Afghanistan.
Yo,
I
the
mean, but
bottom line,
those
those
type of
people,
people aren't attracted to this
they're not
shit.
attracted to this. So that's why we
Yeah,
created like this, you know?
Oh
Those
yeah.
people ain't
they
attracted
Okay.
to
don't.
this, you
Oh
know?
yeah, brother,
Stay
the
away.
energy, brother, the energy. They got the suit tech energy. I was like, bro, ain't nobody trying to hear that shit, bro.
You guys be
Uh,
coming with this, some weird shit they be saying. I'll be like, damn.
Did you see that guy who was talking about the Anunnaki or whatever?
Anunnaki.
Um, Bobby, no, not Bobby. Yeah, and he was crying because because a white guy like, oh, what is his name? Let me
You
look
talking about
him
the
up.
founder, of that, the dude
What's
that
his
got
name?
locked up.
It's a black guy. He's married to an Asian woman.
Oh, okay. You ain't talking about the founder of the Nuapians.
Oh no, I don't know nothing about that. Anunnaki. It's a guy who's always talking about Anunnaki on YouTube. It's a black guy.
The Anunnakis came from what's the dude's name, Kala, that was raping all them kids?
You talking about polite?
No.
It's
Polite
so
was
many.
Polite was a
Malachi York.
Nuapian.
Yeah,
Malachi
Malachi
Z.
York.
York.
Yeah.
Yeah, Malachi Z. York. He came up with that Anunnaki shit. Every day it
Oh
was
my
first they were
gosh.
Christians, then they were the Anunnaki.
Then
Then
one
he
day,
said he
do you
was from
remember
another
when?
universe.
Do you remember one day Holmes' cousin, Ambassador Sar, came over? He
Yeah,
came. Yeah,
Ambassador Sar was kind of like that. He was in that
I know,
camp.
but he had me cracking up because he saw Imam Isa, right? And he said he had some cowboy shit. He was his last. He came over with his cowboy shit, like with his toy guns and whatnot. Talking about he's a black cowboy. This dude was character, man.
Oh, his
Asar
name is
did that?
Billy. His his name is Billy Carson. He was
Oh,
crying.
no, I don't know nothing about that.
Yeah, I saw something about that. I was just like, oh, these people are far out. Wes Huff, some white guy named Wes Huff was exposing him. Oh, he was coming from a biblical standpoint and debating him. And yeah, it didn't come out. It didn't work out good for the guy Billy Carson. But yeah, they're that Afrocentric community could go really left field.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but it's
I go way back. Like I said, I've seen it all. I've
because
seen it
but
all.
it was sad too because there was a lot of people who came into consciousness at that time, and because it was called the House of Consciousness, they felt like that was the epicenter of the movement. You know what I'm saying?
You know, the
But
beauty
not,
part was we was able to peel off some of those people with us, you know,
yeah,
and
yeah,
with us, you know, we were able to peel off some of those people with us, so that's a good thing, you know.
yeah,
Also,
yeah. They
we
brought
did
some.
peel off some.
They
So,
did, but like I said, I was following Polite for a while, but it was like at a certain point, I was just like, okay, wait, bro, where do you actually stand? You just kind of debating a bunch of stuff, but it's like,
and then
where's
remember that time, polite with the white girls. I went to white girls because they appreciate my black skin or whatever. Like, I was like, nigga.
I
But
saw
it
him
was
in
too
Los
late by then.
Angeles.
You seen him?
Yep, I was in Fairfax area off, I forgot what street it was, but near the Grove, and he was at some park with some guys playing basketball. And I was looking, I was like, is that guy Polite? And I'm like, oh, let me stay far away from him.
Yeah, I've seen Polite. You know, Long Beach. I forget the name of the. Is it CSU Long Beach?
Uh-huh.
But they have a big conscious thing every year, and I seen Polite there. I
Oh.
seen him there, and I seen him at another event in
But that,
some.
yo, I seen that Negro at a Clippers game with like $4,000 tickets, man. I'm like, nah, something not right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was getting those tickets from. Remember he had what's his name under. He had his hooks in Meta World Peace.
Yo, what the hell is this Negro doing halfway across where he's supposed to be at a Clippers game? You know, that just really did something.
No, he had his hooks in Meta World Peace, so he had gave him some of them seats.
Right.
Yeah, and then he would sell some of them and use some of them. But I seen that guy that he scammed. Did you ever watch that Crypto Roots?
I remember always talking about with the boxes. I remember the boxes, the houses. That
Boxes
was
and
one
None.
scam he did. The dude was building, taking shipping containers, building
Yeah,
houses.
that's
And, yeah, and Polite put his name on it and shit like that. You know, like he
yeah.
did it when I
He just showed up and started filming.
he started filming. I did this shit when I was like, damn, these niggas are grimy. You know.
It's so, yeah, they're so bold. I
I
mean,
didn't
it's
even believe it.
amazing.
I didn't even believe it at that point.
Yeah, but I was like, he was so convincing. I was like, damn, man, you know. I gotta give Polite props, man. He's building houses and whatnot. Dude came on. Look, man, I know what y'all thinking, but Polite didn't do shit. You know.
I'm trying to remember when I actually fell off. Like when I was like, okay, this dude's bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it was what I think. You know, when the first accusation of him with that little girl, that's when I.
I mean, that was he was already way wide. He had been watched for
Yeah,
years,
but
man.
I was like giving this motherfucker the benefit of the doubt because he always sound. At least,
See
you
how?
know what it was? I'm being a hypocrite because Polite would always attack people I did not like. You know.
No, I'm gonna tell you, no. When Crypto Roots came out and all the details about he was scamming him out of his father's insurance money,
Right.
that's when
Oh
I knew
yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, okay, that was over.
I mean,
Huh?
oh yeah, that was a big payday for him, man. You know,
Yeah,
Polite
he
just
was. He
handed
was.
over his insurance money to this crook, man. I could not believe that shit. You know.
Nah, he was working that dude, man. I could see how. You know what I mean? He took advantage of that dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, he
So
took advantage of that dude. He didn't know it. He talking about you, my leader, you my spiritual guide, and all that
yeah,
shit.
and I was like this, and then had that debate between Malik Zulu and Polite. Remember that?
Yeah, I don't think I
That
seen both.
that was a shit show.
Nah, Malik Zulu Shabazz, that one was clear. You might be talking about the light skinned dude.
No, it
Teddy.
was one between Malik Zulu Shabazz and Polite in Harlem. You know, that was a shit show.
I don't remember nothing
But
from that.
so, Polite was doing, didn't say nothing, but he had Polite's the type. Let me tell you how it works. He's the type he's like this King Justice dude, right? He has all his bases covered, right? Anything you could say against him, he's prepared for it. He talk about his life, whatnot. You know, Malik got a wife, everything. I got a wife, right? But he got 6 wives, right? And also like that, he'll have one daughter that's in college, whatever, like that, you know. And he kept throwing out all stuff like this, you know, and just I did this, I did that, you know. And the bottom line is, he wasn't saying nothing, but when you talk about a Sambo, they know how to make shit sound good, you know. And
Right.
Malik just sat there like, what the hell is he talking about? We had to debate issues. He's giving us his life story and shit, you know.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, look that up. Malik versus it's on Saturday Night TV. Malik versus
Yeah, I
um
remember him against them. I remember he went against General Seti.
oh yeah,
And
sorry.
Seti
I
put
didn't
the
see that. I didn't
homosexual
see that.
images. This dude
I
done
didn't
put
see that. I didn't
homosexual
see that part.
images
I
on
would
the.
love to see that. I would love to see that. Now
He
I
put
think
he put homosexual images on the screen in the middle of a debate. It's kids in the audience and everything.
now I fucked with SETI. You know, SETI's cool. You
Teddy
know,
is the one that did this shit.
Do
SETI the
y'all
one for the
remember?
homosexual thing.
Yeah, he
Damn.
put pictures of dudes giving each other back shots on the
What
screen,
what 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 what
and
was
they're
the point?
saying fully naked, giving each other back shots, and they're like, "Yo, there's kids in here. There's kids in here." He wouldn't take it down,
So what was the
and
point?
it was almost a fight.
What was the point of doing that?
Well,
You know,
the topic of the thing was that is the white man the devil, right? Is the white man the devil, or are we our own worst enemy? That was the topic. So he was trying to, I guess, show the demonic stuff, but it was black people doing it, and I guess that was his point. But it's like, bro, it's kids in the audience. You can't be doing that type of shit. You know,
nice dudes have no coof. You know, no coof. You know.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So I don't know about these characters.
Steady on like the FBA train right now.
Yeah, well, he's a not. I wouldn't say FBA trained, but I will tell you, if you live in New York area, right? What's happening? Like I said early in tonight's show, and like me said, go to I'm not a Caribbean, right? I'm not a Caribbean, right? In New York, Mufasa, right? This is an East Coast thing, right? I don't know how it is out there. Always, we all call people from the islands West Indians. They were always part of our culture, community, and everything. You're West Indian. We're all black. You're West Indian. I'm from the South, whatever like that, whatever it is. Over the last few years, there's been this delineation from the blackness called being a Caribbean, right? That's a vague term, right? And so therefore, people have been noticing that a lot of these so-called Caribbeans are not coming here being part of the black community. They're taking subtle shots at black America all the time. And somebody like Sarah Susan said he was picking this shit up. The same thing with African immigrants, you know? And they're like, he's like, yo, whoa, wait a minute here. Wait a minute here. If it wasn't for us, none of you motherfuckers would be here. Like that. So I see what he's saying, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
I
It's
don't
got
think
to
he's
be
full
like
on
it's
FBA.
got to be a responsible way to respond to the
Yeah, but
disrespect.
I think he was being responsible.
I thought he was saying FBA and all that shit and picking up on
No,
it.
no, no. He wasn't being FBA, but he was just basically like, look, those of us been here, whatever, like that, where because the problem is this: there's FBAs that don't believe the white man's a problem. That's the problem. Said he's not one of them. You
Mm-hmm.
know, he's only mad when immigrants come over here and take the side of the white man. You
Right.
know, that's the difference. There's somebody who's FBA who sit there all day talking about immigrants and Caribbeans, all stuff like that, or Caribbeans who come over here and talk about Black America this, Black America that, and they're in the company of white people. That's what SETI's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I see, but I see like this. Also, this debate about the origins of hip hop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you something. Those people think Jamaica's great hip hop. I asked you a question, right? When you think of shibbity bebop, shooby doo, does that come from the islands, or you think that came from urban Black America?
Yes.
Black America.
That
Right?
sounds like scatting back in the day.
She bop
Scat.
the wop the bop, shippity
Yeah.
bebop, boop, boop, double Dutch. That's Black America, you know?
No, I'm saying that roots all the way back to when they were scatting back in jazz, like you know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right. So all this stuff comes from Black America, right? So therefore, Seti's like, man, no, this is Black American culture. You can't come here.
I don't get how they even try to say. I'm like, bro, how do you make a whole culture using all African American vinyls, stealing them and then rebranding them and then try to say you made it up? What type of
Because why? Because this is what it is. I'm gonna tell you right this, right what it is. The world has embraced hip hop. It ain't going nowhere, right? But the bottom line is this: if you say that Black America, you're giving Black America credit. You got to give them respect. Just like the Mexicans out there, like Afro Man said, we created hip hop. No, you didn't. The Jamaicans created it. Well, then let's say if that was true, Jamaicans are back. No, they're Caribbean. You see the game that's going on?
yeah, it's to undermine us,
It's to undermine
so you
us
don't
using this
have to
Caribbean shit.
answer. So you don't have to answer to us.
So the bottom line, that's what's going on, and so that's why a lot of people are triggered by all the shit, They're like, we didn't start this shit, like that Kwame. We know like we haven't seen Kwame in a while. I don't know, Kwame got ate up. So I think I saw him on. He's almost on TikTok now. He gets destroyed all the time trying to push that narrative. Like, let me give you an example. Mount Bayou, Mississippi. That's still a beautiful city. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's like 150 years old. It's like really nice. I mean, I want to go there. I want to go there. That's
Mm-hmm.
the only part of Mississippi I want to go to is Mount Bayou. Now, now, if we don't say nothing, whatever like that, somebody from Haiti was like, see, that sounds Haitian, right? We came there and created Mount Bayou.
They'll say
And we
that.
got to sit here and defend our shit all the time. There
Yeah,
was
they'll
some
say
people
that.
even try to say Haitians created Black Wall Street in Oklahoma.
I ain't never heard that one.
I
Hey,
heard it
Kyla,
all, bro.
Kyla, would you allow the Caribbeans to come to African,
Yeah,
or is
but
it
but
just
they come under their own charter.
yeah, okay.
They come under their own programs charter, and most likely, not build separate communities, but they're gonna be responsible for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course, it's gonna be for anybody's slave descendant. But
Mm-hmm.
one thing for sure is the narrative and the story, just like Liberia, is gonna be based on us.
Yeah, I seen that the African American Association in Ghana is like that because it's specifically established by Black people from the United States, but they do allow other people to be a part of it. But it's
And
the
you know what happens is
forefront.
when you basically don't stipulations, what happens is like just like the Congressional Black Caucus don't serve the interests of Black Americans anymore. They're serving the Caribbeans, immigrants.
Yeah,
And so therefore, when we talk about the African, you got to be clear. We're talking about Black America in Africa. You know,
yeah.
we got to be clear about that. You could be part of it, but understand who's the majority and who's in charge.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that right there can't. It's not up for
That's what I'm
negotiation.
saying. That's how we have to kind of do it now. It's funny, even like the head priest of my temple, he always makes sure he writes that out because like we have a lot of other people who come in, and it's like, look, understand this is primarily targeted to African Americans.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And you
Uh,
gotta do it like that because these motherfuckers look. We went to sleep. They took Essence Festival.
I mean, well, shit, they bought it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the thing is though, I thought, right, that Richard Lau Dennis was down with us because he bought Madam C.J. Walker's house. He calls himself African American. He had every intention of using the money he makes in Black America with Sundown, right, and investing in projects for Nigerian women, empowering them, using Black American women
Well, I
money.
told you that. Didn't you get that from me when I talked about how he told us for damage control when he got in trouble for he put that white lady in the commercial and he came out and he was like, "Oh, look, I'm giving money to West Africa." I'm like, "Bro, you talking to African Americans? How is that a point?" You
Right.
see
And
what
I
I'm
can
saying?
even say I wouldn't even say that if it was Liberia and he was trying
But
to make
Liberia was a part of it. It was
yeah,
Liberia.
but it was very little. It was mostly Nigeria.
Yeah, but you care about Liberia. African
Yeah,
Americans,
but if he would have gave a little bit more to Liberia, I would have been like,
he gave to
okay.
Liberia. No, he could appease you with that, Carla. But what I'm saying is, the
Oh, I
average
know. It was
African
the
American don't
average
give a
African
fuck about
American
that.
don't give a shit about Liberia. I know.
And I didn't have an issue with it at the time, but that's when that was way back like 10 or however long ago that was. That's when I first started to notice.
And
Uh,
also
they-
not only that, check this out. When who would thought it was a good idea to have a Jollof versus jambalaya fucking thing,
I mean,
Yours
that
or
was dumb.
yours, you know? There's a time and place for jollof rice. The fuck are you going to compare it with jambalaya? And all these Africans like, oh, jambalaya. I mean, jollof one, jollof. Where? Why do these people always feel like they got to compete with us on everything? You know?
Well, that's just him doing that because basically the thing is like he's from Liberia. I know you love Liberia, but if you put a gun to the average American's head. They couldn't tell you where it is, anything about it. You feel me? So these people are basically invisible. So they're trying to piggyback off the clout we've created to create a name for themselves.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you get the burner boy thing. He dresses like a black person.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
I
he
see
borrows
the
mostly.
Mino,
He
Burger Boy with
mostly
the
took his
the
style.
iced out chains. The iced out
No,
chains is
yeah, he
brave.
took his look from us, but I ain't gonna lie. He took most of his style from the Jamaicans and then us. You feel
Yeah.
what I'm saying? But they
You know,
using that to springboard and get shine for themselves. Cause like when that Afro beats came out, a lot of them started popping out the woodworks, like trying to flex and all that. I'm
Yeah,
like,
yo,
look,
look, when I was
we've
over
been
in
doing this shit
Liberia,
since the beginning of
I was
time.
watching a lot of Afrobeat videos.
Yeah.
Yo, you would swear they were driving, they're pulling up in fucking Lambos, whatnot, these special gear. I said, this don't look like Africa to me, you know? I'm
Well,
like,
I'm saying, I remember I was listening. Burna Boy has a song. He says, "If you see me with a foreign girl riding around in a foreign car," I'm like, "Nigga, you're from Nigeria. All your cars are foreign."
yeah,
but
yeah.
you know that African American is the template for like the trends and culture in the Western world. Them, us, and then Jamaicans too, because Jamaicans are very influential, especially in the UK. From what I've seen, even their lingo, the slang that they use, and you'll see you can find this on YouTube about Jamaicans saying like they take everything from their culture in the UK and
They
then
do.
adopt it. And
They do.
and also, so the Afro beats, they have to appeal, they're trying their best to appeal to the Western, the American
Yeah, and
No, it
also
doesn't work.
Afrobeat, you saw
audience.
Afrobeat,
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Afrobeats flopped at Coachella, right? All those white people out there, just like, who the hell's Wizkid? They were like, that was embarrassing, you know?
Man, I was on that Afro beats hard, bro. I was
I
trying to
still
play
love
it.
Afrobeat. Look, I like Afrobeats, right? When you're in your car, you're driving long distance, and you're by yourself, Afrobeats is great. But
Yes.
when
I was bumping it, but it's just like I don't know. I couldn't last because it's like they weren't talking about nothing. The only
right, I'll
one
say,
that had
oh,
any
when I love
soul to it
Afrobeats,
was
like,
was
and I'm by
Burna.
myself, bobbing my head, but like even in Liberia, right? Afrobeats is on, everybody like vibing, like good. But as soon as like the R&B, hip hop comes on, when the place gets lit, you
No, but this
know?
is what I'm saying, Kyler. You can only listen to it for so long because there's no soul to it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that
Like
looks.
I could listen to some of the because some of it like damn, I forget the dude's name. It's a few good ones because they're not doing no Afro beats.
I
They're really
like I
just
like
doing they're really
Fireboy.
hold on. They're really just doing R&B. You feel me?
Yeah,
So
it's like
they're
African
doing love
R&B.
songs and things like that that you
Yeah,
can
it's like
actually vibe.
African R&B. You know,
Right. But it ain't even
African
African R&B, bro. It's just R&B with niggas with African accents. Like it's not,
right.
you
Yeah,
know what I
so
mean? They're not really doing anything different. But all that Whiz Kid and all that, it's just the same song again, again and again and again and again, and you know what I mean. So it's no soul to it. So that's why it's like it was a fad and it's kind of dying off now. You see, it's not really
you
it
know
doesn't
what
have
they
the
were
same.
saying at Coachella, the white people, these are white America, middle white America, right? These are the freaking they got artists we don't even know about, you know, at Coachella. They were saying the feedback was that sounds like a ripoff of American hip hop. See, like I told this one African dude, right?
People were saying that.
Yeah, yeah, the white people were saying it. It's like a ripoff. It's like, damn, man, we heard this before, you know. It's like a ripoff. Somebody trying to. It's like K-pop, you know. And so the bottom line is,
I mean,
I told him,
K-pop
I
is a
said,
blatant ripoff, though.
I told him, I said, look, you gotta understand something. It's gonna take a while for Africa to catch on because it's not tied to nobody's memories. When people hear Snoop Dogg's Gin and Juice, they go, oh yeah, or Nothing But a G Thing, baby. White kids, black kids, oh yeah, I remember when that came out. I was in 10th grade. I was like this, you know. You got memories tied to black music in America, you know. People remember that song. Oh yeah, I remember that song on my first date. You know, they've been doing like since the 50s, you know, with rock and roll like the Platters and stuff like that. It's memories, you know. You can't just come to a country and like, okay, it's our turn. You gotta embrace. You like Black America. Now you gotta start liking our music. No, you gotta build a history here. You know, people guys take your music and over a time period when if they remember that your song at their wedding and stuff like that, graduation, and then years later, like, oh yeah, I remember that. You know, blah, blah, blah. but they haven't done that yet. They thought there was just they were so entitled. They thought they was going to come to America in a year or two. Afrobeats was going to replace our music in America.
Yeah, that's what they want. African goddess said she made a good point. I tell people all the time that all these immigration issues is because there's too many people coming too fast, and that's part of why I voted against the Democrats.
Yeah,
I was like, because back in the day, immigration wasn't really a big deal because you were being integrated into the larger black community, so you integrated, and things were
oh, yeah,
more
and that's what I'm talking
part.
about, the so-called Caribbean community. Before they'll integrate into black, because now they're coming here building their own community and societies, and there's going to be friction, and
Well, it's the speed. They're bringing them in too fast. There's too many
yeah.
of them. You know what I'm
And
saying? You're
what's the
supposed to
point?
come in
What's the
small
point of
chunks.
that? Them bringing all these immigrants in. What's the point? What do we?
Well, they
Are we
have
have a
to.
labor? Do we have a labor shortage or something?
No, well, yeah, we're not having, no one's having kids. We're not having enough kids, so they have to bring in immigrants to so we have the right population. You know what I mean? We're producing children below replacement, so they need to supplement it with immigrants. You know what I mean?
Wow.
But the thing is, they the reason we're not having kids because they don't want to pay nobody no goddamn money.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they bring in immigrants so they could be, 20 Haitians, 20 Mexicans in a house,
Right.
doing labor and
So
shit.
bottom line, the
And,
black
and then
middle. This is more.
they'll
This
tell
is
us
more.
if we don't want to live like that, then it's our fault. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
That's why it's important that we invest in our own nation states. So because the bottom line, America, we've been priced out of America. Our standard of living, everything is going to go down because they don't want to pay us anymore. They don't want to share the wealth with us. When it's time to take our money out of this country and build our own shit. That's what I say. The future. So anybody say anything against that, man, you're a fool.
He
To
said
this power.
Jamaican music culture is worldwide. Black British culture is mostly Caribbean. Yeah, I mean that's what I see. That's what I see. I don't really see what the Africans bring to their culturally. I mean, they finally got the Afrobeat going now, but you know, and Afrobeat is heavily, Afrobeat is like a dance hall knockoff in hip hop.
Yeah, dance song. It's like basically, and reggaeton. Reminds me of reggaeton, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's reggaeton is just a little beat off.
A little bit off of reggaeton
Yeah,
and
one
some
drum
dance
tone
songs,
off. It's the same shit.
and a little bit R&B. The
No,
singing
yeah, and then
part.
the
Right?
R&B is just R&B. Afrobeats is not a real term. You know that, right? It's Afrobeats. Okay, so the original Afrobeat came from Fela
Yeah,
Kuti,
Fela
and
Kuti. Yeah,
that was some fake shit. All he was doing was basically African American music, jazz and funk.
yeah. But Fela Kuti, he came to America. That's where he got radicalized.
Right.
When he came
And
to
I
America,
love
he got
Fela Kuti. Fela Kuti,
radicalized.
he's the biggest. I can't think of a bigger activist musician than him. You know what I'm saying?
So he was a Fella was
I
no
put him
joke,
even
man.
above Bob Marley. Huh?
Fella was no joke. Fella said music is a weapon of the future. You know.
Well, I just like that he stood on what he was doing. Like, you know what I mean? They threw
You
him in
know. You
jail. They
know.
threw his
You
mother
know.
out the
You know.
window,
You
killed her.
know. You know. He boycotted Festac
Yeah, I
1977.
learned that from you. Or
Yeah,
you?
he
Oh,
boy.
okay. I thought you were talking about you when he boycotted the Rumble in the Jungle.
Well, he boycotted all that because he didn't like the fact that we were supporting a dictator thing, and he also boycotted Festac because Nigeria had a political coup and they had dictatorships. And Festac Stevie Wonder was like one of the headlines. They had the thing in the stadium there. Then they had that Nigerian one what was it called, Scope building what they had in there, and they had the outdoor festivals one night. But he didn't attend. It was African American was the largest group there from outside of Nigeria, and he didn't attend. Because he felt that everybody was talking about apartheid in South Africa, but wasn't paying attention to Dick. Remember, this is the '70s, right? Yeah, Idi Amin. A lot of horrible stuff going on in the continent, you know. And he
Right.
said a lot of people ain't paying attention to the atrocities in Black Africa. All we want to talk about is apartheid. So he boycotted Festac.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that. It
He
sounds.
said he said I can't do Festac because no one's hearing what I'm saying. You know, and then a couple years later, they arrested him. Governor of Nigeria stormed his compound. You know,
Yeah, African Goddess said, from what I see, Afro beats is very popular with younger generations of African. Well, they don't have a choice. Like, if you're in Africa, you don't have a choice. You're gonna like Afro beats because they're gonna play it 24/7. Like
you know,
everywhere
and
you go,
also
you do not have a
Afrobeats is,
choice.
As Africa develops right now, and
Yeah.
they travel, they got a little bit of money. It's going to bring back the best times of their life. Yeah, so yeah, because
No, but
music
I'm
has to be
saying, but
tied to.
the radio is still relevant over there, and they play these things constantly. Like, so it's nothing like when I was in Nigeria, there were songs I knew the whole song by heart before I even looked it up myself. Because everywhere I go, they're playing it. I jump in the Bolt
Yeah,
to get a ride, they're playing it. I'm in the thing, they're playing
which
it.
which of all you got to understand something. The Afrobeats they're listening to now comes at a time where some of these countries are developing. People are getting more money in their pocket. They get more exposure. Africa's, seems like it's in a way like looking up, becoming more modern, and everything like that. So the Afrobeats that you hear now is going to be remembered.
No,
Because
it'll be remembered by them, and I think that's a good thing that they got
oh
their
yeah,
own.
by them, yeah, you know,
Yeah, they got their own music now, you know what I mean? And they're using it and they're creating like their own infrastructure. But I
yeah.
thought they were
Like
going
I
to
said, they're
gain
using
ground,
their own.
but it pretty much died out.
I like the fact that they got their own recording contracts and stuff like that. It's nice. They went on shooting their own music video shoots and whatnot. And they got an audience right there on the African continent. I wish them a lot of luck with that shit.
No, yeah, they'll be fine. But like I said, I thought it was going to grow, but I didn't see it. And
I
then, I
think
mean,
I think it should be just confined to Africa. I'm good with that. I'm cool with
yeah,
that.
no, no, no. I mean, and they got something going on that, in terms of the British and the European market as well.
Yeah, yeah, that's good. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, they'll
so
be they'll be.
Americans, we just don't want to hear that shit. We
But
just
Black
real stuck on
America,
our own thing. Yeah.
if Black America is the main target, then they're in trouble. You know, if Black America don't want.
Yeah, but it's like the whole world cares what we think. Like if we
Yeah,
don't care,
no,
we don't co-sign it.
unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
But like I said, and I don't think want Africa to take that personally. Just that's how we are.
Nah, they don't. I never really seen them complaining about it or nothing.
No, on TikTok, look it up. TikTok, you got Africans who hate it. Who they think they are? Blah blah blah. We support it. They're really upset.
Bro,
And
I was trying to
Coachella
too.
shit.
I was trying to push it. I was trying to like show everybody. You know what I mean? I play it at the thing. I almost got cussed out at a barbecue one time. I
Yeah.
mean, turn that shit. Nobody trying to hear that African shit. You know what I mean? Like, damn, my
Well,
bad, bro. Say what?
that's crazy. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Well, no, because I had played one. I can't. I tried to come in with the. Everybody liked that song, the Drogba song. Why you want to play me like Drogba? Oh, Drogba. Oh? Everybody liked that song,
Hmm.
regardless,
Yeah.
even if they didn't like Afrobeat. So I was like, okay. I come in with that. Then I came in with some other shit. They heard somebody like speaking African, and they gave me one song, and then after that, I damn near got cussed off. They was like, "Yeah, what the fuck is going on?" He said a lot of these collaborations. I was age 13 when my dad. I was at Festac. Okay.
You know what? The Afro beat musician Rema, he
Yeah,
samples a
that's what I was
lot
talking
of.
about earlier.
Oh yeah, he samples a lot of. Did you say that? I must not have been paying
No, I didn't say
attention.
his name. When I was saying there's an R&B artist that I can't remember his name. He makes good R&B songs.
Yeah, but he samples a lot of African American music. Like there's a song with Kid. I got it, but it's Kid and somebody else. Let me look at my Spotify. But
Oh, white man holding the internet back. Said BA music. No, I like Rema. Rema got some music. Like he got some real songs. But it's funny how they'll pull things off over there. Um and the Africans won't know. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They'll reuse things, they'll sample things. I remember Burna Boy had a song called 23 when I was in Africa.
Hmm.
And the hook was like, music make me feel like be Jordan. And I was asking people, I was like, hey, what is he talking about? Do you know what he's saying? Do you know what he means by that? And a lot of people didn't know. they didn't really know. And there was one, I remember Kid, he had a lyric like, yeah, all this TLC, I got him creeping on me. And I was asking people like, hey, do you know what he means when he says that? And they don't know. Like they don't really know about TLC. They don't know these things. So the Africans could just borrow things and nobody will know. Go ahead, Afro Theory.
Well, it's that him mentioning stuff
Oh, I
like them
can't hear.
making
I'll
reference
be
to
back.
them making reference to like African American artists and songs or culture is clearly to appeal to the Black American community. Oh, where did he go? But also, dang, I'm waiting for him to come back. Kyle, are you still there?
Yeah, hold up.
Mufasa.
Yeah,
Excuse
what
me.
up?
What I was saying was that them making reference to Black American singers and culture is a clear their way of trying to appeal to the Black American demographic or audience. And then also the singer that I'm talking about, his name is Rema. And he samples a lot of African American music. And it was this one song by Kid that he sampled the guy. His last name is Jones. His daughter, Kadada Jones, she dated he died
Quincy Jones.
recently. Quincy
Quincy
Jones.
Jones.
Yeah, they sampled Quincy Jones musician. So it's amazing to me.
No, they
And
had so the first Kid song I ever heard is called Oju Elegba.
oh, I
And
love that song.
yeah, I was watching a Nollywood movie, random, the Nollywood movies Khaled don't like. It was a random one online, and they played his song and like for a video montage, and I heard Dr. Dre on there in the beginning. You know that song,
I never
Afro
saw
Theory?
the I never saw
You
the
can't love
so-
Oju Elegba. I missed this part. In the beginning, it goes do 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 do
yeah.
do do. That's in the beginning. That's Dr. Dre. That's
Oh,
from the
okay. Yeah.
Chronic. 1, 2, 3 into the 4. Yeah, so I heard that and I was like, wow, okay. And then I end up liking the song, but again, they'll play these things and the Africans won't really know where it's from. They may know that, the older people at least. And then they
Yeah.
shout a lot of things out because they grew up on our music. You know what I mean? Like the people at Kid and Burna Boy's age. The young people
Yeah.
now they'll grow up on their own music, but they grew up on our music.
Yeah,
But
that's
Rema,
true.
Rema is good though. Rema, he got a song called Soundgasm. It's a banger.
Oh, you know what? Someone who I love is Omale.
On My Lay too.
Man,
That's my other guy.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
good.
he's
yeah.
the
On My
bomb.
Lay.
Like I heard that
No,
song
he's fire.
Yeah,
Godly.
that was my theme song in 2023. Every time I go to Africa, I got a theme song. So is my theme song for 2023.
Bro,
What's my
I'm
favorite one
like
from On My Lay?
What?
Omale. Oh,
Yeah, and that's
I,
that beat is so nice. You
it's
know.
beautiful. And his song So and Lolo. Lolo, when he first starts off and he says, tell all your girlfriends I love them too. I was like, oh, that's some Nigerian stuff. That's some Nigerian stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to think which song that is. That
Yeah,
sound
so
familiar.
just look it up. Just go look up Omale. So there's many different versions of it because there's a lot of
No. But I'm
remixes
saying
and stuff.
I'm talking about the one she's saying. It's like I know I'm a bad boy, something like that. I can't remember which
Dolly,
one it. Yeah, I'm a bad boy. I know get work. It's the one you
who
was just talking about. Damn, I can't hold up. It's in my thing. What you talking about, Kyler?
No, I was saying Omale. That song's on YouTube. You can get that on YouTube. Really good. You know.
Hold up. Oh my lay. Oh yeah, he got a song called Damn
So
and
so
Lolo. Lolo. I got Lolo on here, but I can't remember how it go.
Lahu, yeah, Lahu. That's a nice song. It came out last year.
I just remember he starts the song saying, tell your girlfriends I love them too. I was just like, oh my God.
Say what?
Learn. He started off the song saying, tell all your girlfriends I love them too.
Yeah, I'm like, it
It
sounds
made me
familiar, but I can't
laugh.
remember how it go. Hold up.
Lolo, yeah, play it. Dang, I wish. I,
I just want Lola. I just want Lola. Okay, yeah, I remember now. Go tell her you. Yeah, yeah. No, that song's banger. Yeah.
yes, he is the bomb. And I used to think like Wizkid. Wizkid is like one of my favorites. I feel like he's a golden child. Like everything he sings sounds good. But I'm feeling like that about Oh My Lay now too.
Well, no. Omale and Rema, for example, they make love songs that actually says something a little more than Wizkid. He's just doing that auto tune shit. He's not. He's good at He's like good at using his voice as an instrument, but he ain't really never saying nothing. You feel what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
he's
He don't never say nothing.
well, his song Blessings with Damian Marley is beautiful off of his album Made in Lagos. Man, that was my
Yeah.
summer song album from like 2020 to like 2023.
I only picked a few out off that album. Let me look up this Wizkid.
His first song, the first song off that album is called Reckless. And I just love that. Like the whole album is a
Okay, I
vibe.
picked
But
that one
like
up.
just
That's the one that had that line I was telling you. All the TLC I
oh,
got creeping on me. That's off
oh,
Reckless.
okay, okay. I know you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah. I took Mood off of there. Mood, Essence. That was it. I didn't really. The rest of it was whatever.
Yeah,
Nah, he
I
got a
wish I could
song
look at
called.
my
Go ahead.
I'm gonna pull up my Spotify account
No, I got a gang
because
of Wizkid on here while I'm talking shit. I got like 20 songs from him.
oh yeah,
No,
Wizkid's the
Wizkid
bomb.
is a beast. He's under Burner Boy for me, but Burner
Well,
Boy.
he's above Burna Boy. To me, the way I look at it is Burna Boy is beer and Wizkid is wine.
Hell nah. Wizkid is like some basic shit you could get anywhere. It's good, but it's not refined enough to call it wine. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I like Burner Boy because Burner Boy, you could listen to a Burner Boy song. See what Burner Boy understood that none of the rest of them do is the blues. You feel me? When Burner Boy
Mm-hmm.
made the song about breaking up with his girl, none of them can make
Mm-hmm.
a song like that because they just caught they just caught the rhythm of the dance hall. They don't know about the blues. You know what I'm saying? To really say how you feel and sing from your spirit. Burner
Yeah.
Boy can do that. You know what I'm saying? But Wizkid
Yeah.
definitely can't do that. But the other ones, they can make R&B songs. For the ladies and stuff like that. Like I could play Rema, I could play Omale. You know what I mean? You chilling with the ladies, you could do that.
Like African guy says, I'm not sure African music is amazing, African American, Black American. The problem is Africans have not penetrated Black American culture. Yeah, and let's be honest with ourselves. Over the last 5 years, the relationship between the two groups have been somewhat rivalry and hostility. You can't, you win Black America. You can win Black America over, but I don't think Africans can humble themselves to be like, you
It's
know,
never really happened, Kala. If you want to be real, it's never really happened. Reggae is the closest thing you got, and even that it's just a few of us that
the
really
thing
like it.
is though. But the thing is, for a fact, in Virginia, right? You got those jolly spots. We grew up on Jamaican food on the corners.
No, that's
Oxtails,
for y'all.
jerk
Yeah,
chicken.
that's for y'all. That's in New York and all that stuff. But
Yeah. So
the rest of America is not like that.
yeah. So we grew up on Jamaican music.
Nah, but
Jamaican
we don't
music
know. But Kala,
food.
did you really? I mean, like they had a few songs. Bob Marley had a run in the '70s. You
Well,
had some
actually,
dance hall
we
and stuff in the '80s
what
and
we
all.
like was groups guys like Capleton, Sizzler, Buju Banton, and stuff
Right.
like that.
They
Equal
had a few
Mouse.
songs, but yeah, people definitely loved them. But I'm saying it's out of most. It never really meets the
Well,
full
it,
mainstream.
it was never been like on regular rotation on the radio, but reggae was something that that when that shit came on a backyard party or something like that, like what you call
Sean
Sis-
Paul probably got more.
I'm sorry, Scissor,
Sean Paul probably got more shine than them.
yeah, Shaggy, Sean Paul, TOK, it was like that. Yeah, I worked in a club. Yeah, it's the thing is though, when you see reggae music, it plays right alongside the hip hop and everything like that. It's not we're gonna play reggae. Now you do got clubs that do just all dance hall. and so like
No,
that
no,
a
no.
lot
The
of
dance
island
hall,
people.
like yeah, like Shaggy, he had some singles. They had singles you could play. Sean Paul, they had singles you could play in the club with everything else. That you know what I'm saying. You play some of those songs, they were added to the thing. But what I'm saying is that it never fully really reached in. And Jamaicans have the most impactful music, like behind us on like a world stage.
Right.
You know what I mean? African Americans, we just like our music. Like it's hard to get other music to get in.
Yeah, it's kind of it is difficult. Not
Yeah,
impossible, but difficult.
I mean that's the closest you ever got. And then they're like, oh, the Afro beats is coming through, but all those the Afro beats so called songs that the only ones that African Americans really like Tim's and stuff. She's making R&B music. She's not making nothing African.
Right.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
also, you ever notice this? And I'll try to diss somebody. Somebody else we had a thing where I was like going back and forth with somebody about dance. I said, let me show you African dance. People shaking their hips, holding hips to the side, jump up and down. I said, let me show you African American dance. That's what you see Africans doing. That's hip hop. That's
Oh,
New York City.
you guys. Okay, so I have a few more songs to share. You heard of Shally Poppy?
Nah.
Yeah, yeah, I do. Yeah.
Shally Poppy is the bomb. His whole vibe. I only heard one song from him. It's called Laho, but his whole vibe is cool.
Like that whole song. That was my
Yeah,
theme song. That was my theme song from last year.
yes. You got to look that up. Mufasa, you gonna like him. You could. When
Yeah,
I heard his music and I looked up his video, I was like, oh yeah, African Americans most definitely got some Nigerian blood.
yeah.
His
That's a
whole
good. That's a good song. And also they had
yeah.
remixed it Apple Pine or whatever it's called. They remixed it in Alpine or whatever South African beat. It's actually pretty good.
Oh, and also Mufasa. Another song by Omale is Yeah Yeah Yeah.
Hmm. I don't think I knew it. It
That's
must
the
be new.
bomb. Listen to that. It's Yeah Yeah Yeah. And another one that I like, Kulosa by Oxlade. I think that's how you say his name.
Yeah.
These must be the new ones.
Mufasa, are you on Telegram?
Yeah, I'm on there.
He's in. Are you in Afrosphere? Afrosphere? No. Okay.
My
His
bad.
name
No,
is.
no, I'm
Are
not
you
on
going by Mufasa or your other name, your government name on Telegram?
there. No, Mufasa.
Okay, I'll
Mufasa
add you.
Kalab.
I'll add him to the group.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll share it to you. I'll share it with you on a group. I'll share the preview.
And we be having some lively debates in that chat, bro. We got some lively debates, bro. You'll like it,
Yeah. I heard y'all talking about it. I don't really be on Telegram that heavy.
Yeah, we don't like just that one group I'm on, and every time, but I'm not doing a show, and I want to abuse somebody. I summon everybody up there. Start not right Afro theory. I start summoning everybody up there to abuse them. When here comes Kala, you know. I want to abuse
Yes.
people. I want to abuse people. So hey, let me go bring them up here because I want to beat somebody up. Mainly Zongo, you know. Zongo Bongo, come on, take your punishment, And St. James. Yeah, me and St. James be going at it. It'd be
Oh
fun.
my goodness.
St. James and I going at it. Zongo's an instigator.
Yes, I'll go instigate.
Instigating shit. Like Zongo, shut up. But I tell you what, Zongo knows. At least I like. He knows I like him. You know.
Yeah. Yeah,
He
he
knows I
knows.
like. He knows I like him. That's why I let him get away with a lot of shit. He knows I like him and everything. Anyway, brothers, I gotta go. I'm sleeping. I want to fall asleep. I don't know if I'm doing a show tomorrow night. I'll probably be in the Afrosphere, harassing y'all on Afrosphere and everything like
Okay.
that. But let me have. Well, let's conclude this. Did you understand Afro theory? My statement, my thesis, why Black nationalist movements fail, and I concluded that
Yeah.
most of the time is, and like I said, even the way the Black church is set up. If you got a church and a pastor, right? I don't care who joins that congregation. you're gonna be under that pastor, and you're gonna be under his son, his wife, everybody else. You ain't gonna advance no way. You know what I'm saying? That's
Mm-hmm.
how it is in Black America. There's no merit. There's no like that. It's like that in any organization, right? The skill, merit, and all that stuff that does not friggin' matter. Academic credentials do not matter. We don't value that. Part of the thing of value education is yielding to people who do got education. Like I said, the BAO, I learned to humble myself. We've had an organization we founded, right? But sometimes I was not really invited on certain discussions, you know, because I was like, that's the way it is. Even I'm gonna tell you now, even with the African, there's gonna be things that college ain't gonna be a part of. You know what I'm saying? But I yield to people who got more experience, more like that. That's how you make stuff work. If I said I gotta be here, dictator, blah blah, you gonna look at me like I'm crazy, you know. And so a
Yeah.
lot of Black nationalist movement can't do that. You know, you got one person, he's on top. I'm a visionary. I founded it, whatnot. You know, my way or no way, you know, and nobody else could get in and do anything. That's why these organizations end up failing, and they end up with nepotism, promoting within, you know, stuff like that. And like I said, all these organizations they end up going nothing, you know, doing nothing. You know, that was my theme, right? And this King Justice don't see that. He's like, oh well, blah blah blah. Look, the bottom line is this: you guys been around. The Republican of Africa have been around before I was born. Please don't compare me. The BAO social network has only been around 11 years. We've never really launched a real organization yet, you know?
Yeah.
And so you can't compare me to an organization that had a platform, international audience. Or they're known, you know what I'm saying? They're known. They was at the Gary convention of '71. They were interviewed by Bill Buckley, had one of the largest TV shows in America. They were not. They were heard. You can't tell me they were not heard. You know. So therefore, I said, "Where's your end goal? Where's the 4 or 5 states?" Your leader ended up dying as a mayor of a raggedy city called Jackson, Mississippi.
Hmm.
You know.
Yeah.
So
Caribbean culture is closer to African. I don't know. It's
I
hard
don't.
to say
I
that
don't know
because
about it.
it's
People
not.
think so. I don't think so. You know.
Yeah, I don't think though. I don't think so either. But
Because
the
right
thing is,
now there's a
I
war. There's
reject that. I reject that whole thing because it takes away our Africanness. You feel what I'm
right.
saying?
It's a way to discredit us. You know. My whole
Oh,
thing
I
Yeah.
is,
think it is. I think it is.
What is?
That Caribbean, it seems like Caribbean culture may be closer to or more closer to
no.
African
I
culture.
would say like this. This is how it is. Apple theory. When people from Caribbean countries go to, let's say, Liberia, Ghana, they're coming from two third world countries. Their way of life are similar. The habits and whatnot, you know, the market, you know, stuff like that similar. Black America is the only group of people whose culture comes from the industrialized world.
No,
So,
but that's not even. Oh, go ahead, Kyle. I'll let you finish.
no, no, what I'm saying is, so therefore, you know, where I mean, seriously, like Bomani, when he's in West Africa, he feels at home. He climbs a tree and cuts the coconut down. You know,
Right, right.
I can't. I don't like coconut. Bonnie got mad at me. I said I did not like coconut milk. I said it was disgusting. You know, oh man, Kyle, I said Bonnie, I had coconut milk last year when I was here. It almost made me sick.
Hmm.
Oh man, this is what we do in the tropics, man. We like that. I said also mangoes. Maybe I got them out of season. I really don't like mangoes either.
Nah, mangoes are good.
No, you can't eat the skin though. You know.
No,
Who
no,
eats
no.
fruit?
You're
You
not
And
don't
supposed
eat
to
so
eat the
I like
skin.
eating stuff
You
like
don't know how to
I would
cut
rather
them.
besides
You probably don't
apples,
know how to cut them,
I'd
Carla.
rather have a pear.
grapes,
I'd rather have an apple.
If you know how to cut the mangoes, like you cut them into
Yeah,
little
but
squares,
you go through all that. Like if you could slice the mango up,
it's worth it, bro.
with you could slice it up, and then you could cut it up, put sugar on it, or put it in a
You ain't
juicer.
even got to do all that, bro. You got a good mango, you just cut it up, cut both of the halves, then cut your half off, and then you cut it into little squares so it don't get stuck in your teeth.
Yeah,
That's
so
all you do.
yeah, but I'm
Have your
like,
lady do it.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah. I'm like, it's okay, right? But I was like, I would rather have a pair. I should have picked up a couple of pairs. That's what I said. What the fuck? Now, West African pineapples are the sweetest pineapples in the world.
Yeah,
You know?
Jamaican pineapples too.
Yeah, I never had Jamaican, but West African pineapples are sweet. Best in the world. So it is what it is. So, but what I'm saying is this: how many
Yeah,
people in West America, like right now, you got a problem in a lot of countries with the crossing of the regular domestic chicken mixing with the wild chicken, guinea fowls. It's hard to eat, whatever like that. Some people in West Africa still eat that guinea fowl meat. I had it one time. I knew that motherfuckers served me a guinea fowl meat in the fucking thing. It was like leather. I couldn't eat it. I said, man, get my
yeah.
meat.
But that same thing happened to me. They sitting
Yeah.
around the table. I'm like, I don't know what. I mean, we could sit here as long as y'all want. I don't know what the fuck you want me to do with this.
I can't eat that shit. Right. But anyway, now someone will say their culture. Now, a West Indian probably won't be offended because he's used to that.
Yeah, they got fangs and shit. I don't know how they get into that.
So I'm like, I can't do that. So people are like, oh, you Black Americans are just not African enough. No,
Even the way they cook the beef and shit, bro, it's like tough ass meat. Like, oh, we
yeah.
got
So
suya.
yeah,
I'm like,
so
bro,
yeah,
that's
so
nasty.
so so in many ways, African theory, we are different, right? Not because we're less African. It's just that we have different circumstances,
Right.
and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I reread it. I thought she was saying the music, but she's saying the culture. I thought she was saying because I was about to say reggae is not continental African. Reggae, you know what I mean? Reggae roots back to like ragtime jazz and Fats
Yeah,
Domino
reggae
stuff
started
like
right
that.
here in America.
Yeah.
You
Well, I'm
gotta
not
be
gonna go
thinking
that
about the
far, but it
culture.
it was it was a big influence on ska.
Af-
Ska was influenced by jazz. But then when they created ska in Jamaica, and then they came up with you had that the drum, the what is it, the Nyabingi drum. You know what I'm saying? And then they mixed that, and then the Rastas created reggae, which is distinct, but it roots back to its early influences are American. So you can't
Right.
say that music is more African when it's influenced by American music.
Also, they said Panama and Trinidad contribute to it. All that, the calypso, whatnot. A
Yeah,
lot of
calypso
points.
is different though. That's a different style.
Yeah, so
Where's calypso from originally?
I think calypso. I think
I
that's from
only heard it
Panama,
from like Trinidad.
Trinidad or Panama, one of those.
Well, no. I don't think it's from Trinidad, but I'm saying I got introduced to calypso when I went to Trinidad. That was,
Yeah,
you know
but
what I
I
mean?
know they do it a lot down there. Uh, uh, calypso in what you call Panama, which we call it, and which we call it in Trinidad and Tobago, or not places like that. Calypso's actually pretty popular.
She said Caribbean generally more developed than Africa.
Yeah, somewhat.
Yeah.
It's near first world, infrastructure. America. So of
She
course.
said you can eat mango skin. You tripping?
Oh no, no, ain't no
That's
way,
that
no.
African stuff.
I'll choke. You'll choke to death on that shit, man. I can't. I can't eat
No,
that.
no, an African can eat it. You know, they eat when they eat chicken, they eat the whole bone and
Oh
everything.
yeah, yeah. Africans can do that, but I can't do
Yeah,
that. I can't do that. I can't do that.
Oh my
they
goodness,
can eat a
Mufasa.
guinea fowl, huh?
Mufasa, you like Kala.
No,
You
I'm just
Pan
keeping it
African
real.
and you
Yo,
talking
I'm saying,
about
yo, look, yo,
I'm
African.
just
yo, look,
keeping
yo.
it real.
Afro
She
theory.
hasn't been there yet.
I can't wait till I take you to Liberia and drop you off.
That's
You
what
know.
I'm telling you. She hasn't been African goddess. She'll tell you. Bro, they can
Y'all eat
eat
the
a
whole
guinea
bone.
fowl. You've never seen, bro, they eat a guinea fowl. Like it's literally when he said leather, that's not an exaggeration.
Yo,
Like
I
they'll
almost choked.
literally
Yo,
can find a way to
Mufasa.
eat it.
Mufasa that year, a couple years ago, I almost choked.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm like, bro, what? Like the
It was
knife
like
on
eating,
the cutter.
it was like eating wood, man. It's like eating wood, man. It's like goddamn.
Then you see the whole head on there, eyes and shit.
And then my boy Sam Cooper, right? He's a miracle librarian. He's like, "Oh, Colin, man, we can eat that." I said, "Dude, man, nah, nah, dude, nah, nah. You don't try to
No, I'm
tell
gonna
me."
tell you that's when I really found out how American I was. is when I was staying in Ogun State in Ifo. Like there's
Yeah.
no stores around. I can't go to the little chicken place. Nothing. There's nothing to eat but Yoruba food everywhere you go. That's it. You know what I'm saying? And that's when I was like, damn, man, I want a piece of chicken, like a regular piece of chicken.
I
Like
want a
shit.
slice of pizza and shit, you know.
You know what I'm
Fuck, you
saying?
know. Yeah, but in Liberia we do got sub shops and we do got pizzerias and stuff like that. That's the only way I survive in Liberia. Because
I'm not
you got
eating no African pizza.
no, the Lebanese shop. Lebanese you got
Yeah.
African. But you got a lot of people in Liberia that come from Philly. You got a lot of Philly cheesesteak shops here because a lot of
Hey, bro,
Liberians
some
from Philly.
Africans. It was some Africans in Jos, man. They had a taco shop.
Yeah, so you got
I was
Africa.
like,
Yeah,
damn.
in Liberia they got taco businesses too. You got all kinds of shit there now. You know.
Yeah.
You know, so it ain't like Afro Theory. You go there, you're gonna find everything you find in America. You're gonna
Oh,
find
okay.
But that's people making restaurants. But like, if you're just with the regular people, you never know what you might get. You
oh
know what I'm saying?
yeah,
'Cause
yeah. You
it's
better be
not. They don't
careful.
have the best. West Africans don't have the best cuisine. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like my
What?
favorite. No, they don't. My favorite African
Okay.
food is Ethiopian. You know what I'm saying?
I was just gonna say I've had Ethiopian food. That's the East African food I had, and I had Senegalese and Nigerian food. I prefer Senegalese, that fish, but
I love Liberian cassava leaf rice with the cassava fish. That's my best food right there. With fucking lobster, fish,
lobster and
lobster,
pasta.
whatnot, you know. And a big plate of rice, whatnot, cassava leaf. That's
Kyla,
fucking good, you know.
you had the Liberian lobster and pasta.
No, I don't know about lobster and pasta, but we go to Liberia, we catch lobsters. We go catch they catch lobsters. You can buy a lobster, a nice big lobster for like $10. When I boil that bad boy one night, it's so meaty. Open that thing up, put the butter in there, put dip it in butter. One night, it's delicious, you know.
Yeah, I don't eat no lobster.
Kyla, you gotta
African
try
goddess.
you
African
gotta
goddess says she like her meat soft. Nah, you ain't no real African. Then you ain't no real Nigerian African goddess.
Kyla, y'all, both of y'all gotta try the Senegalese poisson braisé, the
What is it?
tilapia.
Or
It's
what is it?
tilapia fish. It's
Well,
grilled
I'll
tilapia
be
I don't
fish.
like
honest with you,
tilapia.
right? I don't think I like tilapia. Right? I like cassava fish, and also the best fish in West Africa is snapper fish. That's the
All I
best.
really like is salmon, man. To be honest with you, and
Yo,
then I like
snapper
What?
fish
catfish.
is. Yo,
I only
check this
like
out. Yo,
catfish
check
really
this out.
because it's fried.
Yeah, check this out. The best fish is snapper because it's like having fucking a large it's like you know how big salmon are. Imagine eating a salmon, right? That's roasted, right? And
Yeah,
sitting on your plate instead of you eating like the little square thing they show you. And you're sitting there, and we eat the snapper fish. You eat the thing with a fork, right? You eat the thing with a fork, right? Eat it right there. Then flip it over, eat the other side. Delicious. The meat is real tender right
I
there.
don't
You
know.
know.
All I know is in Africa, bro, they give me a million soups. Everything some type of soup with a in a big huge bowl of palm
I
oil,
don't eat
and then
everybody's soup,
they
man.
say they put fish in there, but it's like 98% bones and fins and little bones, and then
Yeah,
you get
I
like
don't eat.
barely any
I
meat.
learned I don't eat everybody's soup, man. I just don't. You
You
know.
got to though.
I don't eat everybody's soup. You know. I'm sorry if
Yeah,
I
well, I
offend you.
usually eat me some egusi, and then then they come with all this damn fufu and all that. They put this big ass
Yo,
knob
you
of
see me?
fufu. I'm like, what
Look,
the hell am I supposed to do with
last time
this,
I was
man?
in Liberia, which we call they
Nah,
brought some food. We have food. I said, nah, I'm good.
yeah,
Right.
bro, you keep that shit. I don't.
Right, right. And they're all dipping their fingers in there and dipping in the sauce.
No,
But
but
then
I'm
they
trying to figure out why they gave me like a soft ball of fufu. Like, why do I need that much goddamn fufu?
Look, I had fufu.
Mix
Now
in
I
your
tell
stew.
people all the time. I said when I first got there, when we first get to Africa, you want to try everything. Now I'm
Yeah,
like, get that shit out of my face, man.
I'm good.
I'm like,
I'm
I'm
like, I
good. Get
only
that
need a
fucking
little
shit out of
time. I don't
my
even
face,
really
man.
need it, but I eat it just because.
I'm not. I'm to the point now where I'll tell people, no, I don't eat fufu. Get away from me. Get that
Why
shit
you
away from
gotta
me.
say get it? Why you gotta be like that, Kyla?
No, because people, if you don't, Africans will always insist. No, have some. Look, they take an offense when you don't like their
Yeah,
food.
that's what I'm saying. So they're gonna give you a big softball glob of fufu, and if you leave some, they're gonna feel guilty. They're gonna feel bad, like, oh,
Yeah, so that's
why
why you
you
got to
ain't
stop and think. No, I'm
like,
good.
bro, I don't need
I'm
a
good.
pound of fucking fufu.
What I'm saying? That fattening shit. I can't do it.
Well, I'm saying if I eat fufu, right, my stomach is gonna feel full. Like I can't
Yeah.
really enjoy the food.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
that's
okay.
it. Well, also, you can't let Africans push you over, and that you got to do everything at your own pace. You know, when you first get there, that's gonna be hard because you're gonna be that smiling. They can tell you a mile away. You're gonna be that smiling African American that loves everybody. I'm glad to be home, and all stuff like that.
Why?
After you've been there a few times, you're like, man, if y'all don't get the fuck out of my face, man, with this shit, you know.
Yeah, well, because
That's
then because you get open to you understand all the little stuff that's going on. You know what I mean?
You
Go
know.
ahead after three.
Anyway,
oh,
I,
oh
I gotta get going this time. I'll talk to y'all later. You know, I'll probably do
okay.
a show one. I don't know about tomorrow night. Probably do a show Tuesday night. Find another great topic and build on it. Y'all take care.
Yep.
Okay.
Peace.